on a two-run triple in the sixth. The $765 million man gave the Tigers fits, manager A.J. Hinch. The starter, Charlie Morton, gave up 6. Jahmai Jones and Wencio Perez both went deep. The Bill Belichick era at North Carolina starts with a blowout 48-14 loss to TCU in Chapel Hill last night. The 48 points scored by the Horned Frogs in Belichick's first college game, more than any he allowed in any of his 333 NFL games. Michigan linebacker Jay Sean Barham will miss the first half of the Wolverine showdown with Oklahoma on Saturday. This after his targeting penalty against New Mexico was upheld after appeal. And the Lions have named 6 captains for the new season: Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Aiden Hutchinson, Penei Sewell, Alex Anzalone, and Grant Stewart. It's the same group from last year except for the newcomer Stewart. Goff and Anzalone have been named captains for the Lions in each of their 5 seasons in Detroit. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And here we are. Good morning, 97.1. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass, Luke Sloan on the updates, and we are all the way back. The NFL returns this week. We got week 1 in the books for college football. John, good morning.
Good morning. How was your Labor Day?
It was wonderful.
Yeah?
Yeah. Wall-to-wall football all weekend.
Yeah. And Heather, yours?
Amazing.
It was great weather, wasn't it?
All weekend outside, it felt like. It was so awesome. Mm-hmm. Great end to the summer.
Yep. Loving the cool fall weather?
Yes.
Yeah, but it wasn't even really that cool.
Well, no, this morning,
yeah,
though.
The mornings were.
The mornings were. I had the window open last night. Yeah. The evenings are cooler.
Yeah. I was out late Saturday night, and it cooled off.
Did it?
Pretty good. Yeah. So it was a nice weekend. And it was a nice football weekend. We got the college football season, week 1, under our belts. A lot to talk about.
A ton to talk about.
And some nice results in state.
Yeah, both teams start out with a win. And John, why don't we start there?
Okay.
Who was more encouraging?
That's a tough question to answer, but I would probably go with Michigan State. I think there's a lot of questions about Michigan, but I think with the history of Aiden Childs last year and the anticipation of Jonathan Smith and a new era of Michigan State football and all this, and okay, I understand Western Michigan. Same thing we'll say about Michigan. It's New Mexico. All right, take it all with a grain of salt or a bag of salt, whatever you want to say. But I thought the first half was really good. Good decisions. It looked to me like Aiden Childs was much more comfortable playing in that environment. That's my first impression. Now, I didn't do a deep dive into, watching the film. Protection looked like it was better. The defense, they gave up a big pass play to start the game. Other than that, they looked good.
They pitched a shutout. I mean, the only points were given up by their offense with a backup quarterback in the game. Yeah, bad if you bet it, but other than that, kind of meaningless.
That's too bad. Oh,
that's such a we all bet it. We all bet it, and we all deserved better.
I just like watching her lose.
We all deserved better.
I enjoyed watching Jim lose.
Yeah,
all of them.
Did I get a game right? The answer?
You did not.
No, not a single one. 0-7. Let the jokes commence. We got 4 hours of this. No, the question for you guys is, who impressed you most? Who was more encouraging, Michigan or Michigan State? And we could talk first impressions just generally of both teams. Look, we're going to learn a lot more this upcoming week because Michigan's going to hit the road. We'll see just how special Bryce Underwood is. Mm-hmm. And for MSU, you get a chance to show you're different than last year. They should have won that game in Chestnut Hill against Boston College. Jonathan Smith gets to show things are different. But, John, I loved seeing that first half for Michigan State because it's what Jonathan Smith football is supposed to be. Run the ball to set up everything else. It was what Oregon State was all about, is a physicality. Well, second year, you make some adjustments to what you thought you had in year 1, and you start playing the kind of football you want to in year 2. Now, I can't explain calling the dogs off or what happened in that second half, but the first half looked like vintage Jonathan Smith, and it looked like what Michigan State's going to need if they're going to take a leap. run game, defense. All of a sudden, Childs looks better. It's amazing what complementary football will do for a young quarterback.
It's when everything operates as close to, as it should, you start seeing guys able to make plays. You see them become comfortable, and you see them become more comfortable as the game goes on. Now, again, I don't know what was going on in the second half. I got to imagine they were taking the opportunity to test a few things, work on some things.
They were rotating an extra lineman,
Sure.
running backs, defenders.
It's an opportunity to get young guys or other guys that you want to test out to see, hey, whether it's week 2, week 8, week 12, that you want to try and make a move or give somebody an opportunity because you're building a program. That's what he's doing. He's trying to build a program, and I thought they did a really nice job of showing that the offense was competent. Aiden Childs, more than competent.
Mm-hmm.
Loved the 26-yard run that he had. Mm-hmm. And so protection was good. I liked it. And the fact that they have more than just one receiver.
Or even more than one running back.
Yeah.
It just looked like a more polished. It looked like what it should look in year 2. Michigan, you were there. You watched it.
Yeah.
You took it all in.
And everybody wants to know, is this a playoff team? Well, I can't tell you that right now. They're 1-0, so they're on their way. Okay, but compared to last year, offensive line still not great, but better than last year. Wide receivers still not great, but better than last year. Running backs better than last year. So you go down the list, and right now I'd say tight end a wash. Right, Colson Lovett, number 10 overall pick, but Marlon Klein with a competent offensive coordinator, better than last year, or at least a wash from last year. So quarterback play, way better than last year. But I think it all goes back to, I mentioned, and I kind of downgraded Chip Lindsey there to competent. Chip Lindsey called a really good game. That's probably the most excited thing that I have coming out of Saturday night was that there was a rhythm to the offense. There was a plan, a plan on offense where you're doing things to set up other things. Whether you get to them in the second quarter, the third quarter, the fourth quarter, there was a legitimate plan. And the fact that we could talk about Bryce Underwood, we will, about the 3rd and 13 on the 2-minute drive. Just the fact that they scored on the 2-minute drive was remarkable. They answered. But 3rd and 13 after a disastrous first down play, a sack on second down play. Last year, I asked you this in the bullpen. What would they have run last year on 3rd down?
They would have run the ball and then punted. Field position.
And now all of a sudden you got an offensive coordinator with some balls that says, you know what, we're going to try and convert this 3rd and 13. I don't care where we are on the field. We're going to try and convert it, and we're going to put a little pressure on our quarterback. We're going to call a dig route that's a hard one to throw, and you get a great route by Channing Goodwin. You get a great throw by Bryce Underwood. You convert, and now all of a sudden you go in up a touchdown versus going in. If you had punted that, you had a chance of going in down at halftime. They were up 14-10, I believe, and they go up 21-10. They were, what was that? I can't read.
24-10?
17-10, 2-minute drive, 24-10.
They were up 17-10, yeah.
Yeah. It was there's not a lot of adversity when you host New Mexico to kick off the season. They had 75 new football players. There's not a lot of adversity. But the little moments where he had to showcase, he did. The 3rd and 13 was the first. The second one was the first play of the second half, I believe, when they're in the shadow of their own end zone, and he throws that little lob up to Klein. Yeah. So touch, zip, the throws he had to make, zero turnover-worthy plays. He called it a C+. Now, maybe he's harder on himself. I thought he passed his debut. There's only so much you can do.
C+ is passing.
Yes. There's only so much you can do when you're facing New Mexico. You can't prove a ton when you face a team like that. But, John, you said they're better than last year, which I don't think was even under dispute, though. Right? Like, I think everybody expected this team to not lose 5 football games.
They're a freshman quarterback.
Right.
And so, there's a lot of people that are, hey, Bryce Underwood, $12 million. There's a lot of pressure on this team or a lot of expectations on this team. That wasn't necessarily mine. I expect them, as I expect them every year, to be in the college football playoffs. But I also am looking at a freshman quarterback, a revamped offensive line, unknowns in the backfield, unknowns at wide receiver, unknown at tight, like the whole offense, unknown. defensively, I had said this. I think they were going to be a better defense this year than they were last year.
I don't know that they showed that they're a better defense in game one. I think offensively, it was almost by default they were going to be better. John, they do not have the D-line they had a year ago.
No, but they're much deeper. Which, and you look at the rep chart, no one, I think the most reps anybody got was like 31, 32 reps. No one's going to get more reps than, I think that'll probably be the max of any one guy throughout the course of the season. They're always going to be fresh. And as soon as somebody goes down, or like as soon as somebody shows that they're breathing heavily, hey, send in the reinforcements. I think the edge is better this year than it was last year.
Some ticket text coming in, your first impressions of Michigan and Michigan State, and who encouraged more? Who was more impressive? Ticket texters saying, I think Michigan State was more impressive all around. Both offenses looked like they moved the ball, though. Mm-hmm. Michigan, by far the easiest Big Ten schedule. They'll play nobody except OSU, and they should start the season with ease. It looks like Michigan's defense isn't as good as advertised.
Okay, it's one person's opinion. That's fine.
Oklahoma 34-16. Apparently, we're already taking predictions for the upcoming week. Cookie's football knowledge impressed me the most. 0 for 7. Good job. And how about this? The targeting call in the Michigan game was ridiculous. They need to come up with different levels to this thing. That punishment doesn't fit the crime. Way too harsh.
Yeah, we can debate whether or not you thought it was targeting. I don't really care. If you want to call that a personal foul and give them 15 yards, that's fine with me. But I think the ejection, and I said this when the rule was put in place, because there was a Clemson linebacker, and I can't remember his name, in the college football playoffs, first week of the college football, when there was 4 teams, first game, and had to miss the first half of the national championship game. I said at that time, this is ridiculous. I'm not just saying it because it's Michigan. It just happens to be what we're talking about right now. To be ejected from the game for that hit is ridiculous. And again, I'm not making a proclamation of whether or not it was. The officials called it, so that's the penalty.
And the penalty is if it happens in the second half, you miss that half and the first half of your next game.
Mm-hmm.
I would, funny enough, they should take inspiration from your favorite sport, soccer. They should have a yellow card, red card situation. That's a yellow card. You're on warning. One more and you get tossed.
Yeah,
you can call it targeting. You can give 15 yards, but there
do
should be
something more manly than the yellow and red card. But yes,
but tier it. Because there should be some more discretion involved. He's going to miss the first half against Oklahoma.
Yes.
248-539-9797. Greg Palm is back. That's at 6:35 this morning. Who's the new number one? And how far do you fall if you lost in week one? It's 97-1. All right, KG Law. Tell you about Lawrence KG and his team. If you're injured in a car accident, call Lawrence KG at KG Law. One of the few law firms in the country that specializes in car accidents. Lawrence KG has won millions of dollars for his clients because he fights hard and he wins big. If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call KG Law now. That's 877-KG-CARES. Visit kgcares.com. That's KAJY, kgcares.com. Juan Soto, good at baseball. Greg Gainey on the call. Tigers lost yesterday to the Mets. Charlie Morton, yikes. A couple of yikes in a row. Not sure if he's good at baseball. 41, it's been a mixed bag for him this season. We'll have A.J. Hinch on the show tomorrow. Look forward to that conversation. Trying to figure out who the number 2 pitcher is for this Tigers team. Got ticket text reacting to Michigan and Michigan State. Which one was more encouraging? Because I think both teams had encouraging first games. Michigan State, back to basics, run the damn ball. Most rushing yards they'd had in the first half in 49 games. Defense pitches a shutout. And for Michigan, look, everybody knew the offense was going to be better. But to see Bryce Underwood go out there, no turnover-worthy plays, flash a couple wow moments. Michigan won that game, maybe not by as much as you would have liked, but you're impressed with the direction with a new quarterback. 248-539-9797. First text says Underwood will be a huge star, and another says he will be considered the Big Ten's best quarterback by the middle of the season. Real deal.
Pump the brakes.
Can he play Oklahoma first?
Yeah, let's actually play a defense. And I don't want to take away from anything he did, but let's make sure that we let him grow. And because there's going to be coachable moments. They're going to happen against Oklahoma. They could happen on the road against USC, Nebraska. Like, there's a lot of time for him to have some of his freshman moments. But I love the fact that the environment, the moment wasn't too big from him. He was playing in front of 110,000 people. That's 105,000 more than he's ever played in front of. Like, the environment itself wasn't too big. What I liked was he handled the excitement of it. Now, there was a couple of balls that he sailed. There was one to Marlon Klein that was just, he needs to learn a little bit of touch. There are things that he has to keep working on, and we'll get to his performance a little bit later in the show, more in depth.
But the key is there's room to grow. So for everybody who takes that as a slight, it should be exciting to you as a Michigan fan that as much as you like that, there's more meat on the bone. Now, when he says best quarterback in the Big Ten by the end of the season, I was not overly impressed with Julian Sayin. Again, much stiffer competition against Texas.
Sure. Drew Allar looked good.
Yeah, I mean, they played Nevada. Dante Moore looked very good. I mean, they were toying with Montana State.
Sure, which you would expect.
Yeah. I think Child's going to have a big year with those new weapons in East Lansing. Ticket text 248-539-9797. Let's get to Sherry in Belleville. Knew we'd be getting this call. Sherry, good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen. How are you today?
Good. Good morning.
So, in regards to Michigan football, I thought Bryce had a really good game. He played a little nervous. You could tell he was a little tight. Some of those passes did sail on him, but that was the excitement of the atmosphere. I really do think they kept him on a short leash. He did not have one scramble. He did not showcase his legs whatsoever. And that's going to be, I think that was one of those things designed on purpose to keep that under wraps for Oklahoma. I think you're going to see a little bit more coming out of him with that Oklahoma game. And he'll be nervous for that one, too. I mean, heck, you can't be nervous going on the road for your very first game with Oklahoma. But the cool thing is, too, in that Oklahoma game, we're going to have 4 kids from Belleville playing in that game. Because Bryce and Elijah Dotson, who had also had a pretty good game for Michigan, got out there, number 22 on defense. Mm-hmm. And then you got Deion Burks, wide receiver.
Very good player.
And there's one more, and I cannot think of his name. It's also from Belleville. So it's going to be a fun time to watch.
Yeah, I mean, the environment will be totally different.
Will, yeah.
John, instead of 100,000 people cheering for you, he'll have not quite that many.
85,000 booing for him.
Going at him. And I did note that he didn't run at all in the opener. They will, of course, need more from him if they're going to beat Oklahoma. They're going in as nearly a touchdown underdog.
I asked Sharon that question yesterday.
Yeah.
And when we talk about Bryce at 650, I'll share with you what Sharon had to say.
Insight directly from the head coach. All right, we'll get to that. We've got Greg Palm coming up at 6:35. Who's the new number 1? How far do the losers fall? But first, Heather with the news.
Well, speaking of losers, let's talk about this guy, this other CEO that went viral over the weekend, right? He became an international villain when he was caught on camera stealing an autographed hat from this little kid at the U.S. Open. Everybody saw this video by now. Well, this guy, he is the CEO of a Polish company, and he has issued an apology. He basically said, that he made a serious mistake, and he basically said that he thought the tennis player was handing him the hat for his children who had earlier asked for an autograph.
Oh, he snatched it quick.
Oh, he sure did.
So I've only read about this. I didn't see it. Did he then quickly turn around and hand it to one of his kids?
No, he shoved it in a bag. He quickly turned and shoved it into a bag and
John,
went away.
Here
What?
you go. You can keep talking. He can watch it.
What a
Yeah.
loser.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
And the player, he kind of said something too, like in the moment he didn't even realize, right? The player didn't see what was going on. He was tired. He was just kind of like, he just finished a match. So he was just, get out of there. As for the kid, everything was made up to the kid. A few days later, the player actually met with him, got pictures with him. He gave him some swag. So everything kind of worked out ultimately in the end. I mean, we'll see what happens to this guy, the CEO, but.
Well, he's not going to get fired.
No, I know, but.
What's going to happen to him? He's going to feel shame.
A whole lot of backlash online. Well,
Yes,
I mean,
yes,
he
you'll-
felt
you'll
enough
feel
shame.
shame.
He felt enough shame to release a pretty
statement.
lengthy statement. I
Yeah.
mean, it didn't
Okay.
just say sorry. He went on to say he's also going to try to be more involved in like youth activities where he can give back. And like, yes, he felt enough shame to release this
Okay.
apology. So that's what he's going to get online. It's just, I mean, people quickly found out who he was. It was like,
Oh, sure. Yes, they always do.
those
Internet's
internet sleuths.
undefeated.
Yes. Lee Corso went out with a bang during his final appearance on College Game Day over the weekend. So he went a perfect 6 for 6 on his picks after Miami had a victory over Notre Dame. So he was one of the lone national analysts to call Florida State's upset over Alabama. He accurately took Tennessee over Syracuse and LSU's road win at Clemson. Plus, he was right on all his other picks. South Carolina's win against Virginia Tech, and good for him, right?
Stars
And
aligned.
what's pretty cool is that his farewell was the most watched College Game Day ever, with an average of 3.1 million viewers and a peak of 5 million viewers during the final headgear pick.
It was a great moment. It was an awesome tribute, the whole show,
Yeah.
and a proper send-off for one of the legends.
Yeah, he's been so entertaining. Not so much in the last couple of years just because of health issues, but wow, so entertaining for so long.
Yeah. This is pretty neat. The Detroit Public School District is cracking down on drivers who attempt to illegally pass a bus when children are loading and unloading. So there's this new state law that allows buses to have cameras on their stop arms, you know, that pop out of the school bus
Right.
to let drivers know, hey, you need to stop. And it's actually going to record violations. So if you go around that red flashing sign when the bus is stopped, you're going to be caught. And starting this year, drivers who are caught on camera violating traffic laws at bus stops will receive a $295 fine in the mail within 30 days. And what's kind of cool is that the school district gets to keep 40% of that revenue. So it's kind of going back to the school district. There's a partnership between the camera vendor. They're going to make obviously some money as well. The cameras use AI, but they do say somebody will actually look through the footage if there is a violation before they issue the citation.
They should also, along with the fine,
Mm-hmm.
have to ride the bus for a day and actually, instead of the arm coming out with the stop sign, they should get out and hold a stop sign.
Crossing guard.
Yes.
Yes. And so make sure that everybody sees a physical body there. And I don't know, maybe wear a scarlet letter as well.
Yep. Lots of
And
people
feel shame.
And feel shame. and then
Yes.
they would feel
Shame
lots of
is the
shame.
punishment of the day.
Arts, Beats, and Eats. A lot of people went to the festival over the weekend, drew in record crowds this year, with organizers reporting a 20% increase in attendance. So that's awesome. Also, the weekend, the weather couldn't be
Perfect.
better for something like this. Of course, this year's festival included 60 restaurants, food trucks, 200 bands, and obviously a showcase of unique art. Did you go?
I did not
Right
go.
in your own backyard.
I know.
Glued to the television.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was either probably the television. He was weeping over his picks as they were happening, or
Dejected.
he could have been playing his video game. I mean, those are the three options.
Or petting his cat.
Yeah, or yeah, he was. That's part of the weeping. He was petting his kitty.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's Greg Palm. It's 97.1. you don't like these, it's Greg's fault, but let's go through it. What's up?
So week one's in the books, meaning we have some actual data to work with, but it's only ones and zeros. I can't work with that a whole lot. So what's the tough part? The tough part is what I spent most of the weekend with was trying to balance out the incoming data with the preseason expectations and how much additional credit does one team get for winning early or punishment they get for losing early. After a couple of reworks, finally got to a set of rankings that I can live with. And it's an order that I think will make some sense to you guys as well.
Makes some sense, but as we continued, 2 weeks is going to be a big difference with that much more data. 3 weeks, certainly when they get into conference play, but it's an evolving process.
So we're going to start number 12. Hey, we got a new friend in the rankings, Texas A&M, 1-0. They were in the undercurrent preseason. Now, losses from others, plus a win over UT San Antonio, who's not a slouch. Top half of America, we're talking about with the Roadrunners. That has Texas A&M in the rankings this week. They're hosting Utah State coming up. Number 11, back in the rankings from the preseason is Ole Miss. Impressive in a home win over Georgia State. Next, they are on the road at Kentucky to begin SEC play. Number 10, Michigan. Now, Bryce Underwood, he displayed the impressive traits, the accuracy, the zip on the ball, tight spirals, they were all there. Justin Haynes, he showed the explosiveness from the backfield. Now, what I would like to see from Michigan, a little bit more of the pounding style of running, the 5 yards, 6 yards, repeated running the football, plus a little bit more get off the field on defense. New Mexico had some long drives in that game, at least a couple. Some of them may have been aided by some questionable officiating, but New Mexico had them.
They were playing off at the receivers quite a bit, which was... I just was frustrated by that.
Would you believe that New Mexico won TOP, time of possession?
I would believe that, yes.
Well, when you have, a 56-yard run for a touchdown and another 59-yard run, those are quick possessions.
But I would have been surprised going into the weekend if you told me that.
And coming up next, they have Oklahoma.
It's the Greg Palm Game of the Week.
Was there ever any doubt Bro-Oklahoma is coming this Saturday? Ooh. I will be down there. Another game that I've been looking forward to for a couple of years. It's Bryce Underwood on the road. It's a stiffer defensive test for Michigan. And we've talked about this all summer. OU needs a big win. Brent Venables needs a big win. That fan base, I think, wants it to work with Venables.
Yeah.
And they want to prove that they're better off without Lincoln Riley.
Yeah. Going to have to talk about that trip more later in the week.
To number 9, we'll go with Clemson here. That tough loss at home to LSU. Clemson's still the overwhelming favorite in the ACC. Shouldn't be punished too much for that loss to the LSU Tigers.
No, they shouldn't be punished too much for the loss, but the performance is the issue. And the lack of a rushing game, 31 yards rushing when you have a dual threat quarterback. He had, I know sack yards play into it in college football, but 8 carries for 1 yard. Like, they're going to need more. And then throwing the ball, 19 of 38. You want to talk about a Heisman Trophy candidate that had a bad performance? I know Arch Manning has his own, but if his name's not Arch Manning, we're focusing on Klubnik. This to me was, and it was kind of appropriate, knowing that in the process, Jim kept losing games and losing games. You would figure that his national title hopeful going into the season would probably perform like this.
And the key is they're not dead yet, but I'm not going to defend what I saw on Saturday night. Look, they were shut out in the second half. LSU doubled them up on first downs. If Brian Kelly takes the field goal before the half, this is a double-digit home loss for the Clemson Tigers. Greg, I think you're generous keeping them at 9.
Number 8 is Texas. Don't want to discount what OSU did defensively, but Texas did not look good on offense. And you mentioned Arch. Arch had some moments, especially late in the game, but he looked inaccurate for the most part. Coming up next, they are hosting San Jose State, who, by the way, lost to Jim's Chips.
That's right. Fire up, baby. 1-0 in the Drinkle era.
I'm just going to say one thing about this. Arch did not play well. Not breaking news there. But I don't know that he was done any favors. After the first horrible pass, it's like Sark puckered up and just wouldn't call anything to give Arch a chance to pull out of it.
But that's chicken and the egg. Like, he's looking at his quarterback going, I might have to help this guy.
Yeah, but you also have to look across the field and say, you know what, if we're going to win this game, we're going to have to put something on the quarterback.
Number 7, LSU. Great win at Clemson. That was needed for that program. That was needed for Brian Kelly's sanity, quite frankly. You saw Garrett Nussmeier really heat up in the second half, and now they've got a leg up going into possibly going into the CFP over Clemson and a lot of other teams with a big road win in their pocket. And Clemson, we're going to see. We expect Clemson still to be good, 9-10 teams.
Yeah.
Those wins are just going to be feeding LSU and pushing them up the rankings.
It's a great resume booster. In fact, I think LSU should be the number 1 team in America today. I know it'll likely be Ohio State. LSU went on the road and won against a veteran team that returned 16 starters. That's more impressive to me than what Ohio State did.
There's no question about it. I think this is the most important or the most impressive win of the weekend. And I mentioned I went back and watched all of LSU's games last year. Garrett Nussmeier is my leading candidate for the Heisman Trophy. I think this is the first option. And the problem with Clemson, those wins are going to feed LSU, but how good are those wins going to be in the ACC? Like, they don't really play a great schedule. This was Clemson's first chance, or really only chance, to be able to make a statement. LSU was the one with the statement, and I'm not going to sit here and say it saved Brian Kelly's job, but I think you put it right. It did save his sanity. But look at this LSU team to continue to improve, and it's Garrett Nussmeier that's going to be leading the charge.
Well, it's going to be saving Brian Kelly's job if it gets him into the playoff, which that's a huge step up to get them in.
But what's saving Brian Kelly's job is the buyout.
Sure.
It's $60 million.
Sure. Number 6, let's move on. Oregon blew out Montana State. Interesting cross-sectional game coming up. They're hosting Oklahoma State. That's on CBS. Number 5, here's where we find Notre Dame. Down 4 spots from last week. Not a big punishment losing at Miami in week 1. They took their time getting Jeremiah Love involved in the game, and that was probably their biggest problem with Sunday night's game at Miami. Mm-hmm. Number 4, Georgia thumped Marshall. More easing into the season next week before a big road trip to Rocky Top in week 3. But coming up here between the hedges, they've got Austin Peay. Number 3, Miami, Florida. The is-back pendulum has flipped from Texas to the U. Added the most by beating last week's number 1 team in Notre Dame. Defensive line took over the game late against an experienced offensive line. And on the other side, the other trenches, offensive line did a great job protecting Carson Beck. And Carson Beck played like a guy, like he doesn't have to win the Heisman Trophy, and they don't have to win the national championship tonight.
He played with poise, with moxie. He played like a guy who was benefiting from a change of scenery, quite honestly. But to me, the headline was their defensive line. That defensive line would pave the path for them to win the ACC and make noise in the college football playoff.
Number 2.
That D-line was legit. I mean, especially when there were a couple times they just went unblocked.
That helps.
Yeah.
Yeah, the last sack where the defensive end just turns around the right guard.
Yes. Yeah.
Number 2, we got Penn State. 1-0. Beat Nevada, did as expected. No surprises here. They're hosting Florida International.
Well, and here's the thing I want to say about Penn State. And I know you had mentioned that LSU, Jim, you mentioned LSU should be the number 1 team in the country. I actually think it should be Penn State. Now, there's nothing that you're looking at it going, oh, wow, this win against Nevada.
Yeah,
but they did, I mean, there's not much to be gained in that game. They could have lost a lot, but they just simply took care of business. And I thought that from quarterback to receiver to O-line, that offense looked solid. It looked methodical, and defensively, I thought they had a lot of speed.
It was Nevada. You'd put them number 1?
Penn State, yeah. I mean, they were at 2, and I just thought that they would bump up to 1.
But number 3 beat number 1.
Yeah, but we'll talk about that here in a minute.
Well, to John's credit, if you think they're the better team, then you think they're the better team.
Yes.
No matter like who they played. Like, a couple years ago, Ohio State went on the road, beat Notre Dame. Never did I think they were a better team than Michigan that entire year, for example. Speaking of which, number 1 is Ohio State. Hey, was anybody else annoyed by the Fox broadcast giving Matt Patricia his flowers?
No.
Now, they did allow 7 points only. Texas was 1 of 5 on 4th downs, to that defense's credit, including 4th and goal from the 1. That's the difference in the game when they stopped Texas and Ohio State on their own 4th and goal from the 1 score. That's the difference in the game right there, Ohio State number 1.
Not overly impressed with the rushing attack by Ohio State, 77 total yards on the ground. Not overly impressed with Julian Sayin. But what Julian Sayin didn't do was make the big mistake. He didn't, and I thought, okay, I know everybody wants to get, and yesterday, you would have been amazed because Jeff Rieger was all over Matt Patricia.
Like praising him?
Praising him.
Was this an alternate universe?
First of all, how he looked, the weight loss.
Slim,
but
svelte.
then talking about the NFL defense that he brought to Ohio State. So it was bizarro world for a little while.
I struggle with it because I watched it and it was a good defensive performance, but I have to wonder how much of that is Sark and Arch. Because I've seen enough Matt Patricia to know.
I'm just not sold that they are the number one team in the country. I think it should be Penn State 1 and Ohio State 2.
All right, well, we'll have Jim and John Palm coming up.
Greg Palm every Tuesday. It's 97.1.
Hey, we got some great moments in college football. Even better moments coming up with the league starting up this weekend. America's favorite place to watch football is Stadium Swim, located at Circle Resort Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen located at Circle Resort and Casino. It's in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circlelasvegas.com.
It's Bryce Underwood given a C+ for his performance Saturday night at the Big House. John, you said you spoke to Sharon Moore. Want some insight on that. We also have insight from Jamar in Westland, who has weighed in on Bryce Underwood as well. We'll get to those texts as the hour progresses.
Yeah, he's got to move on because Hendon Hooker's no longer here.
We also have the 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. A chance to win $2,000 as we get back into that fall routine. I know a lot of you guys are doing the same. Good morning. All right, John, what's the deal with Bryce?
So my grade would have been more like a B. And I thought that he handled the moment just fine. Sure, there's going to be things that he has to work on. We're going to be talking about it in 3 years. They're going to change. But in 3 years, there's still going to be things that he has to work on. That's being an athlete. And your level and your expectations mean that as you go, you're going to be expected to do more. Now, going from playing New Mexico to playing Oklahoma, week 1 to week 2. Coaches say it all the time, and I can tell you for sure that your biggest jump is between week 1 and week 2. Now, the biggest jump in competition is also going to be between week 1 and week 2. But in watching him, I was wondering, and we had one caller already from Belleville talking about, he had a little bit of jitters, and he did sail a couple of balls. When I saw him start spring ball, there was a lot of them that sailed because he was so excited to be wearing the winged helmet and to be playing college football. And he was throwing, he wanted to show off the arm strength. Same thing at the start of fall camp. What I saw from him on Saturday night, that was pure growth in terms of handling the moment, the emotions. Yeah, he was going to sail some. And some of those throws had to be laser beamed, like the 3rd and 13 pass to Channing Goodwin. There were others where he threw the 100-mile-an-hour fastball where if he just takes a little bit off, it's going to be a more catchable ball. I did like the fact that he threw that one to Marlon Klein to start the second half, which you mentioned. But it's touch, and that's going to be something that any young quarterback going into their first game, you're going to come out and probably say, well, he needs to learn touch. All right, that's just the fact of an 18-year-old kid that is excited to play and is trying to impress everyone that is looking at him around the country.
My favorite part of his performance may have been that he gave himself a C+. Because I think there's going to be this tendency to overhype. He was a number 1 recruit and overdo what we saw on Saturday. Humble, grounded, give yourself a C+. And honestly, you kind of have to grade on a curve when it's New Mexico.
Right.
We did not see him run the ball. They stalled out a lot in the second half, right? Only scored 1 touchdown in the second half. I think it's an honest and refreshing assessment to say it's a C+. I think he's being a little hard on himself. I give him a B- because there were no turnover-worthy throws. And we saw him have 2 different types of wow throws. A lot of them were that laser beam bullet, the best of which on the 3rd and 13. But seeing him put a little touch, a little loft, get out of the end zone, seeing a variety of wow throws, you should be incredibly encouraged as a Michigan fan that you have all the talent you could ask for at that position.
When they rolled him out, which I liked, changed the launch point of the quarterback. I've mentioned that a number of different times. It limits what you can do down the field, right? It cuts off half the field. He rolls out to his right, and he basically has, middle of the field to the sideline. Those are his options, but he gets a clear view. And for a young quarterback, not having to look over or through an offensive line, not having to decipher where a blitz is coming from, and you get over there, that makes things easy. You're not going to be able to do that every single time against Oklahoma. No. They're going to take away that half of the field. The problem the issue that I had when he was rolling out was he wouldn't set his feet. He was not under duress. He wanted to show that he could throw on the run, and sometimes you're going to have to do that, but he had plenty of time, set his feet, and deliver a more accurate ball. When things were not as accurate, it was when he was throwing the ball on the run, which makes sense, but he has to understand I have the time, set my feet, deliver the strike. Those are some things that's why I would grade, you start taking him down a little bit, that I got to a B.
Yeah, and this week it's going to be, you're going to see it. I mean, Mateer is going to be sitting opposite a dual threat quarterback, veteran. He threw for almost 400 yards in week 1, 3 touchdowns, and shows a little bit of mobility himself. You are going to see the step up in competition, and you're going to have to keep up.
I mentioned speaking with Sharon Moore.
Yeah.
And I asked him that question about, are we going to see, and the read option, he handed the ball off every time, and Jordan Marshall was the one that got just ruined because of it, because he was running most of those read options. And the defense was just crashing down. I asked him, I'm like, hey, defense is crashing down. Was it a mandate that he is to hand the ball off every time? And he said, well, we just didn't want to put him at risk in that first game. And he said the other thing that you want to make sure that you have is when you have a quarterback of his talent that can deliver the ball, that can make good decisions, you don't want to expose him to some of those hits. And I don't know that they're necessarily comfortable with, because he actually said the line, if you have a quarterback that runs, you better have a really good backup quarterback. And I don't know that they're comfortable going to Jaden Davis just yet.
So he's QB2 right now, Jaden
Yes.
Davis. Okay. But they know to beat Oklahoma, they can't hold back. They can't leave elements of the offense on the sideline. If teams are going to crash and you have that mobile quarterback, you pull the ball, you take your yardage, you move the sticks. And Bryce already wants to play physical. He's throwing blocks out there on plays as it is.
Yeah.
It helps get a guy into the game sometimes, especially you're on the road. There's going to be a lot of jitters. You do a little bit of the hammering as opposed to getting hit. That could go a long way.
I asked him about that as well, and he said, we don't want that. We don't want Bryce throwing blocks. And he said, we believe Justice would have scored on that play no matter what. Like the race to the corner would have been won by Justice Haynes. And all he had to do was make him bubble a little bit, like just get in the way.
Yeah.
And so that one was it was a coaching moment. But on Bryce's side, like, how do you show leadership as a freshman quarterback? You go out there and show that you're willing to be physical.
Yeah.
Okay, the coaching point is don't do it again. But on behind the scenes, you're like, okay, nice job. You're showing the rest of your team that you're willing to do what they're willing to do.
Do you have a read that they're going to let him lower a shoulder in the run game when he's the ball carrier? Do you think that's going to be more incorporated this week?
I think it will be part of the offense, and I think he has to learn when to take the hit and when to slide. And that's the caution that you have with the young quarterback, especially when he shows the willingness to throw a block like that, is when he, read option, all right, sticks it in the belly of Justice Haynes, pulls it out, and all of a sudden he's running around the corner. When you pick up first down yardage and you start to see yourself at risk of being hit, slide.
Yeah.
Please slide.
Well, because you, as much as Michigan fans, and I saw this was a recurring sentiment, our offense has so much more juice with Bryce.
Yeah.
If he were to get hurt, all of a sudden you are the 2024 Michigan Wolverines again, staring down a 5-loss season.
I wouldn't go that far.
Why?
Jaden Davis can deliver a good ball, and he can run as well. I don't think the step back is going to last year's offense, and some of that is
Chip Lindsey. Okay. Ticket, text, phone calls, 248-539-9797. Getting your grades on Bryce Underwood. He gave himself a C+. What would you grade the performance for Michigan's star-studded true freshman quarterback? John, I'm staring at the review from Jamar in Westland. We'll get to that after the update. Again, open lines, 2 Grand Slam at 725.
He's got to be happy, though, because Hendon Hooker found someplace that really wants him. Did you hear that one yesterday? I'm just happy to be somewhere where they want me. Okay.
Best of luck in Carolina, kid.
Yes.
97.1.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. A 10-8 loss for the Tigers yesterday in their series opener with the Mets at Comerica Park. Juan Soto had a 4th-inning grand slam and a 6th-inning 2-run triple, which both put the Mets ahead at the time. Charlie Morton gave up 6, while Jahmai Jones and Wencio Perez both went deep. TCU spoils Bill Belichick's college coaching debut with a 48-14 win over North Carolina last night. It was a party in Chapel Hill, a sellout crowd, a pregame concert. Even Michael Jordan showed up, but Belichick put that loss simply. The 48 points scored by TCU last night, the most the Tar Heels have ever allowed in a season opener. Michigan State head coach Jonathan Smith says he's optimistic about getting safety Nakai Martinez, guard Luca Vinci, and kicker Martin Connaughton back for Saturday's game against Boston College. All three missed the opener with Western. And the Michigan-Ohio State rivalry was seen on the recruiting trail this weekend. Michigan running backs coach Tony Alford, a former Ohio State coach, offered 2027 five-star recruit Myson Johnson Cook while he was in attendance at the Horseshoe for the Buckeyes' win over Texas on Saturday. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Seven o'clock. Good morning. 97.1. 2 Grand Slam is 25 minutes away. Got overreactions from a long extended Labor Day weekend.
All right, what's Jamar got for us now?
Jamar in Westland, noted Hendon Hooker fan, has weighed in on Bryce Underwood's debut. I wish we could get Underwood to Detroit now. He's not better than Hooker, but he's better than Goff. Underwood to Detroit ASAP. Jamar in Westland. Noted Underwood guy.
Is there anyone that just has a disdain for Jared Goff more than Jamar? Literally,
Sean McVay?
Yeah. I'm surprised. Wait till we start getting the Kyle Allen texts.
Is there going to be a Kyle Allen little fan club in town?
Oh, there's always a fan club for the backup quarterback. There's always a fan club. Oh, well, he could do better.
Right, but he's like, it's well documented. Like a journeyman is not.
Yes,
he's a Band-Aid.
Yes.
Okay.
There's always a fan club for number 2.
So, like, if Jared Goff throws two picks in Lambeau this week, we're gonna get Kyle Allen texts and calls on Monday.
Yeah, I don't expect that the performance, but yeah.
Okay. So, if anybody's hyping up Bryce Underwood, they can get in line behind Jamar in Westland, who wants him to be the Detroit Lions quarterback tomorrow. But you can weigh in 248-539-9797. How would you grade Bryce Underwood? He gave himself a C+. John said B. I said B-. We also want to talk about this Barham suspension that will be upheld. The targeting. What's your read on that, John?
Well, I have an opposition to the penalty. And I think that ejection from the game, first of all, is too much. And ejection for the next game. How much more, if that penalty happens in the 29th minute of the game versus the 31st minute of the game, it completely changes the penalty. Instead of just missing the second half of that game, now all of a sudden you miss the first half of the next game. And I just think that the ejection, it needs to be adjusted. Mission accomplished, right? The targeting calls, the hits to the head have decreased. All right. And I know that it's easier to loosen up. It's just like a parent, right? You got to be with stiff punishments to begin with, and then you can always loosen up. It's harder to tighten up. So mission accomplished. Now it's time to adjust the penalty to the targeting. It should be a personal foul. 15 yards, give him a first down. That's fine. The ejection is what I have an issue with. And the call, I thought it was a BS call. I'll just give you my opinion of it. I don't think it was targeting. And if it was, all right, and the quarterback who's, was he acting or was he really dazed by that? Because if he's dazed by it and it was a hit to the head and he gets up slow and he looks a little woozy, isn't there supposed to be medical personnel up top that says, wait a second, he needs to be checked out?
Flag it, yeah.
But all of a sudden he's back in the next play?
Okay, so the play, I think it's we focus on like defenseless receivers over the middle, I think is where people really look for targeting. The quarterback, you can hit him. You can hit him hard and you can cause pain. That's football. He did go helmet to helmet, so I understand why they called it. John, I think there needs to be a tier to this, a tiered system to targeting, where the first one is kind of a yellow card situation and the second one is a red card situation. And if it's egregious, immediate red card and you're out of here. But we should have some discretion because kicking guys out, even for that current game, is too easy. And to miss a second game is punitive.
And I will say this. It is rare that the appeal is heard and overturned. It has happened, and I've seen some of them, and they were worse hits than I saw Jayshon Barham put on laying their quarterback on Saturday night. Yeah. And so I don't know that there wasn't high expectations that it would be overturned. I think we're all hopeful because we'd like to see him in the first half of that Oklahoma game. I hope he comes out in the second half, hair on fire, and just is as mad as can be, and plays the way he was playing before that ejection, because he was crushing it. He was having a hell of a game.
Yeah, he's arguably Michigan's best defensive player.
Yeah.
And they'll be without him for the first half against Oklahoma in Norman. Ticket Texter says, what about penalty stands but ejections or judgment?
Well, and so
That's kind of what I was saying.
I've kind of said this as well. Like, I believe that you can see intent. He didn't hit him with the crown of his helmet, which is actually in the rule.
Right.
And so by that definition, it shouldn't have been targeting. There was, you look at it at certain angles, he turns his head, there is helmet to helmet contact, so I get that, but it was with his face mask, not the crown of the helmet. But I do believe you can see intent. And you could make that judgment call. And everybody says, well, how do you know that? I believe you know it when you see it. And to me, there wasn't intent to harm or maim in that hit.
The classic Supreme Court definition of pornography. I know it when I see it. I know target. I know intent when I see it.
Yeah.
Some texts coming in, both on Bryce and what to make of the ejection and the targeting call. Text says, one win over nobody, and Michigan fans, especially Jansen, are crowning Underwood. Give me a break.
Wait. We're crowning him?
I feel like you did the opposite. I think you were measured. I think he was measured. Text says, I don't think John's off with limiting Bryce's ability to run. Look at Jackson Dart in the preseason. That's an NFL quarterback who still doesn't know when to slide. These guys have to learn.
He wants to go out there and prove to his teammates that, and to everybody else, and fulfill the expectations. The expectations that he's going to be all-world from the moment he steps on the field until he is the number 1 overall draft pick. And I'm not making that prediction. I'm saying he's trying to live up to those expectations. And when that is in the back of your mind as a competitor, it's really hard to make that decision. And as a young quarterback, you got to know when it's first down. And so you hand the ball off to Justice Haynes and he picks up 5 yards. You're like, well, that's a good first down run. If Bryce Underwood is carrying the ball around edge and slides at 5 yards, that's still a good run.
Yeah.
And he doesn't take a hit. But he's got to understand when it's 3rd and 4, do I need to bury my shoulder to pick up 5 yards? It's much different in that situation. And now you're asking a young quarterback with a lot going on, to make that determination.
And on the other side of that coin, it's okay to admit that he looked good. Like,
Yes.
the traits are there.
Yeah. It's totally okay to say that. Text says, while an insane performance would have everyone going crazy, this is the best start he could have had. It's not flashy, got his feet wet. Best part, quick release. Joe in Taylor.
Yes.
Texter says, I would also give him a B. John says, I'm no football expert, but it seemed to me he forced the ball to some receivers quite often. I think he was lucky he didn't throw a few interceptions.
The two that I think should have not been thrown were a couple to Marlon Klein in the middle. And some of that is on him. Some of it's also on Marlon Klein, of being able to recognize a zone defense and sitting down in that zone. Same thing with Channing Goodwin. There was one that was a little bit behind him, and that to me was Bryce throwing it behind him because it was zone. Should have sat down in a nice comfy little hole in the zone instead of drifting. He didn't run through it, but he drifted, and Bryce was really trying to protect him by throwing it behind him and not leading him into getting his head knocked off.
On the penalty call, Ticket Texter says, the targeting was ridiculous, only happened because the QB was standing. The targeting rule should be similar to the flagrant tiers in the NBA. If there's intentional dropping of the crown, then you eject and suspend. If the helmet contact was not intentional, personal foul, penalty, but the player stays in the game.
I agree.
I agree with that. Texter says, Michigan isn't interested in fairness clearly, so who cares if the punishment isn't fair? Michigan doesn't care.
There'll be those.
To me, he clearly targeted, was called for targeting, and is facing punishment for targeting. I don't see what the issue is. Look, by the rule, It's targeting. And the rule is you can't play the first half of the next game if it happens in the second half.
Right.
I'm not saying Michigan should get preferential treatment at all. I'm saying if we are discussing targeting as this ongoing issue, there is a tweak that should be made to this rule. And it shouldn't be done for Michigan's benefit this week. The rule is the rule. It should be done for the benefit of everybody playing in week 2 and week 3 and week 4.
Well, they're not going to adjust the rule now.
I know.
But
My
in the
point is
off
moving
season,
forward.
yes, in the offseason, they need to look at this and say, how many times are we ejecting players for, whether it's first half, you're ejected for the second half, or if it's second half and you're ejected for the first half of the next game. That, to me, is absolutely ridiculous. That needs to be changed in the rule. And that's not going to happen until the offseason, which is when it should be changed.
By the way the rule is written, that was textbook targeting from an unnamed texter. By John's new rule, you have to have a concussion to be penalized. That's Jody in Orange Park, Florida. John Jansen, spoken like a true Michigan fan. The hit was so illegal. Says helmet to helmet, hit the quarterback. Come on, that's an ejection, and it was deserved.
The biggest issue I have is, and it doesn't matter if it was, I know everybody's going to get over me because we're talking about a Michigan player.
You had the same opinion with the Clemson player back in the
Clemson
CFP.
linebacker in the CFP when this initial rule was put in place. I think it is absolutely ridiculous that you're ejected from the game for that hit.
All right, we got the 2 Grand Slam coming up at 7:25. Overreact Jim's bottom of the hour. Let's get to Heather with the news out of the next segment. It's 97.1.
Hey, in sports, when you're sidelined by an injury, it's personal. The same goes for life. That's where personal injury attorney David Femininio steps in. And trust me, after an accident, you're going to need an attorney who makes it personal. That someone is David Femininio. His slogan is Get David, Get Paid. I say it all the time. It's not just a slogan. It's his promise to take care of you. So if you or someone you know has been injured, tell him to call David Femininio at 855-65-CRASH, or you can always go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That number again, 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
Before the 2 Grand Slam, Heather's got the news.
Yeah, I sure do. So a college football mascot had to make a quick exit from the field after he lost his head in what was now or is a hilarious scene that the internet will never forget. I mean,
awesome.
I watched this video. I wanted more. Like, I really want... The video didn't show all of the buildup. Like, I wanted more.
So the Oregon Duck has had a rough couple of years because...
With his head?
No, last year, I forget which game it was, but the Duck was crowd surfing after the game, and they dropped him. Oh, it was awesome. I felt bad for the individual in the middle, but anytime something happens to one of the mascots, it's funny.
Yeah, this was hilarious, I thought, because as soon as he runs out onto the field before the game, right, his head falls off. And instead of grabbing the head and putting
around.
it back on, and he sprints, probably the fastest this guy has ever run in his entire life, runs back through the tunnel. But what makes it even better is his handler. The guy he was probably always walking around the stadium with him grabs the head and sprints just as fast back through the tunnel. And then later on, he does reappear like nothing ever happened.
Yes. Our birds' heads are falling off.
It was great. It was a great
It
moment.
made me think, is that protocol? Because they acted so quick.
I think it is. I think the protocol, mascot protocol, is you never want to reveal
That there's
who's
a
inside
human in
the
there.
costume.
Like, we all
So-
know that, right? But
you don't know gender, right? Like
right.
you have no clue who's inside of these mascots.
Yeah.
Run,
So
hide.
I think that's what it is. Like, I don't know if he was running with his hands over his face or if he just had his head down, but I mean that guy sprinted fast, and so did his handler right afterward. It was fabulous. It was fabulous. Nothing.
I was going to say, how do we not know the duck's gender? Do we not look underneath the duck's skirt?
Yeah, I guess the skirt doesn't give it away anymore.
Goodness. After facing intense backlash online for snatching an autographed hat from a child at the U.S. Open, this Polish CEO is now offering an apology. So this guy became an international villain, quickly went viral when he just grabbed this hat and then turned around, shoved it in his bag, and left the scene, right? Like, and this poor little kid was left distraught, was like, dude, what just happened? He tried to get the tennis player's attention to say, like, wait, that was for me. But the tennis player at the moment didn't even realize what was going on.
It's just moved on.
It's just this poor kid left sitting there. Well, now the CEO is apologizing to the boy and says that he thought that the hat was for his children, who apparently had asked for an autograph earlier in the day. So he thought this guy, the tennis player, was handing it in his direction, thought it was for his kids that actually weren't, at least in the video, weren't right there with him.
Did he give it to his kids? Because then it's a little more
It sounds
understandable.
like in the apology, he actually gave it back to this little boy.
Oh, okay.
So he released a lengthy apology online. It's translated into English, so some of it comes across a little different. But he said that I would like to unequivocally apologize to the injured boy, his family, as well as all the fans and the player himself. I made a huge mistake. He goes on to say that he was convinced that the tennis player was passing the hat in his direction for his sons who had asked for an autograph earlier. He also called the incident a needed lesson in humility. So
let me ask an ethics question. If he would have stole the hat out of, like, before a kid got it or a ball and then immediately handed it to his own child, is that acceptable? Or should it be you can't do that?
not like, to me, it's different. This is a little different than a foul ball to me. I mean,
'Cause
that
it's an
boy
autographed
had
memorabilia.
had to hand that. I'm guessing the boy handed the hat to the tennis player who signed it and returned it.
Yeah, I don't know how where the hat came from. Like, if it was his hat that he had handed to him and it signed it, or was he signing hats and then handing them?
Right.
Like, I don't know.
Because if that's the case, if the little boy handed the guy a hat to sign and then the man stole it, like, that's
Awful.
the whole situation is. I mean, he came across as. It looked awful.
Yeah.
He looked like a huge loser online. 2 people were shot, one fatally, during this altercation that began in the parking lot of a hotel in Rochester Hills. So according to the Oakland County Sheriff's Office, deputies responded to a chaotic incident on Monday afternoon near the area of Rochester Road and South Boulevard. They say there was an incident that started at a Fairfield Inn parking lot and then ended in a traffic crash near that intersection. Officials say there were 3 people involved in the incident. 2 of them were shot. Obviously, I said one fatally. It's not clear who did the shooting. They haven't released anybody's name, but they say they do have the people that were connected, and an investigation is underway, but a very sad and chaotic scene, apparently. According to data, before I go on, if you want a chance to win $2,000,
Now's your
give us a
time.
call, 248-539-9797. Now, according to data, the Great Lakes have been warmer than usual, and welcome news, obviously, to swimmers, but not so welcome news to species that are invading the waters, and also our winter. Well, our early
the
winter.
lake effect snow could
Yes.
be greater than usual.
These warmer temperatures create a breeding ground for invasive species. And experts say temperatures of the Great Lakes have been up 4 degrees warmer than their daily average over the past month. And they say this extra heat could have a few long-term effects, including aiding in the growth and maturity of these invasive species, but also the high temperatures could mean more snow in the region during the late fall and early winter. So prepare yourself.
Yes.
Finally, there was a lot of people that participated in the Mackinac Bridge Walk on Labor
really?
Day. Yeah, more than last year. There was about 33,000 people that participated this year. They say that's 3,000 more than last year. And it really was a perfect day to do this. If you were going to do it, like, you couldn't have asked for better weather. So this has been going around. It's been an annual walk since 1958. Only year that it didn't take place was 2020. Pretty cool.
All right. Time to give away some money.
All right, let's give away some money, right? The easiest way to win some money in 60 seconds if you get 10 questions right. If not, you're going to get $25 for each question answered correctly.
This morning, we're going out to Sterling Heights to talk to Mark. Mark, good morning.
Good morning, guys. How you doing?
Good.
How you feeling, Mark?
A little nervous, but I'm ready.
You're ready. You got this. Got to be confident in this game and quick.
And use your time.
Yes, if you don't know one, pass, and I'll come back to it if there's enough time. Okay, Mark, here we go. Who did the Tigers play yesterday?
New York Mets.
Who does Michigan's football team play this coming Saturday?
Oklahoma.
Who is the head coach of the Oklahoma Sooners?
Venables.
What is the capital of Louisiana?
Baton Rouge.
Who played Jack in the 1997 movie Titanic?
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Who does Michigan State's football team play this coming Saturday?
Boston College.
Sean Mania pitches for this MLB team.
The Mets.
This artist has the current hit Man-Child.
Pass.
Who do the Philadelphia Eagles play on Thursday night?
Dallas.
Shane Beamer is the coach of this college football team.
South Carolina.
This artist has the current hit Man-Child.
Sabrina Carpenter.
Oh, we got a winner! Yes!
Oh, Lord.
You did it, Mark! Congrats!
Well done, Mark.
Thank you.
Oh, man. The one I slipped up on pre-show was, obviously, I had no idea who Sabrina Carpenter was. I'm glad you passed. You didn't take too much time sitting there. And how did you pull that one out?
Luck. My teenage niece. I mentioned it once.
Teenage niece. There you
I
go.
had no idea. But
Did you guess on that Carpenter one?
Yeah.
It was a random guess, just out of thin air.
yeah, kind of it was. I mean, like I said, my niece has mentioned it before, and I know she's like popular right now, so it kind of was, yeah.
Well, you got to give her a call later today
Yeah,
and thank her.
great
I'm going to.
Uncle
I'm going
Mark.
Yep.
We're going to
wow.
put you on
Thank you,
hold,
guys.
but that's incredible.
Yes. Fun Uncle Mark.
I was just, when I got to the end, I was like, don't mess this up, Heather. Don't mess this up. This guy's on a roll. Don't mess this up.
No, he was on a roll through the first, 5, 6, and then he hit the Mets with Sean Mania, and then passed on the artist singing Man-Child. Came back and nailed it. Awesome job.
I was on the edge of my seat going, come on. You're right there, dude.
Yes, and thank you to Femininio Law. They sponsor the 2 Grand Slammed every single Tuesday, so that was awesome. And it takes you off the hot seat.
By the way, we had one other winner since I've been on the show, but it's been
a while.
Probably a year at least.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. So happy for Mark. Let's go through it. I mean, he got all of them right, but just for people who are tuning in, the Tigers played the Mets yesterday.
Yep.
Lost. Juan Soto had a big day at the plate. Michigan football, we've been talking about it all day, all
Boomer
week.
Sooner.
Boomer Sooner. Who is the head coach of those Sooners?
That'd be Brett Venables for now.
That's a good poll. Yeah,
Yep.
he's under some pressure here. Capital, Louisiana. I didn't know this one, John.
Baton Rouge.
Who played Jack in the 1997 movie Titanic? This was Heather's wheelhouse.
Oh, I saw this movie in theaters, I think probably 3 times. I was in 7th grade, middle school, when this movie came out, and it was like,
Yeah.
I mean, it was, what, 3 hours? And
I was a
saw it
grown up at
so
that
many
time, so I
times.
decided it was
Oh,
not
were
going to
you?
watch it. Yeah.
John was a college athlete.
You've never seen it?
No.
You've never seen
never
Titanic?
Titanic?
No, I've seen parts of it. I
Wow.
mean, you can't not see parts of it, right?
Right.
It's shown on TV
Sure.
or you see commercials, yeah.
Okay, we keep it moving. Michigan State plays Boston College. Big game for Jonathan Smith, right? They
Yes.
lost last year out there. Need to show things are different this year. Sean Manaea pitched yesterday for the
Yes.
Mets, which I think helped. Clearly, the guy was paying attention on his Labor Day. Sabrina Carpenter has the hit Man-Child and a bunch of other music out right now. Just ask his niece. The Eagles play the Cowboys on Thursday night, and Shane Beamer coached South Carolina against his dad's former team,
The
Virginia
Hokies.
Tech. The
yes.
Hokies, yeah.
I have something to fully declare.
Yeah.
What?
The Costa jinx is dead. We've got our 2 Grand Slam winner with Costa in person, and the Tigers, they're doing just fine.
Yeah.
All the people that want to attack Jim, we're going to be discoing on Sunday.
Stop it.
He just put that out in the universe, people. That
Stop
wasn't
it.
me.
Stop it.
Hey, coming up next, Overreact Jim's 97.1.
Hey, it's Heather, and if you're like me, you like knowing what to expect, especially when it comes to your phone bill. Well, Verizon's got some big news for your peace of mind. For the first time ever, they're locking in low prices for 3 years. That's right, 3 years guaranteed with my plan. So if you're thinking about making the switch to Verizon, this is for you. You can get a single line for a low price of just $50 a month when you switch and bring your phone on unlimited welcome with autopay plus taxes and fees. And again, that price is locked in for 3 whole years. Because at Verizon, they've got your back now and in the future. So go ahead, take one thing off your worry list. Visit your local Verizon store in Detroit and ask about their 3-year price guarantee today. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Price guarantee applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms and conditions apply.
Are you going to hit the smart alarm early?
You know it's coming. Let's get through this weekend in college football. Number 1, Arch Manning, definitely Cooper Manning's kid. Overrated. Has been in college 2 years. His grandpa says he needs another couple years. Maybe we should listen to Grandpa. John, his mechanics were sloppy. Late in the game, he did have a chance to win it. Third down, crossing route to his right as a righty. Flubs the throw. He did not look the part. Certainly didn't look like the Heisman favorite.
No, and I mean, is he overrated? So I'm not going to. I'll say this is not an overreaction, but I think when you do listen to Grandpa, when you listen to some close around him, he's not the one that was creating the hype train. The Manning family hasn't been creating. In fact, they've been trying to tamp it down a little bit.
What if he's just not that good?
Or he's just not there yet. I think he does have certain skills that I think translate to being a good quarterback. He just didn't show it on Saturday. And it's also one game.
Stuffed on the runs, inaccurate on the throws. The interception he threw was remedial. That's not a kid who's football royalty.
All right, I'm saying not an overreaction too, because I mean he was overhyped. That's a fact right now. I do think there's a little bit of an overreaction and piling on going on here because I think Ohio State's got a great defense. I mean, I said it in picks on Friday. I singled out Caleb Downs, and he was crucial on the final play that stopped Texas of having any chance. I do see Manning doing things in the pocket and making some throws when they were trying to come back that I like. So I think people are going a little crazy here.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. He's not dead and buried.
But it's not an overreaction. I mean, was the Heisman favorite, and he's not anymore.
Do you believe? Speaking of dead. Speaking of football royalty,
should be dead.
Alabama's dead as we know it. 5-5 in their last 10 games, rolled Tide. They lost to a team that completed 9 passes. They came in as double-digit favorites, which now, by the way, DeBoer has lost 4 times as a double-digit favorite. It happened to Saban 4 times in his entire career at Alabama. They are dead as a dominant football program.
What is dead?
Yeah, I mean, so
as a dominant football program, they're Tennessee now.
You're saying they won't make the playoff?
They're Ole Miss and Tennessee.
Okay, so I would say yes. It's not an overreaction, and I still go back to I don't know what Kalen DeBoer was thinking. He was just simply thinking I can do anything, but you never want to be the guy.
John, his buyout's $70 million. That's what he was thinking.
I understand that he could have been king of the Northwest and stayed at Washington and had a lifetime contract. But I mean, I get, money makes the world go round. But yeah, I think Alabama is dead and buried. More money, more problems.
I believe the biggest overreactions in football every year is week 1. I'm going to say this is an overreaction for now, but I can see where you're going.
Doomy. Which was me saying doom with a Y at the end. Doomy. FSU will make the college football playoff. That's a big win come the end of the season when you're trying to look for those non-con statements. They won the game handily. Castellanos plus Malzahn looks like a great fit. If they can beat Miami, Clemson, or Florida, just one of those, that's a 10-2 resume with a couple nice wins.
I just don't trust them. I think it's a bit of overreaction. I don't trust them to not lose a game that's not one of those that you mentioned. Okay, so it's not going to be East Texas, not going to be Kent State, probably not Virginia, but Pitt, Wake. We saw Wake, what they did to Alabama last year, and that one's, at Wake Forest. Virginia Tech is no slouch, and I don't think that they win. I don't know, maybe they win one of those. I'm not sold yet that they're back.
I mean, according to you, Florida State beat Ole Miss. So
let's be a good win for them still.
I'm going to say it's an overreaction for now. I think we've got to see this Miami game coming up because that'll determine which one of them will be maybe one or two of the ACC teams that get in.
I chase Brown kids. LSU is the number 1 team in the country. What's more impressive, beating an unproven quarterback at home, Ohio State, or going on the road at night against a veteran squad in their own building and doubling them up on first downs and playing with a lead for the entire second half?
Well, like I told you, LSU is a good team. I tried to warn you about Clemson, but this is I think it's a great win. Do I think that they bump all the way up to number 1? No. Should they bump up all the way to number 1? I don't think so. Let's get another couple of weeks under our belt. Let's see if Brian Kelly can legitimately win more big games. So I think this is an overreaction.
Yeah, I use one of the things you say around here. Whoa, whoa, whoa. This is overreaction. I think Ohio State's the best team right now. They beat the number 3 team in the country. And I think an emerging story is going to happen that is probably going to disgust people around here this season. Matt Patricia's going to do a good job as the DC down there.
Whoa. Nico Iamaleava ruined his career by leaving Tennessee to go to UCLA. Tennessee didn't miss a beat. In fact, they may be better with Aguilar, who's a veteran quarterback who came over from App State. Mm-hmm. Nico struggled at UCLA playing in the late window where nobody watches. He went from a QB-friendly offense in the college football playoff, playing in a decorated college football venue, to fighting for 10th place in the Big Ten.
Not an overreaction. I mean, if he was this great quarterback, he would elevate UCLA to being a contender in the Big Ten. Now, would they beat teams like Ohio State or Penn State or Oregon? I don't know, but they're competing with the Wisconsins, the Iowas, they're just not there. And he didn't show anything. And yeah, it's not only the move and the fact that UT didn't miss a beat. It's the fact that how it all went down as well. Perception, all of that plays into Nico Iamaleava ruining his career.
Yeah, I mean, he made an extremely selfish decision, and he left a great situation for himself with a guy that could probably work with him as a QB. And then he went to a horrible place with Deshaun Foster as their head coach.
Well, it's not even a selfish decision. He hurt himself. It was a dumb decision.
It's the only place he could go.
He was thinking me, though, and not looking, and that's what made it such a horrible decision.
In addition to being a creep, he's a moron. This is the year for Miami. Carson Beck changes scenery. He's got some weapons now, and that D-line for the Canes looked the part against a quality Irish offensive line. This is the year for Miami. Now, define what this means. ACC title, playoff berth, and a chance to win a game.
So, I mean, it's so hard. Is Miami back? That's what we've been asking that question for decades now. And I don't necessarily think that this is the year. I don't trust Carson Beck. He did a great job as a game manager. If he can keep that role, I also don't trust their coach. Like, he's had too many moments where he's just come up small when they needed him. And I just don't trust that they're going to run the table.
They might have been one of the biggest winners this weekend, I thought. But I think it's an overreaction for now because, again, I'll just go what I said about Florida State. That game, I need to see these two teams play more football and before I even make this proclamation before that game.
And how many teams from the ACC are going to get in, right? Because if Clemson, Miami, and Florida State...
Clemson maybe lost to the best team in the country, according to you, though. So It's just so too soon to make too many big-time judgments for the ACC.
What if the ACC is a multi-bid league, though, right? Maybe the SEC's down.
Well, the
Big
SEC took a
down.
hit this week, so...
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Could they get 2 teams in? Sure.
This is one so great.
Are we sure Jordan Hudson isn't running the Tar Heel defense? 500 yards and nearly 50 points. The 48 is the most allowed by a Belichick team ever. Maybe he wasn't running the team. Gave up 48 points, which is one shy of the age gap between Jordan and Bill.
Okay, it's an overreaction. She's not running the team.
Are we sure?
I think she. I can be 99% sure on this. I don't have inside knowledge, but Belichick is he's still a great football coach. I just don't know that he translates to the college game because of everything that surrounds being a college football coach. Recruiting. We've heard a lot of the recruiting stories that have come out over the last week about how he just isn't focused on recruiting. He doesn't want to be focused on recruiting. That's the lifeblood of any college football program. He thinks since he's Belichick, he's just going to win and guys are want to play for him.
They made a quarterback change in game. Max Johnson came in, the long-tenured 24-year-old quarterback. Their quarterback was the same age as his girlfriend.
Yeah. Brad's son.
I'm going to say
teammate of mine.
Yeah. It's not an overreaction. This is the most points he's given up in his career. She is running the defense. Because I'll go to one of his prodigies, Matt Patricia. You know, the whole key and why I'm buying into what Patricia and what he did on Saturday. the whole Belichickian thing is to always take away the best thing you do. And that's what Patricia did. And Belichick didn't do that last night. So somebody else has got to be running the defense.
Yeah, but you've
It's her.
got to have the players. He doesn't have the players. And if you don't have the players, you're not going to win. And more moments like this are on the horizon.
Thanks, Ken and Maeda. Those are your overreact gyms. It's 97.1.
Hey, I want to share a highlight and highlight the great value your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are bringing our listeners this month. And maybe you need a new truck in the driveway. Who doesn't? Get Motor City's hottest truck, the GMC Sierra 1500 Elevation, for an unbelievable $199 per month. And another thrilling option is the GMC Sierra EV, built to exceed what you thought an electric truck could be, with over 600 horsepower, and that is standard. These deals are happening right now at any of your 20 Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers. GM estimated horsepower rating must be a current lessee of a 2020 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees extra. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles at participating dealers only. Residency restrictions apply. Visit gmcofferinfo.com for details. That's gmcofferinfo.com for more details.
The homer would be in vain. The Mets would take the game. Big day for Juan Soto. 6 runs batted in.
Grand slam.
Tigers lose on Labor Day. A.J. Hinch will be on the show tomorrow. So will Dan Campbell.
All right.
How about that?
Loaded program.
Dan will be with us on Tuesdays all season, but this is a weird week. So Dan Campbell on Wednesday this week. A.J. Hinch on Wednesday this week. Tomorrow, we will also kick off our first Winning Wednesday. We're going to be giving away Lions tickets every Wednesday during the season. So tomorrow morning, you will have a chance to win tickets to the home opener when Ben Johnson's in the building.
Ooh, the return of Ben.
We'll explain more tomorrow how to win those tickets, but it's going to be a fun new game. Something a little different this season.
We've been working on it.
And it's every week, every Wednesday, a different hour of the morning. You'll want to listen for your chance to win tickets. Oh, by the way, Power Surge is back tomorrow too, John.
Yes. We'll get our first look at the top 6 teams and those, I don't want to say power outage because we haven't seen anything yet, but those just outside the top 6.
All right, Michigan and Michigan State, we did see something from them. And I know the refrain is going to be we're going to learn a lot more in week 2 when Michigan goes to Norman and Bryce Underwood faces a completely different level of adversity. Or when Michigan State faces a power opponent that tripped him up a year ago, they get a chance to show, is it actually changing in year 2 for Jonathan Smith? But just live in the moment with us, guys. Who impressed you more? Who had a more encouraging week 1 performance? Spartans, Wolverines, first impressions, 248-539-9797.
For me, it was Michigan State and Aiden Childs. I thought that, especially in the first half, competent offense. He looked much more comfortable operating things in the Spartan offense. They had a competent run game, couple of running backs, more receivers to throw the ball to. Protection was there. And I thought the defense was solid. So I think it was my expectations were raised a little bit. And again, I know it was Western Michigan. I don't know how many times I'm going to have to say that today, but I think they went from, in my mind, being a team that, okay, can they just simply get to a bowl game with 6 wins? Now, I think the expectation is, I think they should be an 8-win team. I think that's legitimate. It's not just, hey, second year of Jonathan Smith, you got to get to 8 wins. What I saw on Friday night leads me to believe they should be an 8-win team.
I don't know what was going on in the second half. I mean,
second half of some of these first games, it's you never know. It's OCDC. Like, are they trying to work other guys in?
And they
take
were.
a look at other guys. Are they looking at plays? Are they trying to see things that you can't simulate in practice, but you want to see at game speed? And if they work, great. If they don't, okay, well, maybe we're going to throw this out, or maybe this one just needs a little more work.
You would have liked to see them play the first half for the whole game, because the first half was vintage Jonathan Smith, Oregon State football. Heavier sets, condensed formations, running the damn ball. And it didn't matter who the running back was. It didn't matter the down and distance. I know they're playing a MAC school. Bully him. That's the most rushing yards Michigan State has had in the first half in 49 games. You want to be the type of team that wins 8 games, that steals a game, that achieves real progress? That's where it's going to start, is protecting and winning up front. And then defensively, they pitched a shutout, right? If not for a backup quarterback throwing a pick 6, there's zeros on the score sheet. I thought Michigan State put out a good performance in their opener.
I agree.
Michigan, thoughts?
I thought it was a solid performance. And everybody's going to be looking at Bryce Underwood. And I think he did a really good job of handling the moment, handling the pressure. A lot of expectations on this kid. And I think he came through. Was he perfect? No. But he didn't. And the one thing that I was talking about with Doug during the broadcast is he never put the ball at risk. There were 2 throws, I thought, over the middle to Marlon Klein that were in some traffic, but I wouldn't classify that as putting the ball at risk. It was just a bad decision. Could have been caught, would have been a spectacular catch, but there were no throwing into double coverage. When he did throw to covered guys, it was where only the Michigan guy could get it, or it was going to be incomplete. You could talk a little bit of accuracy while he was on the run. That's where I think he needs to show some improvement, patience of being able to set your feet. But I thought the first outing was encouraging.
Okay. Bryce was encouraging. That was a 10-point game in the second half against New Mexico.
Okay.
That's not encouraging.
They won the game.
They did.
And
they're never in doubt.
So here's where I'm encouraged. First of all, the 3rd and 13 pass in the 2-minute drill, the response that they had. First of all, Chip Lindsey, I thought he called a really good game. And to call that route, to call a pass play after the first down was a disaster, second down was a sack, and also Bryce Underwood didn't fumble the ball on that sack, got hit from behind. Ball security could have been a little bit better, but ball wasn't on the ground. They come back. Last year, what would have been called?
They would have run the ball and punted it.
Right.
There's no doubt the offense has more juice. Not just Bryce, but Haynes, I thought, right away out of the gate with a big run. But Bryce gets them into better positions, and we didn't really even see him run the ball. So I think he's still scratching the surface, but no turnover-worthy throws. The laser beam on the third down you're talking about, the little loft out of the end zone in the second half. Look, Bryce, he gave himself a C+. I like that he was hard on himself. I like that he's given himself room to improve because there is a lot of room to improve. But for the game itself, John, you lose TOP to a team that threw 3 interceptions and they're within 10 points with 75 new players. Like, that wasn't overly impressive for Michigan.
In a game like this, I'm not overly concerned with the time of possession when you score quickly.
Right, but they gave you 3 turnovers and they still won TOP.
Yeah, again, I'll say it again. I'm not concerned about the time of possession in this game. But when I say encouraging, or I'm not going to sit there and say, it was a dominant performance. I thought it was an encouraging performance because that pass, 39 yards to Channing Goodwin, that was 3 yards longer than the longest completion that they had last year. And I don't think it's going to be the longest one that this team has this season. But it was a 30-yard pass to Kendrick Bell. It's a 27-yard, pass to Marlon Klein where he, showed a little bit of touch. The fact that they're throwing the ball, and I say encouraging because they're better at quarterback than they were last year. They're better at receiver than they were last year. They're better at running back than they were last year. Offensive line, it's still a work in progress, but in week 1, better than they were last year. Tight end is a bit of a wash.
My question would be on the defensive side. We can get into it a little more after the update. 248-539-9797. Encouraging starts for Michigan and Michigan State. Who was more encouraging? And just your impressions. It's 97-1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. Juan Soto proved why he's worth $765 million in the Tigers' 10-8 loss to the Mets at Comerica Park yesterday. He had 2 clutch go-ahead hits, the first coming in the 4th. Greg Gagne on the call there right here on 97-1 The Ticket. After the Tigers then tied the game at 6 in the 5th, Soto would then strike again, this time a 2-run triple, giving the Mets an 8-6 lead. That would do it. Charlie Morton got the start, gave up 6. Jahmai Jones and Wenzel Perez both went deep. The Bill Belichick era at North Carolina begins with a blowout 48-14 loss to TCU in Chapel Hill last night. The 48 points scored by TCU in Belichick's first college game are more than he allowed in any of his 333 NFL games. Michigan linebacker Jay Sean Barham will miss the first half of the Wolverine showdown with Oklahoma on Saturday. This after his targeting penalty against New Mexico was upheld after appeal. The Lions naming 6 captains for the new season: Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Aiden Hutchinson, Penei Sewell, Alex Anzalone, and the newcomer Grant Stewart. Goff and Anzalone have been captains for each of their 5 seasons in Detroit. And at the U.S. Open, Naomi Osaka eliminating Coco Gauff yesterday and reaching her first Grand Slam quarterfinal in more than 4.5 years. It's Osaka's 5th major quarterfinal, and every time she's made it to the quarterfinal round of a major, she's gone on to win that major. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Good morning, 97.1. Did it impress you much? Michigan and Michigan State Week 1 debuts for the upcoming season. It's here. We got open lines, 248-539-9797. We'll get to some of your texts and your phone calls, and then John's going to sell us on preseason college football. That's seriously the plan for this hour. On the response to that game over the weekend, Texter says MSU was more impressive, but neither was overly impressive. At least the Spartan defense pitched a shutout, and but they need to be much better pass blocking, and specifically that second half wasn't strong. Another ticket texter says Sparty Costa just be the third wheel on the afternoon show already. I mean, Michigan State had the more impressive week 1. I don't know that that's really up for debate. John even said it. Is he also joining Mike and Rico?
Okay, here's a question. Here's a question. Are you guys saying that because Michigan State had further back to come from?
Sure. Maybe. But they also, I mean, their defense didn't give up any points. They established the identity of Jonathan Smith programs running the football. Those were super encouraging notes. For Michigan, I'm not taking anything away from Bryce Underwood. He is going to elevate Michigan football. But when you're messing around with New Mexico, it's not enough to just win the game.
Well, I went from Michigan State being a 6-win team, but the expectations are now an 8-win team. So it increased their win total by 2. That's my expectation. And for Michigan, I still think they're right around 9 or 10 wins. And so it didn't elevate what I thought that they would be. Now, maybe my preseason thought was overinflated, but I didn't have them in the college football playoffs. I still don't.
Yeah, I would think State, we did this on Friday. I said I think 7 wins for them, maybe 8. Michigan, 8, maybe 9. I'd probably have them both around the same, but for MSU, there's a chance this thing could have gone off the rails in year 2 for Jonathan Smith. And I don't think it's going off the rails, although check back in a week when they play Boston College, because I think that's going to be a big swing game for him. Text says, gun to my head, I'd say MSU was the more impressive team, but neither was overly impressive. And a text says, Bryce has all the tools, superstar in the making. He'd win the Heisman this year if he was a Buckeye. Saying's not half the quarterback Bryce Underwood is.
Okay, well, I'm not going that far. I'm not ready to compare him to Julian Sayin. It's unfair for either of those because Julian Sayin played against a Texas defense, and I think we can all agree that the Texas defense is better than the New Mexico defense.
Yes.
All right. So
yes.
Again, not going out on a limb there.
Okay. All right, John, sell the people on preseason college football. This should be good.
Well, I mean, I sent you guys this because when you look at what Arch Manning did, even Julian Sayin, in regards to the big matchup, and I would think that your guys, your team, led by Dabo Swinney and Cade Klubnik, who threw the ball, at a 50% completion percentage, even LSU, I don't think that anybody should start with a 1-2 matchup. And I know it sells tickets and it gets people to tune in.
It's fun.
Sure, it's fun. It was, that Ohio State-Texas game was a lot of fun. Was it not? It was. I could have taken a nap and not mixed anything.
Look, you can lead a horse to water. You can't make him drink. I still want those games week 1. I don't want more Patsies week 1.
I think that they're okay. So if you don't want Patsies week 1, then play college football preseason games.
Thank you, Jason.
Yeah, because that game wasn't fun. It just wasn't. There wasn't anything exciting about that game. It was just kind of 1 versus 2, and then you got a 14-7 game. I would rather, and I know everybody always gets on me about the New Mexicos and the Central Michigans and all these. You have to have a game where guys can get their feet underneath them. These are 18 to 22-year-old kids, and they're not. I've backed off on the preseason games and starters playing the preseason in the NFL. That's professionals. And I know everybody wants to say these are professionals. They're paid right now. It doesn't change their age. It doesn't change their experience. I think if Texas and Ohio State had played a directional school in week 1, then we would have had a much more fun game in week 2. I think Bryce Underwood is a great beneficiary of having to play against New Mexico, where he could go out there and look okay to good without having to face Oklahoma in week 1. Now he has a chance to improve on some things that he saw at game speed. Chip Lindsey can change some things that he wants to do offensively, maybe add a few wrinkles in. And now you play Michigan and Oklahoma in week 2, and I think it will be more fun. I'm not sitting here and saying that Bryce Underwood is going to go out there and be a difference maker in this game. Have no idea. It's still a complete wild card because he's a freshman. You look at all the first-time quarterbacks that weren't even Ty. What's his last name for Alabama? He's a fifth-year guy, Ty Simpson. Could Alabama have benefited from a directional school?
Yeah, but why do I have to give you the benefit? Just go play the games. They count. It's week 1, cowabunga, right? Cannonball in and let's start the season. Let's not do this like soft entrance.
That's what you're going to get then. You're going to get a whole lot of 14-7. Some guys look okay. Some guys don't. I just would prefer that everyone had a chance to iron things out before you play the big nuts games.
So you would have preferred we didn't start with 3 top 10 matchups in college football last weekend.
Yeah, that's what week 0 is for. That's what week 1, that's what the preseason is for.
So just to clarify, when you say preseason, you still want the games to count. You're not proposing an NFL-style exhibition before the season, are you?
No, if you're going to go week 1, you're going 1 versus 2, then yeah, I'll take a preseason game.
So you would, okay.
Which is not going to happen, all right? I know that.
I just needed to clarify. You wish Michigan, New Mexico didn't count for the records.
Right. I'd rather it didn't count for the records. I'd rather then go ahead and, okay, now it counts, Oklahoma, and then add another game that matters. It's going to be more fun in week 2.
If you had it your way, and it could never happen, will never happen,
right,
you would have a legitimate 1-game preseason before we start the real regular season of college football.
Right. And here's where I think teams aren't going to be playing spring games much anymore.
Yeah. They're mostly dead.
And I understand it's 2, 3, 4 months before the regular season. But at that time, play against a different school. Why can't we have Central Michigan come down and you play a preseason game, but it's your spring game at that time? So you get a chance to put some things in for your offense, your defense. You do that, and you get a little bit of a warm-up.
What's the initial response to this? 248-539-9797. John wants preseason games that don't count against the record because his boys lost a preseason game back in 2007. Hashtag App State.
Your point?
The game should count in week 1. We shouldn't play preseason at
You're
all
right.
in college football. You should never have an exhibition. You should start the season, and you should start with A-level matchups and let the chips fall where they may. Because that's the other part of college football now. None of these teams are disqualified from this loss. But
no, because there's 12 teams that get in
there.
there. Yeah, I just would prefer as somebody that likes to watch good football, and part of it is because all of these teams have 50 new guys. 25 freshmen, 25 transfers. Now you get a chance to see them become a team instead of you're not building programs anymore. You're just trying to create a team for any given year.
See, I think this sounds absurd on the surface, but I do think the portal makes an argument for it because of the roster turnover. And I don't want to watch preseason football really, but the teams might need it, or at least joint practices, something that gets you into like game flow, because you can only mimic it so much against yourself. But I still don't want to see it. But
nobody wants to see. I'm not advocating for preseason games. I'm advocating for 1 versus 2 in week 2.
I'm not the craziest. It's fun to have the games, but there's such a difference in football, I believe, between week 1 and week 2 across every single level that you play at. And I don't know if you're not losing your season anymore in week 1 because of the playoff.
Yeah, but guys, if they did this where it was kind of accepted across the board, you're going to get Oregon, Montana State is kind of the standard. It takes all the zest out of week 1.
It does.
It ruins any of the anticipation and the buildup all week, all day. There's not a single game you're looking forward to. Like, okay, John, we wouldn't get sloppy football between Texas and Ohio State. We would get meaningless blowouts that no one cares about and no one can take anything from, right? I mean, that's part of the challenge when we say MSU won handily against Western. Yeah, Michigan won against New Mexico. Bryce Underwood looked great against New Mexico. That's all we would be doing at all the games. It's good to have some of these matchups.
Yeah, but it's not like Ohio State and Texas were the only dud. Like LSU and Clemson was a dud. Obviously, Alabama and Florida State was fun, but I just think that for the benefit of these players, especially if you start taking away the spring games, I mentioned it at the time. that's just one more opportunity for these guys to be exposed to, whether it's their stadium in front of fans. Like, you are losing all of these moments. And now all of a sudden you're expecting guys to go out there like a Bryce Underwood and perform because they're paid, because they are professionals. And to me, it's unfair.
What if those games that you mentioned were duds, quote unquote? They were defensive games. Notre Dame, Miami cooked. Georgia Tech, Colorado was, to me, one of the more entertaining games of the weekend. You can find games like this, not on like the A level, but on a little B level intersectional games.
Greg,
you can find these.
And Greg, even the games where they were offensively challenged, Texas has the ball at the end with a chance to tie. Clemson has the ball in the fourth quarter with a chance to tie. Those were the bad games.
Right, they were
still, but the stakes of, hey, they're actually going to measure up against someone of similar footing as opposed to the rest of the games all weekend, which were mismatches. Laughers.
So be it.
248-539-9797. Do you wish there was a preseason or a softer open for these teams with the portal to get their feet under them? Or do you say to hell with it? Give me the top 10 games and let the chips fall where they will. It's 97.1.
Hey, protect your home and your wallet this Labor Day with Rapid Roofing. Right now, you can pick from two big savings options. Option number one, take $2,000 off a new roof, or lock in 5 years of no interest financing until 2030 on approved credit. Rapid Roofing will give you a free 17-point attic and roof inspection, and most roofs are installed and finished in just one day. That was my experience. It could be yours as well. Don't wait. Call 888-360-ROOF, or you can visit rapidroofing.com. Valid until September the 30th. Cannot be combined with other offers, and other restrictions may apply. See website for more details. That website, rapidroofing.com.
Lions fans, it's time to roar louder than ever. The 2025 season is here. It's kicking off this week, and the ultimate way to celebrate is with 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila, and it's the official tequila of our Detroit Lions. From pregame tailgates to postgame celebrations, 1800 Tequila brings smooth, bold flavor to every moment. You can sip it in a sideline marg or enjoy it straight. Either way, you're raising your glass to a championship season. Make 1800 Tequila part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory never tasted so good. 1800 Tequila, official tequila of the Detroit Lions. Proximo 1800tequila.com. Please drink responsibly. Tigers and Mets later tonight. That's Greg Gainey on the call. Some of the response pouring in. We floated this out. Week 1 college football had those 3 top 10 matchups. But if it left you wanting more, if you just felt like teams aren't polished enough in week 1, we give you John Jansen's add preseason games opinion.
Or not preseason games, but you start with a New Mexico or even a Central Michigan.
Appreciate the dig.
Yeah.
I want more of the top 10 games, even if everybody's not polished in week 1. I don't think it was a particularly thrilling game with Texas and Ohio State, but it was dramatic and close. Same with Clemson and LSU. And I get a wow moment when Alabama loses to Florida State. I want those on my schedule when I sit down on Saturday, even if I'm getting a sloppy or choppy product. But John,
you could still have some of those wow moments. Insert App State.
Yeah.
You can have that moment. NIU. Now, it wasn't week 1
with
last year,
Dame,
but
yes.
NIU with Notre Dame. And I think with so many transfers and so many rosters that are being turned over, you actually have the opportunity for more of those wow moments.
Tech says everyone believes we're becoming the NFL light, so you had preseason games.
Yeah.
Only makes sense. Now, this says, I'm with John. Clemson, LSU was boring. Texas, OSU, boring. Miami, Notre Dame was the only good game this weekend.
Yeah.
Tech says, get rid of the spring game and have joint practices the first week of August. That can help. That could be a regional team and avoid big-time travel. John's preseason take is giving me heartburn. You can't complain the games mean less because of the new tournament format, and in the same breath, give additional meaningless games. It's frustrating and would dilute the product more. Pepper going to work.
Yeah, but what's the argument now going to be when we get to November? It's going to be, Clemson lost in week 1. Right. If they had played in week 6, well, maybe the outcome would be different. Or, Texas lost in week 1. And I understand that's the system as it is right now. If you're going to play those big games, and I'm all for more big games. And if it's one directional school and then it's 2 Power 4 matchups before you get into your conference play, I'm all for that too.
You want the ramp up.
I want the ramp up. I want to be able to see more good college football. And I think across college football, and it's going to be more than just week 1, we're not watching good football. We're just simply not. And it's, in large part, it's the transfer portal because rosters are turning over and guys aren't getting developed the same way that they were. It's the challenge for coaches on how to do that now. And I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying it's different.
Let's get to Jim in Birmingham. Jim, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, you guys are kind of onto, my thought process, making the games, mean more, but maybe they mean more in a different way. Like playing Western, Central, Eastern, Toledo and Bowling Green, that's more regional, and it would have more of a bigger impact regionally. The kids playing the game, maybe they wanted to go to Michigan or Michigan State, and they didn't get recruited, so now they're with a MAC school. And they would get up for that game, and they would have wins just by how they played personally and on a team level. And then, people that, live in the area and went to MAC school, then they establish some kind of rivalry with, the people they work with or live near, family members, where they, I remember back to the late 80s when I was at Central and we beat Michigan State twice, back-to-back years. And Jim, I'm sure even
the
you
Lefevre win,
graduated
too.
much after
Yeah.
I did, and you
Yeah.
still remember that, and you weren't even there.
Right. No, I mean, Lefevre,
then,
Brian Anderson. Look, we loved beating MSU, and we brag about it every time we get the chance to do it. And I'm not saying those games should be taken off the schedule, but I don't think that should be the default week one across the board. I like having the heavy hitter games to look forward to as a college football fan.
Well, why not? I mean, it's also about the money. When you bring in like an App State to play in Ann Arbor, just to get that money from the TV contract, and App State was the sacrificial lamb.
Mm-hmm.
That money didn't stay in state. They paid App State for that loss. So, if they would have played one of the MAC schools in Michigan, it would have been better for the region, and the money would have stayed in state or nearby. And, of course, Michigan wouldn't have lost that game against App State. So
now we get to it.
They could mean more.
Yeah, but so I get your point. Hey, Michigan paid, I think it was reported that they paid 1.8 for New Mexico to come in here. And they'll pay, I don't know what the payout is for Central in week 3. So, one of those non-con games should be a regional team.
I agree with that.
And keep the money in the state. And if it's to pay Central, if it's to pay Western, if it's to pay Eastern, that's fine. I'm a belief that I would rather have a game like a New Mexico or a Central or any of those in week 1 before you get a chance to play some of those big boys.
Let's get to Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
Well, an Army football player and his dad saved a man's life over the weekend.
This is
and
awesome.
the video is pretty incredible. Early Sunday morning, while sophomore safety Larry Pickett Jr. and his family, who were in New York for the first football game of the season, they came across a car that had crashed into a utility pole. And it sounds like without even thinking, right? Like there was no hesitation. Pickett and his father jumped into action, pulled this man from the crashed vehicle before it just burst into flames. His sister was there, caught it all on camera. And it is incredible. You can see, I don't know who had the man's feet, who was carrying his upper body, but the man, I mean, look, was pretty much limp. Like he needed help. He was in distress. And, very cool. He's getting a lot of praise, not only from his father, who said some very incredible things about him, but also the school.
Yeah.
It's pretty neat, right? Pretty cool.
Yes, very cool.
A man had to be rescued on Sunday after falling down a cliff where climbing is prohibited on Mackinac Island. So the island's fire department and emergency medical personnel were contacted. They received a call about a man who had fallen partway down this cliff and had a potential broken arm. Well, firefighters got there, and they were told by dispatchers that this guy, he was minutes away from slipping. Like he's not... Yeah, that's probably exactly what he sounded like. So they set up a ladder at the base of the cliff. Some of the other firefighters went and tried to prepare a different type of rescue from above. Eventually, this guy was reached, and they say it was just seconds before he was probably going to let go. Officials say this is the second rescue this year and the 10th in the last 15 years, even though they say climbing in this area is prohibited. People are still doing it. A third Raising Cane's location is coming to Ann Arbor.
All right.
Very soon.
Yeah.
Get ready for it. So there's currently a location in East Lansing and Canton, but the next will open on South University on September 16th. So right around the corner. And they say more Michigan locations are expected to open in Sterling Heights and Granville in the future. So there'll be more popping up.
That's cool. That's a good restaurant.
If you're under 30, you probably suck at reading clocks. And I'm not talking about a digital clock. Clearly, we all know how to read a clock, but I'm talking about the old school analog clocks.
With the hour hand.
You can't read the Mickey arms?
I said under 30, but no.
Yeah, that's okay. I didn't mean you.
Yes.
Sorry.
Yes, but there is a new study that found most people under 30 can't look at an old school clock and know what time it is right away. They can figure it out, but it takes them... They got to think about it. They got to think about the hour hand, the minute hand, and figure it all out.
This isn't surprising, though. If you grow up in a world where you don't use them, like how many people know how to ride a horse and buggy? Like you just don't do it anymore.
It is. I mean, I understand it. I got to be honest. I haven't used an analog clock in a long time. I know how to read one, but look at it quickly. It would probably still take me a couple of seconds to figure out what it is. And then until I wear one, I used to wear a watch, like a regular analog watch all of the time. Now I wear a smartwatch and it's digital. But 95% of boomers and over 80% of Gen Xers say they can look at one and instantly know what time it is.
Sure.
Barely 50%, a little over 50% of millennials can do that. And then Gen Zers, 43%. 6% of Gen Zers say, what's an analog clock? They don't even know what it is. So, yeah, whatever.
What time does my phone say?
Yeah, exactly.
So terms that go with it, like how do you screw in a light bulb? Well, clockwise, counterclockwise. Like all of those things are going to, you can't use those anymore because they're going to be like, oh, what's that mean?
You use righty tighty, lefty loosey, right?
Sure.
A man is being hailed a hero after he rescued a missing child who somehow found himself walking on the monorail tracks at Hershey Park this weekend. Did you see this trending online?
No.
Because there were several stories I saw trending online.
Did, yes.
The CEO, Oregon Duck, who lost his head, and then this kid on the monorail. So this man who jumped in to save him, John Sampson, says his dad instincts just kicked in and compelled him to figure out how he needed to get up onto this track. Because everyone below, this little boy walking, is like, you can literally hear them holding their breath, like trying to figure out how to get under him. This guy jumped up on the roof of like a snack shack, jumped up onto the tracks, and thankfully this little boy went right to him. They got him down. But the boy was reported missing by his parents around 5 p.m. And then right around 5:30, he was reunited. So he wasn't gone long, but he was able to get into this restricted area and somehow get up onto this monorail track. The monorail was closed. So, because then I was thinking that, like, oh my gosh, what if the train? What if the train was coming?
Yeah.
But thankfully, everyone is okay, safe and sound.
Black or charge? It's obviously a black because he was in the restricted area.
Yep.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's Greg Palm. Last week, he had Notre Dame as the number one team. What do you do with them? What do you do with teams like Texas and Clemson who lost? Who's the new number one? It's 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game. Well, listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks on the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer that you don't want to miss. New customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you simply win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. And here's just a few examples. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, whatever your style, whatever you want. FanDuel has you covered. The NFL season is finally here. Thank God. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now a trouble bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Michigan quarterback Bryce Underwood. Why so low? Putting it in perspective as everybody rushes to crown him, he had some wild throws against New Mexico. How would you grade Bryce Underwood?
I'd give him a B. And some of it is just simply because I know what that environment looks like, feels like on the field, and I thought he did a tremendous job of that. There are things that he did where you're like, okay, you're going to have to clean up your feet. You're going to have to clean up some of your reads, some of your throws, accuracy, all that stuff. Like that will come with time. But to be able to handle the moment with the start of the season, the expectations that are on him, and just the environment that he played in, I thought he did a solid job.
You give him a B. I give him a B minus. My favorite thing that he said was that he gave himself a C plus.
Mm-hmm.
I love that he's not getting too high on his own supply because everyone's going to try to do it for him, right? Hey, I saw that throw on 3rd and 14 before the half, right? New Mexico's bearing down, trying to make it a one-score. And he hit a laser beam of a throw. The longest pass that Michigan had, even all of last year, would have been that throw. I liked seeing him put a little touch on it, on the throw to the tight end out of the end zone in the second half. But I like that he's trying to stay grounded in all this because you are grading on a curve when it's New Mexico, right? He didn't put the ball in harm's way, but he also didn't show off his feet. They also sputtered in that second half offensively, and he knows there's so much room for him to grow. Like, I think you take it in stride. If you're a Michigan fan who wants to, like, puff out your chest, he's just scratching the surface. He should get a lot better than what he did and what he showed in his first game. And he's going to take some lumps that he didn't in his first game, too.
Oh, yeah. He's going to see some lumps. I mean, he's going to see some looks that he's never seen before in his life. Brent Venables, and I know that there's a lot of people all over him, you know, Sooner fans, because of the record. 2-6 in the SEC, it's not going to get it done. But you can't question him as a defensive coordinator. He is a brilliant defensive coordinator. Last year, their defense wasn't the issue. He's calling the defense this year. He's going to see a freshman quarterback, and they're going to be disguising things. They're going to be changing things at the snap of the ball. Like, it's going to be completely different. He's going from reading, you know, remedial English to a, you know, high-level chemistry book.
It's going to ratchet up. And like you talk about in the environment, right? 100,000 people, the stage at night, getting acclimated, settling in. There's going to be 80,000 people, and they're not going to be chanting his name on Saturday. No. So it's a completely different environment for him to go into in week 2.
Yeah. They may be chanting his name, but the adjectives that follow it or may precede it will be much different.
So what did you guys think of Bryce Underwood? All the hype, the attention. What grade would you give him? He gave himself a C+, 248-539-9797.
Some of the things that he's going to need to work on, I liked the play calling, and I think Chip Lindsey did a great job. I'm very excited about having him as the offensive coordinator. I liked that they rolled him out. They changed the launch point of the quarterback, changed the view of the quarterback. Now it cuts the defense in half. It cuts the field in half, so you eliminate half. But what it does is it simplifies things for a quarterback against the New Mexico team that's not as sophisticated as Oklahoma's going to be. And it made things very clear for him. Getting out there, though, he's got to understand that just because it's a called rollout, you can still set your feet. When he was throwing on the run, that's where his accuracy started to struggle. Set your feet. You're not under duress. You got to have that presence of who's coming after you. Set your feet, deliver the ball.
Ticket Texter says Bryce Underwood and Heather Park have that in common. They both need to clean up their feet.
Oh!
Well done. Wow, that was...
I can't take credit. That's Ticket
Texters.
Why do I always... You said it too, but somehow people just...
I think it's got
over
to
that,
be...
gloss over that
Wash
one.
your feet.
I think like it's like, oh yeah, that guy,
The guy.
versus that girl.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
Probably.
I know.
Yeah.
And I
Guys
don't,
get away with stuff.
I don't have to sit as close to him as I have to you. So.
Oh, sure.
Your feet
My
get
feet
clean
smell
by
like
being in the
roses.
shower. Come
They
on,
do.
people.
Yeah, unless you're peeing on them.
Which, okay,
We have better directional accuracy.
that we do, John.
It's all going down the drain, guys, one way or the other.
It's just like Jim's picks.
Exactly.
Did I get any game right? Greg? No.
0.
You know, when Sunday rolled around, I just knew the way it had been going. Oh, I got VT. How's that going to go? Don't worry. I got the Irish. They've been in hostile environments. Vet offensive line. Good coach. Yeah.
Jim, don't worry. I went 1-5, and why the difference in the number there? Because my son went 1-0 because he picked LSU.
That's right. Yeah, because he picked the LSU Tiger. Yes.
Did anybody have a winning week?
No, I believe I was 3-4.
You're in first.
As well,
It was tied for first. Yes.
See how quickly she jumped on that?
Yeah. Hey, you know what they say? Keep your friends close, but your enemies closer.
We need preseason picks.
Yeah.
Do a dummy week. That didn't count.
Yeah, a little
0
warm-up.
0.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Someone call my week a dummy week anyway. 248-539-9797. If you want to hear more about the breakdown, the Cash the Ticket episode should be out and on your feeds. What going full Chipwich means.
Yes. If you want more for picks, listen to the podcast specifically designed for making picks.
It's out there for people who want it. 9 o'clock hour, we have Overreact Gyms with the Smarm alarm included. We are going to get into the Michigan targeting call that will impact next week's game and what the official word is. That's after Luke Sloan's update. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The biggest high school sports games in Michigan will no longer be available on cable TV. The Free Press reports this morning the state finals in sports like football and boys and girls basketball will no longer be televised live on FanDuel Sports Detroit. Streaming now the only way to watch the finals in Michigan. Games will be available on the MHSAA and NFHS websites. The Tigers opened their series with the Mets with a 10-8 loss at Comerica Park yesterday. Juan Soto was too much to handle for the Tigers. A grand slam in the fourth, which put the Mets up 6-3. Then after the Tigers tied the game in the fifth, Soto struck once again, this time a 2-run triple, giving the Mets an 8-6 lead in the sixth. One bright spot, though, for the Tigers, Jahmai Jones, who had 4 hits, including a leadoff home run, which manager A.J. Hinch says sparked him. Wenzel Perez also went deep. The starter Charlie Morton gave up 6. Michigan State head coach Jonathan Smith says he's optimistic about getting back safety Nakai Martinez, guard Luca Vinci, and kicker Martin Connaughton for Saturday's game against Boston College. All 3 missed the opener with Western this past Friday, and the Michigan-Ohio State rivalry was seen on the recruiting trail this weekend. Michigan running backs coach Tony Alford, a former Ohio State coach, offered 2027 5-star recruit Myson Johnson Cook while he was on the sideline for the Buckeyes' win over Texas on Saturday. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Sun is out. New week is here. The NFL is back this week. Tomorrow, Dan Campbell on the show. Tomorrow, A.J. Hinch on the show.
Oh, boy.
Tomorrow, the Power Surge returns. John Jansen's rankings of the NFL. And tomorrow, the first of many Wednesdays for you to win Lions tickets. Every Wednesday, all throughout this season, we're going to be giving out Lions tickets.
That's awesome. And obviously the first home game happens to be against
Ben Johnson.
the Bears.
Tomorrow, Wednesday, we'll tell you how, and you'll have a chance to win Lions tickets for the opener. All right, John. Michigan this week, Oklahoma. You're going to learn a lot more about Bryce Underwood. We'll keep taking phone calls and texts on what grade you give them. They're going to be without one of their best defenders for the first half.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not going to argue whether or not it should have been targeting. I didn't think it should have been targeted. I didn't think it warranted it. We always hear about the crown of the helmet. He didn't use the crown of the helmet. He didn't target his head. There was some contact, but it's football. The issue that I have is with the penalty, the ramifications, the penalty of the penalty. I don't think there should be an ejection. I don't think there should be an ejection in that game, let alone missing the first half of the next game if it happens in the second half. And I brought up James Skalski, who was the linebacker for Clemson in the college football playoffs. I said this at that time. This happened back in 2020, 2021. He put a hit on Justin Fields. He was ejected for the game. I just think there's going to be helmet-to-helmet contact. It's going to happen throughout the entire college football season. It should be a personal foul. Not going to debate that at all. It should be a foul. You got to find ways to minimize it, and they went with a very severe penalty to start. And again, I didn't like it at the time, but I understand going with the severity of it because you need to make it dramatic so people stop doing it. Mission accomplished. Those calls are way down. The hits to the helmet are way down. So now you can back off. The penalty's still there, but I think it should be 15 yards, personal foul. If it happens twice in the same game, then we could talk about an ejection. If it happens multiple times in a season, then to me it becomes a conference issue, what conferences are going to do for that individual. This was not a Vontaze Burfict situation.
Right.
Where it's there's a repeated offender. There was helmet-to-helmet contact. I didn't think it should have warranted an ejection, and I don't like the fact that for any college football player, it takes you out of the first half of the next game.
And you know how it's going to sound. This is what John says because it's a Michigan player, but you do have your example going back to Clemson, and it just stands to reason. We don't want to kick guys out of games, and we don't want guys missing future games. It should be a lot like basketball with flagrant 1 and flagrant 2.
Yeah.
Or soccer with yellow cards and red cards. And if you add up enough yellow cards, maybe there's a suspension down the line. But in game, if it's one time and it's not egregious, it should be flagged and it should be a
walk
penalty.
Off, yeah. First down, 15 yards.
Yeah. But this is not us saying change the rule now. The rule's the rule. Michigan's going to be without him.
Yeah.
They can cry and complain and whine if they want. It's the rule. Called targeting. Your second half, you get punished for the first half of the next game. But this should be changed. And it's week 1, so you're reminded of it. But this rule should have been changed in the offseason and should be changed moving forward.
Yeah. And I've said, I said it back when it happened to Clemson. Every time it happens, I continue to say, I just don't like players being ejected for this penalty.
248-539-9797. Got some feedback coming in on both the call and on Bryce Underwood and on peeing in the shower, too.
Oh.
We have some of those texts as well.
Yes.
This one says, wait, I always pee in the shower to help fungus and keep athlete's foot away.
And jellyfish stings? What else?
Yeah. The fungus among us.
I mean, I don't have an issue if you do it, but you do it every time you're in the shower?
So if your question,
yeah,
if you are trying to prevent foot fungus, are you actually directing it at your feet?
No, I think he's saying it like it's sterile. It helps wash away any bacteria. I don't know.
But John is saying, does he pee on his feet?
Yeah, does he pee on his
directly?
feet? Yeah. Well, you got to make sure you get between the toes.
Puts little Cheerios on him, maybe.
Don't let it go to waste.
Target.
Yeah.
Text on Bryce Underwood. He has a cannon for an arm. I think some of the issues, he was throwing too hard. Receivers couldn't catch the ball. There were at least 4 drops. Andrew in Livonia.
There were some fastballs. I mean, he throws a really nice ball, and touch is one of the last things that a quarterback learns in those situations.
Thomas in Oklahoma City texts us and says, I live in Oklahoma. The crowd is overrated. It's not intimidating of a venue. Michigan will be fine.
It's going to be a different experience that Bryce Underwood and other players have not yet experienced.
On the targeting situation, don't change the rule. It says change the players. They need to be better. And it says there's no reason that particular hit, you can't use your shoulders and be at the shoulders of the quarterback. Tell players not to hit with their helmets.
Okay, so if I'm a coach, then I tell everyone, if your target is, just above the kneecap to what, chest level?
Sure.
I tell them to go right, put your helmet right in that thigh board. And now all of a sudden you're going to have a whole bunch of quarterbacks that have, torn ACLs. It's one or the other.
Well, and I think the way football is being officiated, that's the trade-off is, an ACL is not going to give you dementia.
Okay.
Now, ACL is going to ruin
Could
your
end your career.
season or your career. Ticket texter, why doesn't John get with the Michigan administration and pick the game the punishment should be served?
Oh, you're funny.
You guys can make it central.
Sure.
You guys have done that before. Just, hey, Barnum, I know this is a big game against Oklahoma. We're going to serve that against the Chippewas.
Mm-hmm. We may just hold out the entire defense against the Chippewas just because. In protest.
Hey, we're the
in
1-0
protest. Maybe we'll just.
undefeated.
I tell you what we should do is say, okay, you don't get to play the first half, but Jay Sean, we're going to send one player out there, and you're the only player that we're going to use to defend the Chippewas.
I'll bring it on 11-on-1. We're the undefeated 1-0, never lost Central Michigan Chippewas. Matt Drinkle never lost as a D1 coach. Ticket texters. John, you played the game. He led with his head, helmet to helmet, and he left his feet. Textbook targeting.
Okay. Well, then you need to rewrite the rule and take out crown of the helmet because he didn't hit with the crown of the helmet. Hit with his face mask.
Blue Wall Radio is in denial.
I'm not debating whether it was a penalty or not. I'm talking about the ejection. I don't like players when Brian Branch was ejected for his hit. I didn't like that. I don't like it in the NFL.
No, I think it's important we have the conversation about you don't get to change the rule after the fact. And no one's arguing that the rule should be applied differently.
Year to year,
that's the rule.
Year to year, there are always rules. Well, and I know that there's going to be new rules. There's a touchback in the NFL.
Yeah.
It's now at the 35 versus the 30. All right. There's rules that change every year. I'm not saying change the rule now. In the offseason, this needs to be addressed.
Let's get to Rick in Detroit. Rick, you're on 97.1.
Good morning, gentlemen. I hope all is well your way. I just wanted to say that when we talked about Bryce Underwood earlier, I give Bryce a B. I like the fact that he showed a lot of courage. The question was asked about Oklahoma's defense. I think it's safe to say that Bryce sees a few different schemes dealing with Wink Martindale, so I don't know if there'll be that big of a difference with the Sooners' defense.
Well, the defense is going to be different. They've got a freshman All-American corner, and Michigan doesn't have that talent at corner. They've got,
I got you.
So, I mean, that's what I'm talking about is the level of competition that he's facing. And yes, he does see linebackers like Cole Sullivan and Jay Sean Barham and all that stuff in practice, but there's going to just be a completely different level that he has not faced at game speed.
That's what I was going to say. It's game speed. It's processing speed. It's on the road when the windows shrink and you can't quite get the call or something. Some adversity hits, and you have to just make the decision without all the information.
And the stakes are so much higher. Like, okay, at practice, if you don't see a corner blitz and Zeke Berry comes by and touches you on the back, says, "I got you." Okay, I live to play another down, and I look at the film. You got video screens on the sidelines. Where did he come from? Why did I not see it? If that happens in Norman, Oklahoma, it's, you're broken half. It's a sack fumble. And then for the rest of the game, if you're able to continue to play, then you have the happy feet because is there somebody behind me? Am I going to get my head knocked off again? Like it's completely different.
And then you energize the crowd.
Oh, sure.
They're getting even louder when they have a play like that. And you're right. You said this earlier. Oklahoma's issue last season was not their defense.
Oh, no.
Their
was
offense was busted.
They were hurt. They didn't have John Matera at quarterback. He's a good quarterback. He's a dual threat guy. And I mean, they got, I forget it, Burks, I think, is one of the receivers.
Yes.
And they've got another guy who transferred from Arkansas Pine Bluff. They got a transfer running back from Cal.
Yes.
Yeah, they're upgraded offensively a tremendous amount.
Yeah, they knew what they needed to do.
Mm-hmm.
They knew the offense was the issue. And by the way, they didn't play anybody impressive either in week one, but Mateer was 400 yards offense, 3 touchdowns, and he's not a freshman, and he's playing at home. And there's a reason Oklahoma's favored this week.
Yeah.
I think it's up to 6.5. So,
not surprised.
Michigan's got their work cut out for them. 248-539-9797. We have Overreact Gyms coming up at 9:35. Some of the big takeaways from the opening week in college football. It's 97.1.
Value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. When I have questions about my finances, I always turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. Tim in the branch in Plymouth has been outstanding. His assistant, Lisa, have been great at guiding us through a lot, and I know that they're attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and helping find the answers that I need. And I just shared the reasons why. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal financial goals, and they work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. That's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, not just as a number, and they do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. You can count on that, since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community, because it's their community as well. And we all have to work together to help our communities continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, member FDIC.
Get a brighter smile without breaking the bank. That's Brightside Dental. Got Metro Detroit locations all over the place. 9 Metro Detroit locations means one's right around the corner from you. If you're looking for a reason to book that dentist appointment, get in before your fall gets too busy. You want to make sure you make that 6-month appointment. And if you haven't done your regular cleanings, they're not going to judge you. That's their thing. If you missed your 6-month cleaning or it's been a year or 2 or more, not an issue with Brightside Dental. $35 new patient special covers exams and x-rays with no hidden fees. So make an appointment. Get back in that routine. 1-800-PAINLESS. BrightsideDental.com. Tell them Jim Costa and the Morning Show sent you. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Sharon Moore yesterday talking about the suspension carries over for the first half against Oklahoma for one of their best defenders. 248-539-9797. We did have a winner for the 2 Grand Slam earlier today. We will play that for people at the end of the show. The dramatic finish. Could he get the pop culture question right?
Yes.
He needed help from his niece who had told him about her before. We'll get to that at the end of the hour. Overreact Gyms at 9:35. John, last night, you had your fantasy football draft.
We did, and obviously the season starts on Thursday, so I'm texting all of the participants, which happens to be my 4 oldest, along with my niece, Jessica, who is a sophomore at Grand Valley State. She's on the field hockey team there. So I was trying to figure out, with all of these different college schedules, when we could do the draft. And they weren't, as aware as I was, because I said, hey, how about Wednesday night? And then Jess said, well, I got practice from 8 to 10. We'll have to do it after 10. That's way too late for me. And so I said, how about Tuesday night? And Lucy said, well, I've got class until exit on. Anyway, we came to the resolution that it was going to be at 10 o'clock last night. I fell asleep literally right after kickoff of the North Carolina TCU game.
You didn't miss anything.
I didn't miss anything. And so in preparation for that, I was either going to auto draft,
sure, or
the other option was I had a discussion with my wife. Here are the players I like. She was going to be up, so she drafted for me.
And
there were a couple of glitches that we had with the app where somebody was kicked off, Lucy was, and there was some auto drafting. Lisa got kicked off right at the beginning. There was a couple of picks auto drafted.
And then you like the Kanye post.
What's that?
And then you like the Kanye post.
Oh, glitches.
Oh, yeah.
And
so
this sounds like a disaster.
No, it wasn't a disaster. So we everybody has their roster. Now it's a matter of trades. It's a matter of trying to pick up, anybody that wasn't picked. My draft.
Yeah, I'm curious what Lisa did. You gave her some notes, like some names,
some things, and she knows. She went through her fantasy football draft on Sunday.
Okay,
so she's
in the groove.
Yeah, she's well versed in. My roster is young. I've got 3 rookie running backs.
Oh boy.
I've got Ashton Genty, which I'm happy about that. Yeah. Omarion Hampton, which I'm good with that too.
Jim Harbaugh runs the ball.
And Travion Henderson. Which
man, I think he's gonna have a big year.
I think he's gonna have a big year too. So those are my 3 running backs. My quarterback is Jared Goff, which I'm good with. I'm a big fan of Jared Goff, as everybody knows.
You're not worried about a step back without Ben Johnson?
No. All the weapons. A lot of weapons. I did want Amon-Ra St. Brown, and I wanted Isaac Tesla.
Did you get either?
I didn't get either. Okay. But my receivers are, DK Metcalf.
I think he's gonna have a big year.
CD Lamb.
Sure.
I've got Brock Bowers as my tight end.
Love that.
Lad McConkey. And then I got Malik Neighbors and Jackson Smith and Jigba. My backup tight end is Mark Andrews. I do have Alvin Kamara as a kind of do-it-all guy.
This just so people understand, this is not like a 12-team league here.
No, this is 16.
Yeah, okay. Because I'm like, well, this roster is incredible.
Right, yeah. So everybody's roster looks pretty incredible. Yeah. The big fight in our house was over who was going to draft Colston Loveland. And it had nothing to do with his production.
They think he's cute.
They think he's cute, yes. And Colston Loveland was obviously in the house against New Mexico. And so Ellie was there, and she was all up in arms. Oh, Colston Loveland's here. Yeah, okay. Fine.
Who got Colston Loveland?
Ellie did.
Oh, of course.
Yes.
First round pick.
Yeah, which if I had been awake, and I told Lisa this, I'm like, number one pick. This is going to be very important. And I don't even know where I was in the draft. But the number one pick, I said, as long as one of the girls picks first, somebody is going to take Colston Loveland, that's not who you would draft first.
No.
So if you draft second or third, you're still going to have basically the number one overall pick.
Of course.
So we'll see how this plays out.
Now, did you win last year?
I came in second last year. I came in second the last couple of years, and I came in second. Remember when they canceled the game between Cincinnati and Buffalo because a guy
DeMar
died
Hamlin?
on the field? Yeah.
He didn't die, but yes.
I was in the moment. All I had to do was have Joe Burrow complete one pass, and I was going to win the league. And then what happens? They cancel the game, and they don't replay the game. I end up losing that season. I came in second again.
So you're knocking on the door. Tonight is the big draft for me.
Ooh.
And I will be christened champion for my performance last year with Saquon Barkley. So look, I could use the boost after my opening weekend betting college football.
Yeah.
I'm going to get to feel like a genius when they hand me the trophy and I
Is
preside
this keeper
over.
league?
Keeper league. It's a super complicated league. There's
How many dudes or how many participants?
14 teams. We have franchise tags,
Sorry, Heather.
salary caps, auction style. It's cutthroat.
Do better.
Yeah, his league is so serious, but I would love to see video of the trophy presentation tonight and the people that are in attendance and their reactions.
Will everyone be present?
Yes, this is an in-person draft. Auction style and rookies got to get taken tonight. It's a whole ordeal. And
video this, and I'll put it on X.
Yeah, there's got to be.
The
old commercial. Yeah, TJ, who's your mama?
TJ Lang is in this league. He can give you a firsthand account of what it's like to lose to me next time you see him. He'll be in Monday?
Monday. Yeah.
That'll be perfect. Valeni's in the league. By the way, third year in the league, champion. Took a year to inherit somebody's roster, learn some of the intricacies, make the tweaks, and now I'm your champion.
Don't hurt yourself.
Pat myself on
Has
the back
TJ
there.
ever won?
Yes, I think once. Yeah. The big story tonight is I'm putting Barkley out on the restricted block to see if someone will outbid me or overpay for him. That's the storyline to watch.
Okay.
Anyway.
Cool.
What seems very dismissive.
Thanks, Greg.
She won that.
I go 5 minutes on John's 6-person fantasy league, but God forbid I make one or two comments about a much more intricate competitive league.
Ooh, the big storyline. Schefter's tweeting about it.
Adam Schefter will have the latest. That and whatever else is going on at Michigan. Anyway, we'll get to Overreact Gyms at 9:35, but first, Heather with the news.
Well, nobody won the massive Powerball jackpot last night, but
I'm still in the game.
we're all still in the game.
That's right.
All of us. But there was a ticket sold in Detroit that won $1 million.
Oh, wow.
So that's pretty cool. It was purchased at the CVS on Warren Avenue. So somebody is a
Walking around
millionaire.
with a golden
Hopefully,
ticket, yeah.
they didn't toss it in the trash or
Oh boy.
misplace it.
So what do you get if you win $1 million? It's
$1 million
like-
bucks.
Well, no, taxes. You probably get like, what, 600? I don't know.
5, 6,
yeah,
550. I don't know, somewhere in
there. Yeah.
Still a decent chunk of money that could be life changing for somebody. But
You could put one
For
or even
everyone.
2 kids through college, maybe.
well, not. I mean, if you got a lot of money already, it's not going to be life changing.
Well, that's a lot of money.
Yeah.
But it's not going to change a billionaire's life if
No,
they
well,
want it. I'm saying
Yeah. I doubt they're playing the lottery, but
Could you imagine?
you never know.
oh yeah.
Elon's playing the lottery.
Yeah.
He wins big
Ishbia
time.
and Gilbert are playing the
Yeah.
lottery. Come on, guys.
But anyway, the jackpot dreams are still alive for all of us. So your next chance to win $1.3 billion will be on Wednesday night. Yeah, pretty cool. So it's now the 5th largest jackpot in Powerball history. We'll see if one of us.
Yeah. Driving in this morning, I actually had I hadn't had my glasses on, so I'm going by one of those signs that tells
yeah.
you what it is, and all I saw was 130, and I thought, somebody won.
Like it drops
Because I
down.
couldn't
Yeah, you
see the
couldn't see
decimal point and I couldn't see the B or
B,
the M.
the
So I put my
billion.
glasses on and it says 1.3 billion. I thought, I'm still in the game.
I know. Colin woke up and said he got another email from the lottery. Like, we won $12.
Hell yeah. There you go.
Yeah, putting it right back in there, I'm sure. Students across the country are headed back to school. Today, a lot of kids have their first day of school, and many will be without their cell phones. So this year, more states than ever are banning phones during school hours. In Texas, for example, every public and charter school students will be without their phones during the school day. Obviously, the goal is higher classroom student engagement. They also say it lowers student anxiety. A lot of students are afraid of being filmed or being embarrassed, and obviously having that go viral all over the internet. Along with Texas, about 31 states and the District of Columbia are now restricting students' use of cell phones in schools. And there's a lot of support for it. A lot of teachers are on board with this. There's some parents that are a little anxious. They're worried about being able to get a hold of their children. But experts are saying most likely as they get used to the new rules, some of that anxiousness will subside a little bit. And of course, students
Turn the helicopter off.
aren't super excited for it. So in Delaware, 83% of teachers are on board for the banning all of phones in the classroom, while only 11% of students agree.
Of course, yes. No, I think it's great. I think the positives greatly outweigh the negatives.
Yeah,
I couldn't
do
imagine
too.
trying to teach with kids buried in their phones.
A Florida woman is warning others about how to tell if a guy is a player. This girl, Bryn Baker, she's a college cheerleader turned social media influencer, and she's going viral for sharing her list of questionable traits that a guy can have.
Let's see how many John has and how many I have.
Yeah, one of those traits has to do with texting in only lowercase letters.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Former John. You're still involved.
Skank.
Skank.
Skank. Wow.
Whore.
The whores and skanks. Yeah, that's when the whores come in. Wow.
I hadn't heard that until just now. That was phenomenal.
Former or current college athlete.
Yeah, you got a couple of those, John. You also have a blue check mark, I think, on
I do,
social
yes.
media.
Yeah.
Skank.
Skank. Yes.
Whore. It's just like she's got Tourette's just screaming the words out. It's fabulous.
Oh, boy.
That's the news.
That is the news.
Okay,
All right.
yeah.
Coming up next, Overreact Jim's thoughts on Alabama. What happened? Thoughts on Florida State's big win and all the top 10 matchups. It's 97-1.
How about a guy that's lost some weight?
Skank.
I'll tell you about a deal with you. It's a program that works and it works fast because I went through the program. I lost 50 pounds in the first 40 days, and it was all with Ideal You. Love the program, and if you like to eat protein, it is 100% for you. You can lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days with Ideal You. If you book today, Ideal You is going to give you a free body composition analysis. That's $150 value, absolutely free. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us. And when you get that body composition analysis, they're also going to pair you with a weight loss coach. They're going to be with you every step of the way. They'll make some tweaks here and there, make sure that that you're not suffering, that you are actually enjoying the process. Ideal You is different than other weight loss companies because it works and it works fast. After you lose all of that weight, they're also going to be there to help sure that you keep it off. And I'm 4 years into it. I've been able to keep off every pound and lose a couple of more. Lose up to 40 pounds in 40 days and be happy whether it's taking pictures or it's just being in a bathing suit, whatever it is, just being in your own skin. Book your free consultation right now at idealu.us to get your body composition analysis. That's a $150 value, absolutely free. FanDuel's getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you just simply win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you will unlock $300 in bonus bets to use anywhere on the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines, doesn't matter, whatever your style, whatever you want, FanDuel's got you covered. The NFL season is finally here. We're all happy about that. The only question is, are you ready to play? FanDuel, visit FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to download the FanDuel app today and get started. That website again, FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as now in trouble. Bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Grand slam off Charlie Morton. Yikes. Mets win. Back at it tonight. Hey, if you had a long Labor Day weekend and didn't really pay attention to the Tigers, you didn't miss much. They took 2 or 3 against the Royals. They own this division. And they still need to figure out who their number 2 pitcher is. And Charlie Morton's had a couple bad outings in a row now. We'll have AJ Hinch on tomorrow's show. We'll have Dan Campbell on tomorrow's show. We've got the Power Surge and your first chance to win Lions tickets. We'll be doing it every Wednesday.
All right.
Texter says, really? No talk on the Lions 5 days before the first game? Well, Dan's going to kick that off with us tomorrow.
Yes.
But
we've gone over the roster, the final cuts.
Schedule.
I know they're now at 53. They're not going to go into the season with only 52 on the roster.
No, they're not. I think the thing we could have brought up, and we'll have all week to do it, is this Parsons situation is how healthy is he? Adam Schefter said he's dealing with an issue with his back, a sprain in his back. He may take an epidural injection prior to Sunday's game if needed to help him play. I expect he'll be out there, John.
This, to me, sounds like the NFLPA saying you need to legitimize your back issue a little bit more. And because of all the hold-ins for, tight hammies and bad backs.
Yeah, it says Parsons has been practicing this week. He's going to try to play in Sunday's opener against the Lions, although one source said it is uncertain if he will.
I have no knowledge of the situation, but he will.
He'll be out there.
Yeah.
Bring it on.
Yeah.
Week 1.
Yeah.
Let's get it going.
I'm excited that the NFL season is going to get underway. I can't wait for Thursday night. I just wish it was in the U.S.
Well, Thursday is.
Well, yeah, but which game is
Friday?
Friday night's game.
Friday's in Brazil, right?
Yeah.
That's the Harbaugh Mahomes showdown.
Yeah. Second thought. Yeah. You can have that one overseas.
Send him to Brazil?
Yeah.
Make him walk back to the Darien Gap.
Yes. I'm excited for the season. I can't wait for the Lions to take the field. There's so many. We're not going to learn everything about this team in one game, but we'll learn a lot. And I think everybody's going to be looking at the offensive play calling, obviously the interior offensive line, and then is there going to be, Aiden Hutchinson back on the field? Is there going to be anything opposite Aiden Hutchinson, which we don't expect, but they will put a player there.
Someone has to play there,
Yeah.
John. And
They can play with 10.
They could. Did you see Dan Campbell was asked yesterday about the fact that Vegas has labeled the Packers the favorites in the North?
What was his response?
He's like, Vegas did what now?
Yeah.
No, we haven't really spent any time on that at all.
Not concerned about the preseason lines.
I think he said to each their own was the direct quote from Dan Campbell. Earlier today, we had a special 2 Grand Slam.
Mm-hmm.
You'd like to give me a hard time because since I've been on the show, nobody ever wins. Today?
Correct.
Today?
Just like you last week.
Things are all starting to change, and it started today at 7:25 with our contestant.
What is the capital of Louisiana?
Baton Rouge.
Who played Jack in the 1997 movie Titanic?
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Who does Michigan State's football team play this coming Saturday?
Boston College.
Sean Manaea pitches for this MLB team.
The Mets.
This artist has the current hit Man-Child.
Pass.
Who do the Philadelphia Eagles play on Thursday night?
Dallas.
Shane Beamer is the coach of this college football team.
South Carolina.
This artist has the current hit Man-Child.
Sabrina Carpenter.
Yes!
Oh, Lord.
You did it, Mark! Congrats!
Well done, Mark. So do we have an exact time on Mark? Like how much time was left on the clock? We didn't do that math.
Listening to it back, probably very little.
Yeah, I was wondering if he answered it at 59 seconds.
And then later he said his niece had been talking about Sabrina Carpenter, which is the only reason he even guessed. He wasn't sure, but he got it.
Yep.
Would either of you boys have gotten that one?
I don't know what you're talking about.
We had a 2 Grand
Who
Slam
sings
winner today.
Man-Child?
I get asked that question all the time when I walk in the house. I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about.
What do you got?
Who's the artist behind the song Man-Child?
Whoa, here she comes.
No, that's
Man
that's
Eater.
No.
That's Hall Notes. That's different. I don't know the song Man-Child. It was like,
Who'd you guess? It's in the 2 Grand Slam. 2 grand's on the line. It's your last one. You passed it. You're coming back.
okay, what's the question again?
TikTok.
The question
It's
is,
who sings the current hit song "Man-Child"?
who sings it? Little Nas X. I don't know. He's in jail. It can't be him.
Could have recorded it before
Wrong
he went
gender.
in.
Wrong gender.
Okay, good, great. All right, so Man-Child is
Sabrina
sung by
Carpenter.
I was just going to say Sabrina Carpenter. Really?
Yes!
You just won $2,000. Let's go!
I swear to God, I was going to say the same thing.
Denzel Washington.
That is nuts.
Yes!
Doug's
Woohoo!
doing a victory lap.
So, well, we know what's on his playlist. It's what's her name? Sabrina Carpenter and
Celine Dion?
Celine Dion. Yeah.
Oh, here it comes.
Here it is.
My moment is over. back to
There
my-
was a Titanic question.
Was there? Mm-hmm. Let's hear it.
Who plays Jack in the movie Titanic?
Oh, you got this.
Hint, it's not Denzel.
Yeah.
You got
Or
this.
Celine Dion?
It's
Or Sabrina Carpenter.
Come on.
Or Kate Winslet?
Leonardo DiCaprio.
There it is.
Yes.
Come on, Doug. Come on.
Let's go, Doug!
There it is.
He's high-fiving everybody in the office. What are you guys talking about today?
Well, thanks for pumping up the ego, because that's all we're going to hear about today. Is Doug got a question right when it relates to movies. I'm gonna. Did you even see Titanic?
Yes.
Okay, you have seen it. Have you and the wife performed the
You and the
get to
wife.
the bow of the boat and spread your arms out thing? Have you done
No,
that?
we've never done
Are you sure?
Hold on a second.
Yeah,
I've seen
yeah,
it.
come on.
I've seen it.
I mean, if I've done it on a pontoon boat, come on.
I have not done that. No.
I think everybody has to do that on any kind of boat you're on. You've got to do the pose.
The pose?
Yeah, you get to the front of the boat.
John hasn't seen the movie.
I haven't seen the movie.
Oh, you haven't seen
No.
the movie. Heather, have you done that? on a boat?
Of course I've
seen
done the pose.
highlight. Yeah.
Of course, she has. Costa, have you done the pose?
I have not done the pose.
Of course he has.
Come on.
Yeah, he didn't want to drop his cat. What's he supposed to do with the cat?
Well, a cat can spread its wings and want to,
Fly.
enjoy.
Fresh air.
Yes.
Yeah. The warm sea air coming up through the fur. Yeah. I could see that.
All right.
Cats like fish.
They do.
They do.
So is I have a question. Is Champ and Chump today,
Hold
or was
on,
that
Whiskers.
yesterday?
It was yesterday.
Okay.
And I
So no
haven't
Champ and
posted.
Chump today.
No, did you have a champ or chump from the weekend? That you...
I didn't have one planned.
Okay, no, then that's fine. You don't have to. Okay. Don't worry about it.
So what is the plan today?
We have tons of football, college and NFL, and yesterday was something that I was not looking forward to, and it lived up to. It lived up. It was as bad as I thought it would be, if not
Yeah.
worse. And I will explain right out of the gate.
Oh boy. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
I didn't even
Breaking
hear.
news.
I didn't even hear where they ranked.
I didn't know. I was laughing too hard.
You and I both burst out laughing. Because apparently it's the highly anticipated post-Labor Day NBA Power Rankings.
USA Today, I think.
Okay. There are some post-Labor Day NBA Power Rankings. Labor Day has come and gone. Where do the Pistons stand?
I know. This is what happens in live radio. You never know. You got to
You
pivot.
know what, though?
Every once in a while, you got to pivot.
You keep filling it up, Luke, because the changeover we need all the time. We can't get
Not making
ready
fun
for
of
the
Luke.
show.
Not
No.
making fun of Luke.
It's a
just
king.
that's
The absolute king. How are you?
I'm all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a long weekend. Busy for me to an extent, but nowhere near as busy as yours.
Yeah. Look, we'll just get this out of the way. Yesterday, we had to do one of the most difficult things any parent has to do, and that's drop your kid off at school. And
not like to the bus stop.
No, it is. Yeah, it is. We did obviously work the game Saturday, and we'll get into Michigan, New Mexico, and we'll talk Michigan State, Western Michigan, and look ahead to Oklahoma and Boston College. And we got Lions to get to today. And there's a Twitter poll out there we'd love for you to vote on. At Doug Gator 971 on Twitter.
And, of course, the post-Labor Day Power Rankings today for the NBA.
The NBA's post-Labor Day Power Rankings. Yeah, it's going to be a busy day. But Sunday morning we got up and drove. We had to get to Connecticut. And the idea was to be on the road by 9 a.m., but we didn't leave till well afternoon. And so the plan changed immediately. We didn't have anywhere booked. And my son is interested in Penn State eventually, but so we decided to go to State College. Went to State College, Pennsylvania, hung out and checked it all out and watched Notre Dame and Miami from there. Got up at 6 a.m. yesterday morning and drove the remaining 5 hours to Connecticut. And we got there, and again, knowing we were driving back, my wife's a school teacher. Today's the first day of school. She couldn't miss it. And I wanted to get back and do the show. So we had a 10-hour drive ahead of us once we left. We probably got to the school around 2:30. So already we know we're going to be rolling in late. Basically, half the school was moving in yesterday and half moves in today. And my son's got a buddy going in. They're going to be roommates, and I got a third roommate, and it's going to be fine. But yesterday, he was the only one moving in, and it felt like everybody else knew somebody. Everybody was laughing, having fun, and he was by himself.
So the other guys hadn't moved in yet.
Other guys move in today, and he was by himself. It's already a difficult thing just to move him into a dorm and say goodbye. But I you have to do it as a parent. You have to drop your kid off. You're going to leave them. It's in their best interest. Yep. This is part of growing up. You know all of this. It is easily the most difficult thing we've ever had to do. Our first two, God bless them, went to the University of Michigan right down the street. It was no big deal. This was incredibly difficult. And I, parents who've done it know what I'm talking about. The turn and look over your shoulder as they walk away by themselves.
Right.
And you are walking to get in your car and leave them, and they look back at you with tears in their eyes. But you have to do it. You have to do it, and it is more difficult than I ever imagined. I knew it was going to be tough. Then we got in a car and drove 10 hours back. Got in at 3:40 this morning.
Because that's what you do, and of course right. That's because you drove Sunday. To get there. That's you. Stay as long as you can so that you can leave as late as you can and head home. Got it.
Yep.
It's so on brand for you. I imagine it makes it easier or more difficult depending on what the kid's attitude is going into the event of moving in.
Yep.
Like if you can see that the kid's nervous, that's going to make you feel worse. If the kid is excited and you can see that he's smiling, he's like, you can tell that he's anticipating it. It's like, this is going to be great. It's going to be great. It probably takes a burden off you to an extent. I don't know what the little fellow was. He's not a little fellow.
No, he's now
anymore.
6'5".
He's not a little fellow. I don't
He's
know.
always been my little guy, but yes.
How is his attitude going into
Both.
it? Was there
excitement.
anxiety?
Yeah, there
or
was tons of
there-
anxiety and tons of nerves. And we got there, the room was not configured great. And, he FaceTimed his roommates to say, okay, who wants what? Because, there's different beds and different
Desks
areas.
and whatnot.
And thankfully he got back, the response he got was a lot of, I don't care. It doesn't matter. And I'm like, okay, well, let's see. You do you, whatever you want, but let's negotiate, because you don't want to be the kid that just got there first and got the best bed and the best desk, and all that. So,
Right.
but yeah, so we had to really configure the room. Once we got the room sort of in a better place, because there was like a desk right in the middle. It was kind of weird, but
I think just throw the stuff in there and then let everybody else decide where it's going to go. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but he was staying there last night, so we kind of wanted to help him unpack and everything.
Sure.
So
Well,
anyway,
you're not just going to
what
drop them off and say goodbye. I mean,
yeah, what we found out is we drove away, and after a couple hours, we checked in, and he was playing basketball with guys on the team, and it was great for him. And
guys on a baseball team.
The basketball team. He was playing. Yes. The long story short, he assimilated quickly and was happy and started rattling off names, and I'm like, thank God.
Yeah, well, that's who he is. I mean, your kid is pretty outgoing, pretty social, so that would have been my salvo to you. Hey, man.
Yeah.
He's going to be fine.
He's going to be fine. But like when we left, we're like, okay, dinner starts. Are you going to go? And he goes, I think I'm just going to sit in my room. And we're like, no, go to dinner. And he went to dinner.
Meet people.
Somebody knocked on his door though, which helped. It was, a guy that had been there and knocked on his door and said, hey, come on. And that helped a ton. But I will tell you that I do not envy parents. Like someday, Kang, you're going to have to go through this someday, most likely. And it's tough. It is.
Oh, I believe it, man. I enjoy every day, every moment right now. So, I try not to look ahead too much.
Yep. So anyway, and then there was the drive back. So we get in the car. My wife goes to sleep. I drive the first 6 hours. At about 11:30 last night, we switched. We got in at 3:40 this morning. I slept for a couple hours, and I'm completely running on fumes today. Total mess, but it's all good. Checked in with my son. His roommates will be there soon. He's doing fine. So I just that first moment is tough. Really, really tough. Perry in Clinton Township here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Perry.
Hey, this is Perry Farrell. How you guys doing?
Hey, what's up, Perry?
What's going on?
You touched a nerve. I dropped my daughter off at Grand Valley, and we were sitting in a Dairy Queen eating lunch, and I just burst out into tears. My oldest child, she's going to Grand Valley, and they had the best dorms in the state, believe me. I just burst out crying. Your oldest female leaving, going to college, and then it's like 3 hours driving back. That was like a basket case.
Perry, it's terrible. I knew it was going to be bad, but I'll never forget the image of looking over my shoulder and him walking away, looking back at me, and I'm just like,
it's uncontrollable passion. It's your child.
Mm-hmm.
You see them, in diapers, and now you're graduating. They didn't go to Grand Valley. You drop them off, and it's like, it's the worst feeling in the world.
And here's the other thing I was thinking about. I want him to go there and experience, like, grow up and mature. But that means the person I am leaving off is not coming home. It's a different person that's going to be coming home. And I'm making myself tear up again.
Yeah.
But that version of him.
When son comes home, it'll be a whole different person. It's like, who are you, and why are you in my house?
Well, I feel you, man. It was difficult, and I hope now, was this recently?
No, my daughter went up there in 18. She graduated in 22. She was president of her sorority. Now she's working in L.A. for Apple.
And it all worked out. It all worked out.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I have great places to go vacation, so it worked out fine.
How was it the second year you dropped her off?
I gave her a PT Cruiser. I said, see you later, bye. And then my youngest went to Michigan State, and so we're dropping her off. We turned her on the water. The water came out brown. She was West Hall, and the water was brown. And even when I dropped her off, it's like, oh, my God. I cried, but not as much. but it's like, okay, this is the nest is empty. She's gone, but she's only like an hour and 10 minutes away.
Yeah.
Well,
but it's still it kills you inside.
Sure does. Sure does.
Yeah.
Hey, appreciate the phone call, Perry. Take care.
Did the theme from Hulk start playing in the background as
The
you were looking
piano
over
music?
your shoulder? Yeah.
Yeah, it felt like it. Yeah.
It's tough. No, I'm making fun of it, but yes, I get it. That's I can imagine. I mean, it's totally different if your kids are going in state, and even as Perry said, in state, he still has to drive 3 hours to get back. It's all on your mind. It's got to suck. 10 hours is a whole different ballgame.
Hey, all female sports fans, Tuesday is a day for you at your favorite Twin Peaks. Grab your friends and join them every Tuesday at Twin Peaks for Ladies Night. $4 Happy Dad, Twisted Teas, Mimosas, House Long Islands, Margaritas, and Sangria. $5 Lemon Drop Martinis, Green, White, and Orange Tea Shots, 10-ounce drafts, ciders, 20% off all food, half off all wine. And it's not too late to book your fantasy football draft party, but it's getting late. You better hurry. The season's starting in 2 days. There's still room to book. Special perks for league commissioners as well as prizes for the rest of the league. Enjoy all that with wall-to-wall TVs, the coldest draft beer in the country, and this month's featured beer, Sam Adams Oktoberfest. Not to mention, hands down, the best bar food in the state. And there's the beautiful Twin Peaks girls serving it all up. Come see the difference today, or catch them Sunday for Detroit football, the Detroit football kickoff. Twin Peaks eats, drinks, scenic views. So open lines is what we do, and we've got a bunch of calls on a variety of topics. 248-539-9797. Let's get to your phone calls. We go to D in Detroit. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, D?
DK Gator, what's going on? How was the holiday weekend, homie?
It was all right, D. It was all right.
You eat good?
Kind of
You eat
busy.
good?
Pretty busy.
Did you eat good?
Did I
you
eat good?
though?
You
Yeah.
know, I always eat well, DJ. Thanks for asking.
Yeah.
Hey, that's good to hear. That's good to hear. Hey, man, a couple quick points. If the Detroit Tiger pitching staff, and I don't want to be negative, if the Detroit Tiger pitching staff don't learn how to keep that ball in the ballpark, bro, we're going to be in trouble in the playoffs with them heavy hitters we're going to have to face. I'm talking about starters, relievers, closers. We got to learn how to keep that ball in the park, bro. We're giving up homers at alarming rate.
D, it's
You agree?
yeah. I mean, honestly, it's an issue, and all while they have the best record in the American League. They have the best record in the American League, and they've hung on to that, and yet there are problems that are very legit. I mean, I think it's, the idea that they can pitch better. We know they can, but this has been going on, I don't know, is it getting close to a month? They've had a team ERA for their starters over 4. I mean, it's just, it's not, I mean, I don't even know who they're supposed to start in the postseason.
And there's no help down in the minors. I mean, it's just, hopefully we can get it together. I don't want to be negative.
That's it.
Hopefully.
They just got to find that best version of themselves. Mr. Fetter, you have work to do.
Another point, bro. You are a hell of an analyst, DK, on the radio. I'm going to give you your props, bro. But what's going on with college football players exposing their knees like they do?
I don't know.
I mean,
they're basically wearing shorts. They're wearing shorts.
Right.
I'm not sure.
Don't they got to protect their knee in some kind of way?
One would think, D, one would think, and basically they're just, the thigh pads, the knee pads, the skill position players don't like them.
Well, I think it restricts their running, or the limits to how quick they can be, and it's uncomfortable, and those are the reasons. And I don't think they're smart reasons.
No. 248-539-9797. Sherry is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Sherry.
Hi.
Hey.
Well, we have a story. Dropped our son off at Central and brought his sister with us, which you would think would be a good thing. He was by himself. Nobody else was there yet. We stayed all day, took him out to lunch, did everything we could possibly do, got books. And then we thought, okay, we really need to leave. And you could tell he didn't want us to leave. And it was only Central, so it definitely wasn't Connecticut or any place far. But our daughter, I think at that time, 10th grader, she cried for like an hour on the way home in the car. Yeah. I mean, my husband and I are trying to keep it together. She's bawling like a baby. You would have thought he died. I think it was like a half hour after she kind of started to calm down. He called, was having a great time with some guys, and everything was great. But it was definitely an emotional experience. And if it wasn't for our daughter, the Central thing, not a big deal. He was doing fine. But when your other kid is bawling her eyes out, that made it a little worse.
Sherry, same thing happened to us when we left the house Sunday morning. Our daughter, who's a junior in college, saying goodbye to her little brother, was bawling. And I'm like, oh, no. No.
You can't do that. We're on the way out of here. No. We got 10 hours to go.
I know. And it starts everybody else getting so emotional.
You would literally buy them almost anything they want at that. You're so vulnerable as a parent. Sherry, thank you. And I'm glad he immediately acclimated.
You getting that dog?
He's the one that wanted the dog.
I know you can't do that now.
But I mean, I'll give you an example. We drove past a Nike outlet. Can we stop? Can we stop that? Yep.
What if he knows that, like anything,
dude,
at this point?
You're so vulnerable. 248-539-9797. Matt is next. Hi, Matt.
Hey, good morning, guys.
What's up?
Not much. Enjoying my drive. College football, a few teams. So Alabama, dead. I don't think they're a threat to anyone. Michigan, they played really well, and I think I talked to you, Gator, yesterday. I want to see how Bryce deals with pressure coming from Oklahoma because New Mexico is a nobody. So I want to see how he does against a really good team. Oh, not a really good team, a good team. Before I say, he's really good. And then the Ohio State game, I got so tired when I was watching it. Every time Arch Manning did something, they always brought up Peyton or Eli or Archie. Like, he's just talked about the trio and not even like his own dad.
That was unbelievable to me. I brought that up yesterday, that I could not believe that everything they said was about the uncles or the grandfather or even the kid's mother, and they gave, like, even said, hey, he got those wheels from his mother, his mother, and they list off his mother's accomplishments. I'm like, his dad was a wide receiver. You want to mention his name? Hello, Cooper Manning is his father.
Yeah, I'm sure if they would have kept going, they probably would have brought up his priest, his school teacher.
Right.
I mean, look, they're trying to appeal to the non-football fan and draw in interest, so they're giving whatever they can come up with. He once said he'd like to throw the ball to Travis Kelce, who's engaged to Taylor Swift. Like anything you can to bring in the non-football fan, but I get it.
His name does alone.
There are storylines that get recycled and you get bombarded with. And it's just part of being a sports fan, and you know it. And everybody has their ones that drives them crazy. As far as Bryce is concerned, Bryce Underwood, Brent Venables is the head coach at Oklahoma.
Yep.
Brent Venables has made a name for himself in college football as being an elite defensive mind. Brent Venables is going to throw the kitchen sink at Bryce Underwood. If Bryce Underwood passes this test on the road, national TV, it's a whole different deal. But, I mean, the first one was a quiz, and he passed it, I'd say, with flying colors. But it was a quiz. This is a midterm, and it's tough, and you got a week to prepare, and the athletes are going to be different. The defensive coordinator, I mean, New Mexico's DC was a guy that's been around coaching football for 20-plus years at the collegiate level, but he's not Brent Venables. And so this is a whole different animal coming up on Saturday night. And we got a whole week to preview it, but we'll get into it a little bit as the day goes on. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Let's hit our Twitter poll. It's Lions related. We have 3 options, and they're all getting a lot of votes. And we'll tell you what it is and get your comments on it. And we'll take phone calls on it as well. We'd love to talk to you on this Tuesday on Carson Anderson. We'll get that Twitter poll at 10:31 on 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so Carson Anderson, 97 a ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Here's the Twitter poll we put out there. Because it is Detroit Lions game week, and obviously, the dynamic in the division shifted quite a bit with a trade that took place last week, and Micah Parsons will make his debut for the Green Bay Packers. But most likely will make his debut for the Green Bay Packers. There's now an injury question mark. That's something that needs to get discussed. But the Lions are 2.5-point underdog. Vegas win total set at 10.5. We're kind of, getting used to-ish the Lions being a contender. Question. Do you feel better about the Lions' chances to win the Super Bowl than you did a year ago? Do you feel about the same, or do you feel worse? Do you feel better about the Lions' chances to win the Super Bowl, about the same, or worse? And of those three responses, Gator, which do you think is the number one response?
About the same?
About the same. Has 43.2% of the vote so far. What do you think's next?
It's fresh. I'm going to say worse.
36.1% of the vote. Well done. And leaving 20.6% for people feel better. If you go vote and comment, there's a chance we're going to read your comment on the air. How would you describe how you feel about this team going into the season? Do you feel better? You feel about the same? You feel worse?
I feel about the same. I think there are things that balance each other out. I thought last year's team was obviously very good. I thought, coming off the NFC Championship appearance the previous season, that this is going to be a team that's going to fight to get right back there. And I kind of feel like it's the same thing this year. There are differences, obviously. You've lost Frank Ragnow, because he's retired, not because anything bad happened. But Frank's retired. He wasn't traded, didn't sign with somebody else. The coordinators are gone to take head coaching jobs elsewhere. But I can reconcile the coordinator thing. It doesn't bother me as much. Losing Aaron Glenn, I think, is going to be a bigger blow than losing Ben Johnson. And I still have a lot of confidence that Shep's going to get the job done as a defensive coordinator. I called him Shep. I don't even know the guy. Kelvin Shepard is going to do a better job as he's going to do a fine job as a defensive coordinator. But it's because everybody comes back. You're getting guys back, and you're also adding to the mix a little bit. If you think if you just think that having DJ Reed is an even swap for Carlton Davis, okay, fine. But I know that Terrion Arnold's better than what he was a year ago, and that's huge.
Should be. Yeah.
That's a huge step, knowing that some guys are just going to be flat out better. Having DJ Reader for the full season, I think, is going to benefit. Now, it sucks that for the first half of the season, at least, it seems like you're going to be without Aleem McNeil and other players. But I think that having Tylik Williams as a defensive tackle, I think him stepping in, because I didn't expect much out of Levi Onwuzurike last year, because I've been down on Onwuzurike as a player. He just hasn't worked out. I think he's always had the injury issues, and it's unfortunate for him because has yet to see that full potential. I think that Tylik Williams can start the season with the same type of feeling that I had for Onwuzurike, but Williams has the upside because he's just getting started.
Right.
I really like Ratledge at right guard. I think he might be an upgrade over the right guard they had last year in Zeitler. So I think all these things together, it's a better wide receiver room, a healthier Sam Laporta to start the season. There's lots that balances out the stuff that they lost. So that's why I'm at the same place I was last year.
Yeah.
This is still a team that's going to contend and compete for the NFC Championship.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same place. There are players that are going to get better. There are losses that need to be overcome. I had major. My biggest concern was the interior of the offensive line. As we've gotten closer to the season, I am less concerned, but I still have my concerns. Like it hasn't wiped away and said, "Oh, they're going to be fine." But there seems to be a growing confidence that group is going to be the guards are both good young players and that they're going to be okay. So I'm feeling better about that, but I'm taking a bit of a wait and see approach. Coordinators, I think it might be a tad bit overrated. I don't worry as much about losing Ben Johnson because I think the Dan Campbell's influence over the offense was obvious in his year after they left Anthony. He took the play calling away from Anthony Lynn. So that's one. Two is, I think, Jared Goff being a big part of offensive football here in Detroit, and the offensive game plan will help. It won't mitigate the loss here a little bit. So anyway, I feel about the same. But the voting right now, actually, most people are right there with us. Some, however, feel worse. Some feel better than they did a year ago. I can understand all three answers. I guess it just depends on how much weight you put on each variable. Like the young players getting better. J-Mo, Jameer, Terrion, all getting better.
Branch and Joe, it's a very young team.
Yep. All getting better makes you feel better. Losing Frank Ragnow, losing Kevin Zeitler.
Starting without Ali McNeil.
Losing the two coordinators. All those things can make you feel worse. How much weight you put on each variable probably will direct you to what your answer is.
I'm probably more surprised at the people that say that they think they're better than they were a year ago.
Well, let me see if I can find some of those responses. I'll sift through them as we take another phone call. 248-539-9797. Dave in South Lyon. Hi, Dave.
Hey, how you guys doing?
What's up?
Not too much. First, real quick on your Lions thing. I think I'm not too concerned. I mean, they still got a great offensive roster. They got Goff at quarterback. Dan Campbell, ultimate motivator, is still there. There's little questions on the offensive line, and, they still, missing McNeil to start the season hurts, but I think they're going to be fine. But I was primarily calling to talk about, moving my kid in. It's my second. I have two kids. My daughter stayed local here at Schoolcraft College, but we moved my son up to Ferris State on August 22nd. Again, it's not that far. It's 3 hours from our house, but like you said, that goodbye is so tough when you're trying to walk away from their dorm room, and I had to go back for about a half dozen hugs, and finally in the last one, he's kind of just like, "Dad, you got to go." What I mean? So I think he indicates he was ready, and I think he's adjusting pretty well. He said the Ferris State needs to build a bigger football stadium. They went to the first game last Thursday. It's, I guess, just packed with people.
That's awesome. That's a great problem to have.
Yeah, it's tough.
Yeah.
What was that?
I said it's a great problem to have. That you need to build a bigger football stadium. Yeah, I mean, look, having experienced it yesterday, all I can say is parents have been through it, and you obviously just went through it. It is until you do it, you can prepare yourself, and you can say to yourself, "Oh, we're going to be fine." But man, I'll never forget the image of walking away and turning over my shoulder, and he's looking back at me, and I'm like, and he's all alone, and there's people around that all seem to be having fun, and I'm just like, okay.
It's a lot of emotions.
Yep. Hey, thank you for the phone call, Dave. 248-539-9797. Gator, there's only one respondent that commented about feeling better.
All right.
Dan tweeted us back. He voted, obviously, I feel better about this team's chances to win the Super Bowl than I did a year ago. I feel better. The team is healthy. They have a tough schedule, which will help come playoff time.
That's a reason. I think another reason to throw in there is they may feel like they took a step back last year, despite being 15-2, but they lost in their first playoff game.
Yep.
And they're not happy about that.
No.
It builds a chip on the shoulder. It builds the hunger does not stop. You're probably hungrier, and maybe that's the reason why you think that they're better suited this year than what you did going into last year.
Yeah, and the people that I think that had the good fortune of getting to see the joint practices, that helped me a lot. Like, oh yeah, Goff and Amon-Ra, really good. J-Mo, incredibly fast.
He's not bad, yeah.
Jahmyr Gibbs, great in the open field and gets to the open field quickly. Yeah.
These skill position players are insane how good they are.
Yep.
And then the tight end is Sam Laporta.
Yep. And David Montgomery.
Yeah.
And what did they do? They messed around and found another weapon on offense in the third round. I mean, and I still believe that offense wins championships in the modern day NFL. Philly kind of went the other way with that, but over the last 5-6 years, I've really had to let go of one of my core beliefs when it comes to football about defense. And I think they're going to have a great offense again, all predicated on those guys in the middle of the offensive line. Now, Dan Campbell did address how he felt about them going into game week. We'll play it for you later in the show. 248-539-9797. So, other things from college football over the weekend. We want to talk some Michigan and Michigan State. We will get into the Wolverines and the Spartans. A look back and also a look ahead because both having far more interesting opponents coming up this weekend. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1 The Ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents, and because of that, they have the largest auto accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Same thing with truck accidents. Largest one of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. People call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from the current law firm. Proactive communication is super important to them, which leads to their slogan. Michigan Auto Law is a law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, Kang behind the glass, Kenny answering phones. It's Tuesday here on Carson Anderson, and we're into the fall, and it's game week for the Lions and Michigan State. Both played this weekend. Wolverines and Spartan fans, look, you know, you come out of game one and there's stuff that you love, and there are things that are works in progress that need to get shored up. You know, you can come at this from a variety of directions, but I guess the direction we'd like to take is, and when it comes to those works in progress, which would you like to see your competent coaching staff attack? Which would you like to see, hey, a point of emphasis this week should be to shore up blank. So obviously they both have better opponents this coming weekend. Wolverines traveling to Oklahoma. State's got Boston College coming in. What did you like the most of what you saw out of Michigan State, Gator, and what would you like to see them shore up before they get to hit the field with the Eagles?
I mean, with Michigan State, it's a tale of two halves. They played so well in the first half and offensively did nothing in the second half. But what was constant, what you have to feel great about, is the defense. I mean, they had 12 tackles for loss, 4 quarterback sacks. They had an interception. They forced 3 fumbles. Didn't recover any of them, but they forced 3 of them. They had a safety. Could have had a second safety, thanks to the great punting by Ryan Eckley. The defense was really good. They gave up like 220 yards in offense or whatever it was. There was only 29 yards on the ground on 24 carries. I mean, they did a really nice job defensively. And yes, I understand it's Western Michigan, it's week 1. But defensively, I guess if that's the thing I'm going to be happiest about, it's the defense. The thing that I want this team to work on, it's always going to be, I think I feel better about the run blocking than I do the pass blocking. That was a bit of an issue. I'd like to see if they can shore that up. Now, maybe that was just simply cast away as, okay, in the second half, they showed a different offensive line, whether it was a difference in players or just players shifting from the left side to the right side or right side to left side, whatever it wasn't working out so well in the second half. So if they go back to whatever alignment they used in the first half, and that's the offensive line number 1 that they're going to use, I'm fine with it. But whatever they tried to do in the second half, it just didn't work. So it's going to have to be some sort of a blocking scheme that they use to make sure you can account for a defensive end who was really good in the game against Michigan State on Friday night and doesn't have a great track record of being really good. So we'll see.
All right. So for Michigan, look, it's early and we understand the opponent. I think there's a chance that this is going to be a fun run next couple of years offensively. We're early where we're sort of licensing ourselves to overreact to one game, and we're going to give everyone that license as the day goes on. But yeah, it's you could see what this kid brings to the table. There were enough holes opened up to have 2 long touchdown. Well, one wasn't a touchdown run, but close to a touchdown run. The running game had some big explosives. I thought Jason Avant said there's a difference between a fastball and a free throw, and he's got to know when to fire the fastball and when to toss a free throw. And he had a pass to Marlon Klein that was a free throw, but that came later in the game where he kind of had to show some touch and showed that he could do that, whether it was an adjustment he made or just, hey, I know this. I got this. The one thing I found most interesting was it was late first half. Michigan's lead had been cut to 17-10 following the field goal and after the fumble kickoff. Wolverines get a 2-minute drill and they go backwards. And now New Mexico's using timeouts. New Mexico's saying we're going to get the ball back. And Michigan's facing the 3rd and 14. And they could run it and make New Mexico use their last timeout and punt it back, which is what I expected with a freshman quarterback backed up in your own territory. They ran a slant pattern to Channing Goodwin, who made the catch and got the first down.
Nice job.
Dude, it was really struggling. I'm very, very deliberate about it. It's Channing Goodwin, not Channing Stribling. Hit Channing Goodwin on the slant, got the first down into New Mexico territory. It was great that they executed the play. What I found interesting was the first test drive of a bit of a pressure throw, right? They had faith in the kid to run that play. I felt like there was previous versions of Michigan football would have handed it off, make them use their last time out and punt it back. But they went for it, and that resulted in a touchdown drive right before half. I thought that was a big deal. As far as things that need to get the fact that they called the play tells me where they're at as a staff mentally with this kid. Michigan gave up 2 drives, 2 long time consuming drives. One was 12 plays and 82 yards. The other was 15 plays and 75 yards. In those 2 drives, there was a lot of dink and dunk down the field, which I don't know if they were content just to let him do that or whatever. But that counted for almost 2/3 of New Mexico's yards in the whole game. But those 2 drives were, I don't know if it's something that Oklahoma sees or whether or not it's no big deal. And they'll be fine, but I found that to be the one part of the game where Michigan's defense couldn't seem to get off the field.
And it happened in the middle part of the game, right? The second and third quarters?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So it's not like it happened at the end when...
No, they gave it one that sort of at the end that they ended up getting a stop, but that was one where they were getting depth guys in, and those depth guys looked pretty good. But anyway, long story short, these are things that coaching staffs need to shore up before they go into bigger games. 248-539-9797. Love to hear from you, Wolverine and Spartan fans. What did you see that you liked the most, and what would you like to see get shored up? Because things are going to get real here real quick. Let's get back to your open line calls. Mike is in Troy, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys. Happy post-Labor Day. Before I get to my Lions comment, Gator, what the heck is the quarterback throwing the ball up 23-0? We had Michigan State minus 22.5. Damn, that pissed us off. But with the Lions, my biggest fear concerns me is the offensive line. I know you like Radlich, but when you have Zeitler and Ragnow, they ran the ball great. Not saying they're not going to have a great offense, but the offensive line scares the death out of me. And plus the new coordinators, if you do your research, teams with new coordinators struggle. Like 2 years ago, Philadelphia struggled, and last year they won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's what really scares me, guys.
Okay, hold on, Mike. You know who they had new coordinators last year when they won the Super Bowl, right?
No, that was the year before.
No, they changed them up again. They had new coordinators again.
Then my bad then. Sorry, guys.
It's okay.
That one.
Look, I mean, it's a challenge. It's something that it's not just a punch button, hey, they're going to be fine. They might be, but it's something until we see it. Until we see it, there's a reason to be a little bit hesitant about the new coordinators. I mean, I don't think the people that are running the Detroit Lions would go out and hire people that don't know what they're doing per se. I mean, you can make a bad hire, but don't they kind of have a clue as to what they have here in terms of personnel and know what they can and can't do? I have some faith that they're going to be able to get this done. That the new coordinators were brought in because they fit. One of them, I mean, they've both been here before, both been here previously, and they're both, seem to be guys that don't need to put their own stamp on it. They'll have their own personalities, but let's face it, there's a lot to like the way things were going here.
I'm not saying the coordinators are going to work or not going to work for the Lions, the new coordinators, but I want everyone to have all the information because everyone always brings up the Eagles. They hired 2 new coordinators, won the Super Bowl. The year before that, they had 2 new coordinators and fired both of them. Okay, so they went back-to-back years with new coordinators on offense and defense. So it did work last year, but the year before that, it clearly didn't work. So I'm just saying, I want that it also cannot work. I think that's why people are also like,
and they also have a new offensive coordinator this year.
Yeah, so
3 years in a row.
For offense, but yeah. So I mean, it's a chemistry issue. It takes time. They have to learn their players. Who knows? That's the variable people don't know about this year. I think they feel pretty confident. Dan Campbell's still there. You guys have mentioned he called plays, when Anthony Lynn was let go. But there isn't, I don't just pencil it in hey, the offense is going to be totally fine. I haven't seen it with John Morton yet. And you guys haven't either.
No, and that's what I say. Until we see it, we don't know. But I think they're in a good spot from a standpoint of those guys have been here. They both worked with this team and these players.
I think it helps having a veteran quarterback who's been here the whole time since Dan Campbell came on board, so he knows the offense very well.
248-539-9797. We'll go to Dan next in Warren. You're on 97 on the ticket. Hi, Dan.
Hey, Doug. Good show. Happy holiday.
Happy holidays to you.
I want to talk about the Michigan game on Saturday night.
Yep.
That targeting call was bogus. He didn't directly hit helmet to helmet.
He did.
Well, he did. He did with the crown.
Showed it.
It wasn't with the crown.
No, the first part of his body to hit the helmet of the quarterback was his helmet, but it wasn't the crown of the helmet.
Yeah, that alone helped New Mexico's go down the field for their touchdown. There were two plays, and there was another play in the same drive that I disagree with. But I think that instead of being 34-10, it turned out to be 27-17.
Yeah, it changed the game a little bit. Dan,
I'm
gonna revisit because I did a lot of studying on the targeting rule, and the one thing I always look for is the bolts on the helmet, hitting with the area on the helmet above the bolts, and he didn't. This is not, the quarterbacks are not protected any different. Now, there's something called a defenseless player, but the quarterbacks are only singled out in the rule book as being a defenseless player who has obviously given him a quarterback after any change of possession when he has obviously given himself up, or has obviously given himself up. So quarterback, you can't take free shots at the quarterback after a change of possession. You can't take shots at the quarterback when they slide. But there's nothing about when they're throwing. So I'm going to have to go back and revisit the rule because that didn't seem to meet what I thought was a criteria for targeting.
Yeah, I think there are different points that you have to get to call it targeting. I thought it was a borderline call at best.
Yeah.
Because I thought Barham did a nice job of actually, as he's approaching the quarterback, turns his head a little bit to the side so as not to hit him with the crown of the helmet. The problem is that, I think he did launch himself because you're tackling. That's how you tackle.
Yeah.
And the second part was problematic for him is that he did hit him with his helmet. And it was literally helmet-to-helmet contact. But what it wasn't was crown of the helmet to helmet contact. And I thought maybe that might be enough to not give him the penalty for it. Obviously, it was a penalty, the way they called it on the field. And then once you go to an appeals process, if you think the NCAA was going to give Michigan a break of any kind after the cheating scandal and all that went on, I think you're nuts.
The Big Ten files the appeal, and it's a different branch of the NCAA they appeal to than anything to do with enforcement. But at the end of the day, I'm gonna go revisit it and find out what I'm missing for the targeting, the what needs to be checked off for it to be targeting. But hey, look, it's a position they got a lot of talent at. They're young kids showed out, and they've still got a shot. And I think they'll have a pissed off Jason Barham. Hopefully, a pissed off Jason Barham that doesn't run that risk anymore.
Yeah, and the last note on that is that it wouldn't have been 34 at that point because it wasn't a fumble. He was down. He was clearly down.
Yeah, that's what I thought they were reviewing the whole time. More of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It is Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Service of Southeast Michigan. Michigan linebacker Jay Sean Barham will miss the first half of the Wolverine showdown with Oklahoma on Saturday night. This after his targeting penalty against New Mexico was upheld after appeal by the Wolverines. The Lions have another day of practice before Sunday's season opener with the Packers in Green Bay. Hey, Coach Dan Campbell, how do you plan to handle the ups and downs of a 17-game season? The Lions have named their 6 captains for the new season: Jared Goff, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Aiden Hutchinson, Penei Sewell, Alex Anzalone, and newcomer Grant Stewart. A 10-8 loss for the Tigers yesterday in the series opener with the Mets downtown. Juan Soto had a 4th-inning grand slam and a 6th-inning 2-run triple, with which both put the Mets ahead. Charlie Morton gave up 6, while Jahmai Jones and Wenzel Perez both went deep. And a major shakeup for IndyCar this morning. Will Power will not return to Team Penske after 17 seasons with the team. Power is Penske's all-time IndyCar wins leader with 45 victories, including 3 at the Detroit Grand Prix. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Two 248-539-9797. Right back to your open line calls. Tim is in Sterling Heights, and next here on 97.1. Hello, Tim.
Hey, morning, guys.
What's up?
Hey, the Twitter poll. I feel better, and I'm not saying I think they're better, but I feel better. And the reason I do is their defense proved to me that they could be top 5, top 3, because Hutch proved that he's got a whole nother level that he can reach. And, the safeties and Branch and Campbell, and Barnes, they all matured like you hoped they did. You didn't know they were going to, but they did, And Williams, the wide receiver, he's like, okay, he matured. So a lot of guys matured that I didn't know. So that's why I feel better going into this season than last season. I'm not saying they're better. I just feel better about it.
Well, you can make an argument that it feels like everything that we hoped in terms of what they could be. I mean, and they didn't win it all last year, but they're a more credible product, and that alone can make one feel better. Hey, I think this team's really good. That isn't outlandish. You're not going to get mocked for saying that in Detroit anymore. You might, you could feel better just on that alone as another year of credibility from a standpoint of this team. They were good last year, authentically good.
Yeah, and it's the maturation of the guys you hope for, and they did, right? And Golf feels like he's legit. I mean, there's always these questions and the haters, but I felt like he's kind of proven he can get it done, with the team around him that they got.
Tim, thank you for the phone call. Yeah, the Twitter poll he's referencing for people who just turning the radios on, at DunGator971. Compared to a year ago, do you feel better about the Lions' chances to win the Super Bowl, about the same, or worse? Go vote and comment. Comments can be read on the air. Some of the comments that have come in. Saga writes in, I think things equal out. Worse, Ragnow, AG, Ben Johnson, Zeitler, Big C, Rakestraw, all gone. Harder schedule on paper. Better. Second year for last year's rookies, TA, Mahogany, etc. Hutch back. Coordinators are proving it's not as big a deal. This year's rookies look pretty good. Gibbs' third year will be huge. It's this first half of the season that is critical, but nothing will matter if playoffs go poorly, Super Bowl or bust. Willie says, I feel worse, both this year and last. The ceiling is extremely high. However, based on some roster concerns, edge, interior offensive line, new coaches, and strength of schedule, the floor is lower. I'm still high on this team, but given how I felt last year, I feel worse this year with more questions to be answered. Jeffrey says, I feel about the same. 1 year ago, I thought at the time they had a good team and could compete for a Super Bowl, and that is true today. The concerns I heard last year were tougher schedule, needing an edge, and Green Bay being a division threat. 1 year later, it sounds the same. He's kind of right. Is Green Bay more of a threat this year? Probably, considering that they are now technically the favorite.
Probably, yeah. Micah Parsons apparently might have to take an injection to play on Sunday's game.
Yep.
He's got some back issues.
Yep.
Those go away quickly, all right? Asking for a friend.
I think as the week goes on, we might talk more about the Micah Parsons back because, well, if Detroit had traded for Micah Parsons and one of the first thing I heard is he had an L4, L5 sprain that we didn't know about, I'd be concerned. But, it's not our concern now. It's somebody else's concern. And, maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's something. So that Bill Belichick debut last night was kind of funny.
Well, I just saw a video online on Twitter. Somebody posted about his girlfriend talking to him on the sideline.
Mm-hmm.
And the caption was something like, I've never seen this before, where somebody's actually, the caption says, don't think I've ever seen an instance of a girlfriend/wife of a head coach actually being on the field to talk to him. This is wild. It's also out of context because I think it's well before the game starts.
Yeah, it's not during the game.
So I think people should relax a little bit on that.
And I can tell you as a sideline reporter, I did see wives and girlfriends on the field.
Yeah.
Before the game starts.
Now,
it's not unusual.
As far as the game went, could not have started off better,
dude,
for North Carolina. I mean, they just marched right down the field, scored easily. And then I don't know what happened after that.
So a couple things. The buildup of the game included Michael Jordan in the stands, Lawrence Taylor, Mia Hamm, Randy Moss, Julius Peppers, Eric Church,
Roy Williams.
It was like a who's who of North Carolina, elites and also celebrities there to see Bill Belichick's debut. I was driving back from Connecticut to Michigan and using the Varsity Network app, which is awesome, was able to listen to the entire North Carolina broadcast from the beginning of the pregame show all the way on through.
The North Carolina broadcast. Interesting.
Yep. And they were doing what we would do, what all of us would do if Bill Belichick were hired as our head coach. Ooh, NFL guy, legend, Super Bowl winner. And when they went right down the field and scored, if for people who missed it, North Carolina gets the football and goes right down the field and scores. First drive. First time Bill Belichick's team has the ball, they didn't even face a third down. 75 yards, bang, touchdown. Then what they do? Forced a punt, got the ball back. And I don't blame the crew. I'm on a crew that has done play-by-play or I was sideline reporter on teams that we hoped were good and weren't. They were so excited. They were so fired up. And I give them credit because they're like, okay, look, it's early. Let's not get carried away. But my God, this is a beautiful start. And then when it unraveled, I mean, bang, touchdown, bang, field goal, bang, pick six, bang, touchdown, bang, 75-yard run, bang, 56-yard run. Like it was boom, 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 boom. And North Carolina, as good as they looked on that first drive, they looked as equally bad for a longer period of time. And they got jackhammered.
They looked like a team that was a bunch of players that hadn't played together. And you know what? It's what they are. They're a bunch of guys that haven't played together. There are 5 transfer starters on offense, along with a true freshman that is starting on the offensive line, by the way. Add another 6 transfers to the 2 deep on offense. On defense, they have 8 new starters on defense from transfers, with an additional 5 on the 2 deep from transfers. It's not going to happen overnight. The question is, will Bill Belichick be willing to stick around long enough to see this through? Will these transfers, are they going to stick around? Do people really want to be coached by Belichick or not? It sounds like they do. I mean, they just got the recruit from the state of Michigan. One state recruit in the state's is committed to go there. I suspect that they're going to be fine with recruiting-wise, but Bill Belichick was used to dealing with the egos of men, and he had a winning record to back it up. And it didn't start that way, but once he was basically in New England, things turned around really quickly for him, and it became the Belichick way, the Patriot way, and all that. Does that work when you go to college? It's going to be an interesting experiment to see if it does. I'd give it time. Look, last night looked awful for them, but the first drive showed you that there's some promise there. But like I said, you've got a lot of new guys that you have to get in line with you, and it's going to take some time. If these guys tough it out over the next 3 or 4 weeks and buy into what he's trying to sell them, I think they're going to be a better football team. They're not going to be a national championship contender right away, and maybe they never will be. But they should be a better football team than what we saw last night.
Well, social media had a field day with this. When TCU was up 41-7, somebody posted a picture of the scoreboard, and Mike Boisvert said, coincidentally, Bill Belichick was 41 when Jordan Hudson was 7. ML football, North Carolina quarterback Max Johnson is the same age as Bill Belichick's girlfriend, Jordan Hudson, both 24 years old. This is crazy. UNC fans in April, this Jordan Hudson stuff is too much. When is she going to be calling plays too? UNC fans now, maybe let her call a drive or two. What could hurt? And then my favorite one came from TCU's official account. Carolina football, excited to showcase, they tweeted out before the game, excited to showcase our program this fall on Hulu. More information to come because they have a TV show.
Right.
TCU's official football account tweeted back, when does episode 1 come out?
Right.
Hysterical. Look, is it? It's an overreaction to say this thing is doomed. If you didn't think it was going to work beforehand, if you use it as evidence that it's not going to work, but we'll see. We'll see. It was hot take city on that first drive. People were declaring national championship offense contender.
So glad it didn't tweet anything. I felt pretty good about it after the first drive.
Short-term results, long-term conclusions can burn you a lot. 248-539-9797, 97.1 The Ticket. FanDuel is getting you ready for kickoff with an offer you won't want to miss. New customers can bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet $5, and if it wins, you'll unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. You can build parlays, bet player props, ride the live lines. Whatever your style is, FanDuel's got you covered. But what I recommend you do is just bet the $5 on a money line heavy favorite and get the $300 back. That's the play right there. Then you can do with the money what you want. But bet the $5, you get $300 in bonus bets. Money line, heavy favorite, bet them to win. Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download the FanDuel app today and get started. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. The first online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. You're right. I am now seeing more posts of Jordan Hudson being on the field.
This is way unfair.
It's during warm-ups.
Yeah.
There are wives and girlfriends on the field during warm-ups all the time. And I'm seeing it getting retweeted and people saying, and that is unfair because this is not unusual.
Well, I'm also going to say I think it's unfair. People making the parallels bothers me with this whole thing.
Parallels between.
Because it's almost like it's a failure because he's dating a young girl, right? A young girl, a young woman. She's 24, 25, whatever she is. And that must be the reason they lost. Do you think that if he wasn't dating her, that the outcome of last night's game would have been any different?
I don't know that I've heard anybody blame him dating her for why
you
they
read
lost.
a bunch of no, not from
they were
us,
making
just
fun
saying,
of it, but I don't think
everybody goes to it to make fun of it, and like that's the reason they lost. That's not the reason they lost, and it's like a personal attack.
I guess I
think it's unfair all around.
I don't think anybody's saying it's the reason they lost. I just think they're making fun of it. But at the end of the day, her being on the field during warm-ups, dude, is not unusual at all for a wife or girlfriend to be on the field at college football games. I was a sideline reporter for 16 years.
Well, that part's not unusual, and people are just piling on because of all the stuff that led up to this.
Why I
but
say it's unfair.
She thinks it's unfair, too, because she thinks 48-14 is not even that big of a gap, guys.
Oh, boy. There it is.
It's only a few touchdowns.
You can come back. She's an optimist. Is that what you're saying?
Well played. Well played. Anyway, if we are going to license ourselves to that, we know it's early, but I want to say it anyway and believe it anyway, overreaction. I don't know that there has been a worse decision made. Okay, it's early. I know. Kalen DeBoer never should have left Washington. He never should have left Washington.
But why?
Because you never want to be the man that follows the man. 1. 2 is, having been to both Tuscaloosa and Seattle, he could have been the king of Seattle. He could have leveraged Alabama against Washington, got himself a contract that would have been a lifetime contract and been set for life in one of the most beautiful cities in the country, in my opinion.
Right.
And he could have absolutely just run the Pacific Northwest and lived happily ever after.
What is running the Pacific Northwest? What is that?
I love the Pacific Northwest.
It's great. It's beautiful. What does that have to do with football?
Well, I mean, it's a life decision. I'm talking about he could have made a life decision that.
So your
set
retirement plan is why you think he made a horrible decision?
Well, no, because he's going to work. But I would love to have a job like that in Seattle, making millions in one of the greatest cities where you could afford any living, and you wouldn't have to be the man that followed the man. If you were going to take the Alabama job, let one of his assistants try and match what Saban did, and then take the Alabama job.
Well, as you like to say, in today's college football, the buyouts are what prevents people from getting fired. His buyout is what, $70 million? So I don't think he's getting fired anytime soon, which is to his benefit because he's going to have time to build it. As much as Alabama fans are going to be shaking their fists and saying, we go, fire this guy now. We need to get back to national championship contention and all this stuff. He's going to be there for a couple more years, at least. And he's going to have a chance to build things up. And if you thought he was a good coach at Washington, why wouldn't that work in the SEC when he's probably got more money to spend on players down in Alabama than he would have at Washington, which is probably why he left Washington in the first place, because he reads the writing on the wall, sees that Oregon's got tons of money to spend. Schools like Ohio State and Michigan and Penn State are going to have tons of money to spend to stay up top, and Washington probably doesn't.
I'm not sure if he does have more money to spend in Alabama, and a lot of it goes down to wealthy alums, and I'm not sure what the data says. I just know that in the NIL world, there appears to be much concern in the Southeastern Conference fan base that they don't have as much money as a lot of others when it comes to wealthy alums. Now,
That's why I mentioned the other teams he'd be competing against in the Big Ten.
Yeah, but as far as the buyout, I have that belief too that a buyout saves him because $63 million or $70 million, that's players now. That's money you can spend on like a couple recruiting classes. And would you rather give the coach a couple more years and save the money and use it on players, or let the coach go? I said it to a Bama friend of mine, and his response was, F that, 4 or 5 wins. He's gone no matter how much it costs.
I think they'll be okay. I don't think they're going to be contending for a national championship this year, and that might really upset Alabama fans.
Well, hold on.
And so be it.
Remember, the premise is it's early. No. This is my overreaction.
Yeah.
My overreaction is DeBoer never should have left Washington, and it's going to fail miserably at Bama. What's yours? Early overreaction, you know it's early.
That Arch Manning sucks.
Yeah.
It's harsh. I don't think he sucks. I think, honestly.
Has anybody had a tougher debut? Here's your first start.
Go to the Horseshoe.
Go to the Horseshoe and face Ohio State.
Yeah, good luck with that. Yeah, in the most talked about game in the regular season to start a regular season.
1 versus 2.
Or 3, whatever you're looking at. Yeah, it's I got it. Yeah. And there was a ton of hype about it. And the game ends up being 14-7. And it's kind of like, oh, that was a slogger. It just teams slogging through it. Nobody looked great. Ohio State's defense looked really good. Hey, Matt Patricia, how you doing? That's the defensive coordinator. But you know what really looked good? Texas's defense.
Mm-hmm.
Their defense looked outstanding. And Arch didn't really do anything until late in the game. So, yeah, I think Arch Manning will be fine. But the overreaction sucks.
Yeah. What is your early? You know it's early, but you kind of feel like it might be true overreaction. Kang, you got one?
Yeah, mine would be that Bill Belichick's worse than I thought at UNC. Like, I didn't think it was going to work out, but I think this thing might be so bad where he doesn't finish the year bad. That's my overreaction after week 1, that Bill Belichick does not finish the season as North Carolina's head football coach. Like, something goes on with Jordan Hudson, just everything. Like, he's 72 years old, man. When you recruit a player, do you tell him, I'm not sure I'm going to be alive at the end of your, recruitment?
Wow.
This is not going to end well.
Jeez.
All right, what is your overreaction to week 1 in college football, given the fact that we know it's early, we know we're taking some license here? What do you got? 248-539-9797. Still got that Lion stuff out there. And in the noon hour, you hear what Dan Campbell had to say about his young offensive line and his coordinators addressing some of the concerns that people have. Hear that in the noon hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it's early, but what are your college football overreactions? 248-539-9797. You think it might be true. Even though it's only been one game, you think it might be true. And look, we always talk about the dangers of short-term results, long-term conclusions, but we're licensing it today. What do you got as something in college football you think it might be true based upon week 1 results? Also got that Lions question out there that people are voting on and commenting on our Twitter page at DuncanGator971. As opposed to a year ago, do you feel better? You feel the same? You feel worse about the Detroit Lions' chances to win a Super Bowl? 248-539-9797. Jim in Royal Oak says, I never feel good about the Lions at the beginning of the season. I always think the winning is an illusion. I'm always waiting for the other shoe to drop. I'm 57 years old, so same old Lions is ingrained in my DNA at this point. I don't know what it's going to take to get over it. So, Jim, I mean, as we like to say, fans are entitled to feel any way they want. I think so many things that were basically in the made them the same old Lions have kind of died the last few years. But I guess if you think they're going to be the same old Lions until they win the Super Bowl, then so be it. But like, they don't get in their own way. There's not off the field distractions like there used to be. They play smart. The new rules aren't being defined at the Lions' expense, which felt like was a regular thing.
That was a
happened.
yearly thing, yeah.
John Morton came into Sean Payton's system. John Morton came from Sean Payton's system. Dan Campbell runs a Sean Payton-inspired system. It's not like he's coming from a triple option offense. It's from an unnamed texter.
Well, no, and John Morton was with the Lions when Dan Campbell came on.
From an unnamed texter, if they would have picked up another stud defensive end, I think I would be 80% feeling better about it. Sorry, that's from Jeff and Grosse-Ile. From an unnamed texter, Lions aren't getting to the Super Bowl. I'm guessing 7-10 or 8-9. You think the Lions are going to go 7-10 or 8-9, huh? Green Bay got way better, and I already had them winning the division. I actually think the Lions will end up third in the division. Offensive line and losing Johnson will be rough, and I believe Goff will regress big time. Okay. Would you bet that in Vegas? If the over-under on the Lions wins were 8.5, you would take the under. If you really would do that,
then go do it.
Then go do it because you'll get odds.
Because it's like 10.5 right now, isn't it?
Yeah, you'll get odds at 8.5. If you want to take the Lions under 8.5 wins, go big, my friend. Brandon Hazel Park, I feel the same. I don't think we have a chance to win it. No pass rush means no shot at the Super Bowl. Once you fix the pass rush, we've got a great shot at it. When Brad sits on his hands saying we like our guys, that gives me zero confidence. You don't think the Lions have any pass rush?
I think people forget how good it was for the first 5 weeks of the season until 4.5 weeks until Hutch got hurt at Dallas.
I mean, I can't. I've been actually efforting, and then we move on to find where the Lions ranked in sacks after 5 weeks, and what their pressure win rate was, and how many TFLs they had. Because there's this common belief that may or may not be true that Aiden Hutchinson was trending towards being Defensive Player of the Year. When you have that, I find it very difficult to accept that you're basing this on a premise that the Lions have no pass rush. If your premise is that the Lions have no pass rush, then I don't know that we can have a conversation beyond that about the Lions. Now, if Hutch gets hurt again, which could happen,
then you might be able to say that.
And if you can pick one player on every team, you can probably pick a few on a bunch of teams, that if they get hurt, their team is screwed. Hutch is one of those guys. And yet he got hurt last year, and they still went 15-2. I don't know. I think it's just a flawed premise.
I agree with that. And yet looking at, I think it comes in because of the Parsons trade. I'm sure that's a big part of it. The Packers last year were 8th in the NFL in sacks with 45. They just added Micah Parsons, who played with the Cowboys. Cowboys were 3rd in the league last year with 52. So I think it's safe to say you would expect the Packers to be a top 5 team overall, maybe even a top 3 team overall in quarterback sacks this year. And because Lions fans think that the biggest hole on a team is defensive end, opposite of Hutch, that's what they're going to think. But they forget how effective Aiden Hutchinson was.
Do you have the team sack leaders in front of you?
Yes.
Who was number 1 last year?
Denver with 63. They were far and away the best team in the league in rushing the quarterback with 63 sacks.
Okay, and they made the playoffs and got bounced early, right?
I believe so.
Who is 2?
Baltimore with 54.
Okay, I mean, it was a good team. Good team. Didn't make the Super Bowl. Next.
Dallas, 52.
Didn't make the playoffs.
Nope.
Next.
Houston, 49.
Made the playoffs, won their division. Did they win a playoff game? I got to bring up the bracket.
Don't. They played Jacksonville or something?
Oh, playoff. No. I mean, we know they didn't make a deep run.
No.
They beat the Chargers, lost to the Chiefs in the second round.
Vikings were next. They were tied with Houston with 49 sacks.
Good regular season, lost in the first round.
Chargers were next with 46.
Made the playoffs, got bounced in the first round.
Tampa Bay tied with them with 46.
Tampa Bay won the division and lost in the first round.
And then you get to Green Bay.
Okay, and Green Bay made the playoffs, lost in the first round. So, got it. You want to have a great pass rush. Is it a straight line between the teams with the best, sack the quarterback the most, and the Super Bowl?
No, who won the Super Bowl?
Philly.
Philadelphia, about halfway through the list at 41 sacks, 4 more than the Lions.
But
Buffalo, further down the list with 39. Kansas City, tied with Buffalo with 39 sacks. The Rams, 38 sacks. The Lions had 37 sacks.
Without Aiden Hutchinson for most of the year.
Exactly.
So my man says you can't win the Super Bowl without a pass rush. We just proved that it without a pass rush. I mean, none of the top teams won the Super Bowl. Top teams in sacks. Now, there's other things, other metrics with pass rush, to be fair. You know, pressure rate. Pressures lead to turnovers and lead to incompletions. But and QB hits and things of that nature. But if the premise is the Lions don't have a pass rush, can we have a conversation with a healthy Hutch? I don't think I can have a conversation beyond that. Green Bay going and getting Parsons shows there are franchises that have championships as a top priority and teams that have sustainability and selling tickets as a top priority.
There you go. You like that one?
Okay.
How do you make that trade if you're the Lions? What do you got to offer to Dallas to make that trade happen? And because that's not even the big thing. The big thing is, how do you sign him to a $47 million a year contract? How are you able to do that?
Given the money it's wrapped up already or going to be wrapped up.
While you're ready to re-sign Hutchinson.
So selling tickets is never the Lions' problems. Even when they were bad, they were selling tickets. So if you think that motivates them to make moves, that's absurd. 2 is this L4, L5 sprain story might need an epidural. I'm telling you, this is, as we like to say, something to monitor. Do you think that maybe there was a hesitation on Dallas's part now knowing this? Is it possible that Dallas had some concerns? Is it possible? Something to monitor. I don't know. I just know this. If we traded for him to come here and got this news, it would bother me. Okay? Could be nothing. Might be nothing.
Because he did participate in practice, right?
Yeah, he was. The video that showed, I don't know if he did more than that. The video that showed was, a guy running around out there.
Hitting the sled or whatever.
Yeah, but it wasn't like it was full padded practice.
No, but I'm just saying, I don't know if you're going to be hitting a sled. If you have a back issue, it's going to keep you out of the game on Sunday.
My overreaction is that Aiden Childs and Jonathan Smith don't finish the season in East Lansing. They struggled to beat Western. Childs has never looked good. As a lifelong Spartan, I'm so upset that they hitched their wagon to these grifters.
Where was the struggle?
Yeah.
Did you see a struggle?
No.
Did Western threaten to score at all offensively?
Well, no, but he says he's complaining about the offense and the quarterback. But
okay, well, they scored 21 points in the first half. They ran the ball quite effectively. They had a running back go for over 100.
I thought they looked buttoned up. I thought they looked solid. I mean, I don't think there was.
Do you think they unloaded the playbook in that game?
No, I don't.
Like they did. Like Nick Marsh was kind of an afterthought in that game. I think he's going to be the focal point pretty soon.
Well, I mean, like you said, these are overreactions, and he's saying it's an
true.
overreaction.
Overreaction.
Overreaction. It's his
My bad.
overreaction,
My bad.
but he thinks it might be true, and
I don't need to push back too hard.
It's early, but my overreaction is Matt Patricia is not actually a good defensive coordinator. All the people / broadcasters slobbering over him just need to give it time.
You're right. Oh, wait a minute. How many points did Texas score?
He scored 7, but your overreaction is that Arch Manning sucks.
Right. Yeah. I don't really think he sucks.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. I'll give you another college football overreaction. It's way too early to believe this, and I really don't, but maybe it might be true. Deshaun Foster at UCLA might be a wreck.
What?
That could be a disaster.
Shouldn't we have thought that at his opening press conference?
Yeah,
What did
well,
he say at that press conference? It was ridiculous.
He said
Something
that
about-
UCLA was located in Los Angeles.
Let people know. I don't know if y'all know this.
I think that was at the Big Ten meetings.
Well, yeah, because how long has he been there now? This is his second year?
No, it was his first year.
It was before the Big Ten meetings.
Maybe it was his second year. Anyway, yeah, second year. My apologies.
Okay, so then maybe last
And in
year.
year 2, they went out and landed one of the biggest transfer quarterbacks out there, Nico Iamalemenop.
Okay.
And they looked terrible against Utah. Now, the reason why I'm putting it in the overreaction category is because they went out and scheduled somebody, and I really don't love the bashing of people that schedule somebody and then lose the game, and all of a sudden, we do what we do, which is annihilate them for playing somebody tough. That's why they're in the overreaction category. But I think Deshaun Foster, 5-8 last year, and they opened this year with a pretty solid thumping by Utah.
Utah is usually pretty good.
They are pretty good. Yep. 248-539-9797.
Gator, I want to kind of jump on your little Arch Manning thing, too. I know it's overreaction, too. And I'll say this, though, man. I agree with you in the fact that I thought it was jarring how bad he looked, actually. Because there was so much hype. We already know the lineage, right? The first pass he threw was 5-7 yards short of a wide-open receiver. Like
he was bouncing.
Yeah, and he was inaccurate all game. And I understand Ohio State on the road, Matt Patricia defense, all that. Still, Arch Manning, right? He was supposed to be the chosen one, generational talent, right? Wow, he looked bad. It's
did.
one game, but he did look bad, man.
Yeah, he did. He looked terrible. 17 out of 30 in the game. He got into, I don't know, I'm going to say a rhythm. He looked better later in the game. Maybe the jitters went away from him, but he was throwing the ball high all over the place. When you're throwing it high, I think that's just jittery. But missing wide open receivers, that's not good. And all that said, they only lost by 7 points on the road in that atmosphere. I'm sure he's kicking himself for not playing better, because had he played better, they could have won that game. I'm not going to say easily, but they could have won that game.
Texas did one thing in that game that stood out. They ran the single worst tush push I have ever seen. That was the worst tush push I have. I mean,
that was not good.
I couldn't believe how ineffective that was.
That was quite ineffective.
Yep.
And Ohio State had just over 200 yards in offense.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Look, we're leaning into it a little bit, understanding that it's early. We all know it, but you just think it might be true. You know it's an overreaction, but you think it actually might be true. Meanwhile, we got the Lions thing out there on Twitter. Go vote and comment. Do you feel better, the worse, the same as you did a year ago about their chances to win the Super Bowl? We go to Sean and Novi. You're next on 97.1. Hi, Sean.
Hey, I just have a little rebuttal. I'm a season ticket holder. I love the Lions. I look at sports as a little bit differently than most people. It's entertainment at the end of the day. And I am very disappointed what the Lions have done. If you look at perennial winners out there and look at the moves that they make in offseason, they're always trying to get better. There's some huge things that are out there that are concerning. And what I want to bring to your attention is the fact that, it's not the fact that we didn't bring a defensive end on. It's the fact that we cut Desarius Smith, had money there. Then we went out and traded Tim Patrick, which we signed him to a contract, which was useless money. And there was a lot of business perspectives that were concerning. One, we went ahead and signed Jared Goff. And I'm not knocking anybody. I love Goff. I'm a huge fan of what he does. But we would have had him for 2 more years. We could have franchise tagged him. That wouldn't give us the ability to go out and kept this train going. But instead, we spent $40-some million on him a year, which which ties up a lot of cash. And I'm just saying, like, even if he did hit free market, Jared Goff after all that, I don't really necessarily think there will be people out there knocking down the door to sign him to that luxurious contract that he did. And then on top of it, there's two things that are concerning. We lost 2 all-pro linemen, and now we're giving it up to 2 rookies, Mahogany, which was a 6-rounder. And if you look at the statistics there, that's very concerning in its own. There's not many people that have come from the 6th round.
Be clear, though, Sean, Brad Holmes done a hell of a job finding guys in the draft. I don't think that I would consider that really to be a variable where the guy came from.
And Zeitler wasn't playing like a Pro Bowl player anymore either.
I mean,
Zeitler, because you said they lost 2 Pro Bowl players.
Yeah, but he had a hell of a season, man. He did a very, very good job.
I thought he did okay. I wasn't thrilled with Zeitler because I thought that it would have been better to see Glasgow at right guard, because Glasgow at right guard played pretty well for the Lions in a previous opportunity.
Everything you said, actually, Sean, can be applied almost word for word to Philly. They lost a bunch of guys. They re-signed Saquon Barkley when they could have just franchised him. They let players go. I don't think the Lions are the only team that operates this way. Last year at the trade deadline, there was criticism of the Eagles for sitting it out because the Eagles didn't make a big move at the trade deadline. And they didn't sign Tim Patrick to any kind of big contract.
No, it wasn't prohibitive. And, getting your quarterback signed a couple years before he hits free agency or before you have to pay him, I think as we look at it now, is that a smart move? Because how much money would they have saved? I think it does look smart.
We talk all the time about how the Lions don't get in their own way anymore. Locking up players early to save money, good players early to save money, isn't a bad way of going about the business of managing the cap.
And I'll tell you another reason why it's good, because it also means that when you are looking to add another player to this team or re-sign a player to this team that you might be stretched against the cap, because you redid Goff's deal, it allows you to redo his deal again earlier down the road to make room for that.
Let's be clear. You could have done it a different way. There are other ways you could do it. I just don't think that the Lions aren't doing it like a team that's serious about winning. His conclusion is all the other organizations that are serious about winning. I don't know, man. I think an example is Philly, who lost Josh Sweat and lost Darius Slay and re-signed a player that they could have franchised. I mean, and
they took a chance on Hassan Reddick that didn't work out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. If you're upset with they haven't signed Zadarius Smith at this point, I mean, I'm surprised that they haven't. And yet, anybody else sign him?
No.
Is he still on the free agent market? They play football on Sunday, and he hasn't signed yet. I'm not sure what that tells me, but I think it's supposed to tell me something. You're right.
It feels like it's indicative of what his value around the league might be.
As much as I personally think, hey, let's bring the guy back. Could be cheap.
It is curious.
Should be cheap, but I think it's awfully strange that he hasn't signed.
I mean, if he signs somewhere else and makes plays all over the field, and then it'll be a huge mistake. If he A, doesn't sign anywhere, or B, signs somewhere and is insignificant, then we'll understand a little bit more what the Lions saw in Zadarius Smith. But they could have done it his way. They could have franchised Goff. Then you probably would have dealt. Players don't like getting franchised. And I think when you put the franchise tag on players, they aren't quite as happy about it. I know you won't feel bad for them personally. The caller won't feel bad for them, but players like the commitment being made to them, and it kind of keeps there from being any major issues in the locker room. You don't have distractions. Now, could it come back to haunt them? As long as they keep populating the roster with cheaper 6th-round picks that can play the game of football at a high level, then they should be able to manage the cap. But he's right. Mahogany hasn't done anything yet. I'll bet on Brad Holmes, though, over. I think he's making he's done a decent job of finding gems in the draft.
Yeah, I think the big loss is Ragnow.
Yep.
I mean, he's irreplaceable. Graham Glasgow can do a fine job at center, but he's not going to be Frank Ragnow. But can Tate Ratledge be better than what we saw last year at right guard with Zeitler? he can be.
Yep.
Dan Campbell seems to be really excited about him. And watching, limited reps that we saw in practice, but we did see ones versus ones, the offensive line for the Lions as a whole did a really nice job, specifically against Miami. They destroyed Miami in the two practices they went against them. Miami put up more resistance in the second one, but the Lions were great in the first one. And then when Houston came in, the offense was able to get some things done too.
It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. Hear what Dan Campbell has to say about that young offensive line, how they're coming together, the interior of the offensive line, and how he feels about his new coordinators going into game week. That coming up at 12:20 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Tigers look to even their series with the Mets tonight after a 10-8 loss yesterday at Comerica Park. Juan Soto stole the show with a grand slam and a two-run triple. The $765 million man gave the Tigers fits manager A.J. Hinch. Sawyer Gibson-Long starts tonight for the Tigers. The righty Nolan McLean, one of the top prospects in baseball for the Mets. You can hear first pitch 6:40 with a 6:15 pregame show right here on 97.1 The Ticket. The biggest high school sports games in Michigan will no longer be on cable TV. The Free Press reports this morning the state finals in sports like football and boys and girls basketball will no longer be televised live on FanDuel Sports Detroit. Streaming now the only way to watch the finals, with those games available on the MHSAA and NFHS websites. And USA Today's out with its post-Labor Day NBA power rankings. The Pistons, number 10, with the return of Jaden Ivey being called their biggest offseason addition. The Pistons are the fourth highest-ranked Eastern Conference team behind the Knicks, Cavs, and Celtics. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Luke Sloan. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
The car, Scott Anderson, 97 the ticket, open lines, 248-539-9797. Look, to the previous caller who was really worked up about the Lions and had a lot of things he didn't like about the way management had gone about this offseason. There are so many different ways you can build your team, and you could try and you could try to do it this way, try to do it that way. You could try and mimic this previous championship contender, that previous championship contender. I've come to realize, Gator, the older I get, that basically everybody's striving to be in that pool of teams that has a legitimate shot. And once you're in that pool, anything can happen. There's probably like real contenders. And I'm not talking about just teams that make the playoffs. I think there's teams that make the playoffs in all sports that don't have a chance to win at all. I'm talking about the ones that kind of at the top of the food chain. And I think if you're in that group of probably 5 or 6 teams that you can really, maybe 7, that you can work your way through and say, these teams all really have a shot. And then when you get there, when you get to the dance, it's a matter of just playing your best. Last year, the Lions were one of those teams. They got to the dance and they laid an egg. And we had a ton of evidence that they were better than they were that day. They picked a bad day to have a bad day.
Yeah, they definitely had a bad day to have a bad day. And it was bad all around. It was bad from the quarterback standpoint. I'm sure that's motivated Jared Goff this offseason. And it was bad from a defensive standpoint. They couldn't get off the field, and they gave up way too many points.
And I guess we're all searching for, okay, how do you get to be, even better than what you are right now? I mean, the Lions have taken have zoomed out and taken more of a 30,000-foot view on their roster and a timeline that isn't just this September through next February. And because of that, I think some people would like to see more. Could they go all in? If the survival of the human race depended on the Lions to win the Super Bowl, I would hope that they would approach this season differently. But I could see why they haven't. I think
then you trade for Micah Parsons.
Yeah, I'd do more than just that.
Yeah.
I probably trade all my draft picks in infinitum.
Right.
But anyway, so I guess I don't get as upset because I think they're maintained in that pool of teams, and I think they should be better than they were a year ago just by being healthier.
Well, and it's not baseball. It's not like if you're in that same situation, one of those 7 teams.
Yeah.
In baseball, there's no salary cap. You can do what you want in the offseason.
Yeah.
Go ahead and spend beyond that and spend beyond whatever your payroll currently is. And if you think that's going to put you over the top, go ahead and do it. In the NFL, you're restricted by the cap. So there's certain things you can't do. And that's what made, when Micah Parsons got traded last week, I mean, that was the stunning part to me was the contract that he got. It was staggering because how could the Lions possibly, could they have traded for him? Yeah, they could have offered up a similar trade and got it done, but how could you sign him in addition to signing Hutchinson? And were people just like, well, screw Hutchinson. We'll have these guys together for the 1 year or whatever it is, or 2 years for Hutchinson's contract. You could always put him on the, a different league, franchise him or whatever. But no, I don't know if you can. Now, you could have had, I guess, for 1 year, and maybe that's the crowd that is shouting loud that, well, I don't care. I just want to win it for 1 year. The rest of the team be damned. And I guess then at that point, then you're married to Micah Parsons and not Aiden Hutchinson.
248-539-9797. And it probably doesn't help that fans wanted the Red Wings and the Tigers to do more at their collective off seasons and trade deadlines as well. Yeah. Keith is next on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Keith.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay.
I'm trying to understand how people lost their brains on the last 2 years. The Lions are a great team. They will make the playoffs, most likely the Super Bowl. And the Micah Parsons thing, no. You're talking about a guy, I got it, he's an elite pass rusher, 12.5 sacks for the last 4 years. But what has he done for Dallas? They've not gone to the Super Bowl. They've barely made the playoffs. He has not been there for them when they need him. When people sit here and say that, he doesn't help Green Bay at all. And Green Bay still has problems. When you have a Micah Parsons who's, 65.65 on run defense, and Green Bay sucked at the run last year. It's a no-brainer. Yet everybody's touting this.
as some great thing, and it's not. And I agree with Brad Holmes. Build from the draft.
Well, Keith, thank you. It's an exciting move, and I would be excited if he were a Detroit Lion because I would think that he was part of, I don't put all the lack of team success in Dallas simply on Micah. It is a team game after all. Would the Lions be more effective defensively with Micah Parsons than without? Yeah, they would. It would come at a massive cost, long term for sure. And probably even a little bit short term, maybe to clear some cap space. But, the other thing about that is, and I think this is a deal. Maybe others don't. If you bring in a player like Micah Parsons, or people that want to bring in Trey Hendrickson and sign him to the contract that he wanted, I do think you piss off Aiden Hutchinson. And Aiden Hutchinson, especially with the case of, I'd rather have Aiden Hutchinson in the next 5-6 years than Trey Hendrickson. And he's younger, and I think he's going to only get better. I mean, Parsons is still pretty young, so I don't know if it would necessarily apply there, or the amount of money that Hutch is probably going to get now is directly reflective on a Parsons contract. So, you probably can't afford two of those guys, so you can ride out the one that you got. But I guess people would say you could afford him for 1 year.
Right, that's the thing.
Yeah, and then you're going to let the other one walk, I guess. But
so you still have one of them when all is said and done, but for the 1 year you'll have both. Yeah. And that I can understand that. That's a big risk, and it's about the evaluation of what you think, which player would you rather have.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming into actually Twitter, because we got that Twitter poll out there. Do you feel better, the same, or worse about the Lions than they did a year ago? Updating the voting, and you got just over an hour left to vote. Better, 19.6% of the vote. The same, 44.1% of the vote. Worse, 36.3%. Chad Britton sent us the following tweet. I said after the loss to Washington in the playoffs that was the end of the fun new Lions. Now it's expectations and results Lions, Super Bowl or bust. Brian says, I only have a slight concern of worse because of the change in the O-line, the lack of depth at edge, and the first half schedule is brutal with some tough games. Raymond says, I believe the Lions got better, but I don't think they get the 1 seed. They might not even win the division. So asking them to win 3 games in the playoffs with at least one of them on the road just to make the Super Bowl, let alone win it, makes me feel worse overall. Well, I mean, just because you're not the 1 seed doesn't mean you might end up playing at home the way Philly did. Tom says, offensive line of concern, lack of bookend pass rusher makes me feel worse. It's okay to have 2 of them, Brad.
Well, how about this? This is what Dan Campbell has said about Marcus Davenport. He said this today. He's done exactly what we asked him to do. There's nothing more that he needs to show me. He's doing everything he can to take care of his body. He's in a good place right now.
Well, there is skepticism about whether or not he'll be on the field.
There's a ton of reason to be skeptical. The guy has not stayed healthy in his career. But if, and it's a giant I next to a giant F, if he stays healthy and plays 15 games this year, I don't think we're going to be complaining about the pass rush at all.
248.
Because he's competent.
Also got the college football thing out there. Michigan and Michigan State fans, what did you like the most? And what's a work in progress that you would like to see perhaps be the focus of practice this week? That you would like to see your competent coaching staff address and make better moving forward as both the Wolverines and Spartans head into bigger games coming up on Saturday night. Michigan State playing host to Boston College. Michigan on the road at Oklahoma. 248-539-9797. Love to hear from you on that. In the meantime, we will get to what Dan Campbell had to say about the interior of the offensive line. It's game week. How does he feel about those guys going into game week? And the coordinators that will debut. How does he feel about them going into game week? Hear that today at 12:20 on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Football season is here, and the University of Michigan Credit Union debit card makes game day even better. When you use your Michigan debit card at Chrysler Center, the Big House, or Yost, you'll score discounts on fan favorites like popcorn and souvenir sodas. It's the perfect way to show your team spirit all season long. Don't miss out. Get your Michigan debit card available exclusively from UMCU. Visit umcu.org to get started, insured by NCUA. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. College football overreactions. You know it's too early to make this, but you think it might be true. Too early to make this statement, but you think it might be true. Sam in Dearborn Heights says, my overreaction, does any college team look that unbeatable, including Ohio State? It seems like a year of parity.
This is funny. Every year you start the season and everybody sucks. Nobody's good. Everybody sucks, right? Oh, we don't say there are no good teams. I mean, we saw 3 top 10 matchups.
Yep.
They were all close games, right?
Yep.
They were all one-score games. These teams could all be vying for a national championship. Is this not what it's like? If these games were played in December, wouldn't we be like, oh my God, what a game?
Remember how a bunch of those playoff games were blowouts?
Defensive battle with Ohio State and the Horseshoe hosting Texas. Oh my God, what a great game. LSU able to take down Clemson 17-10. Woo, that LSU defense. Oh my God, what a game. The Hurricanes able to withstand the comeback from Notre Dame. But because it's the first week of the season, now people are like, and again, you're asking for the overreactions, but I honestly feel
you're
like this
arguing
is
them all pretty vociferously.
Gator, it's almost like these overreactions are overreacting.
I know. I have to keep remind myself that that's the case. But I thought this before you introduced it as a topic. I was thinking, because I wrote it on my show sheet a little bit, that because of these 3 top 10 matchups we had, we're going to get this. This is the people actually will probably feel that way. And then you throw in, the Alabama got beat handily by Florida State, and your thing was that maybe Kalen DeBoer is regretting coming down, and I understand the whole thing, a lifestyle thing, and all that. Yeah. But from a football standpoint, I feel like people don't want to give credit either. Like we haven't heard the overreaction the other way. Everybody's been
Florida
the overreaction.
State's going undefeated,
right? Like I had a guy call in yesterday and said he was encouraged by the Michigan game. I'm encouraged by what I saw Bryce Underwood and the team. I think they might go 11-0 going into the Ohio State game, and you know what, they'll go 12-0. I'm like, wait a minute. So you think that you want to describe what's going to happen as encouraged, and you have them going 12-0? Okay. I mean, you can say they're going to go 12-0. That's great. Go ahead and do that. But
I would think
your word would not be encouraged.
I would think I'd be wildly enthusiastic.
I'm surprised that. I'm not surprised because people put Alabama on a pedestal when they get knocked off. They just say Alabama sucks. Anybody want to give Florida State credit? They might be a good football team this year.
They deserve some.
They would have been playing for a national championship a couple of years ago if it weren't for the quarterback getting hurt.
They were a disaster last year. And maybe it's contagious. Maybe they just handed it off to Alabama. 248-539-9797. Mike on a cell. Hi, Mike.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we got you.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to say about the Lions, everybody gives this guy a lot of kudos, from Dallas. He's a great defensive end, but he hasn't really, he's above average, but we have some really great tackles on both sides that I think can handle him, and give him some, a little more challenge. And as far as our defense was decimated last year, and we still ended up 15-2. So people got to have a little more faith, and we got the best tandem of running backs than anywhere in the league that I see. I really think that this is going to be a great season. As long as we can win at least 4 out of the first 6 games, I think we're going to be in a good place. That's how I look at it.
I would describe Micah Parsons as better than above average, but yeah, his presence on Green Bay's roster does not doom the Lions. It doesn't.
No, it makes him more formidable for sure. I mean, Micah Parsons is a guy who's averaged 13 sacks in his career per season, right? He started off with 13 sacks in his career. His rookie season, he had 13. Last year, he had 12, in between 13.5 and 14. He is an excellent pass rusher. He is one of the best in the game. He's a really good all-around player, too. He will make Green Bay more formidable. Does it make Green Bay unbeatable? No, I don't think he makes Green Bay unbeatable. He just makes them more formidable. And yes, do the Lions have good tackles to combat that? They have an excellent tackle in Penei Sewell, and they have a good tackle in Taylor Decker.
Okay, we said we get to us. Let's follow through. Dan Campbell, speaking with the media, asked about it's game week. You've been working now with the new coordinators for a while. Are they up to the challenge? How are you feeling about them going into week one? Here is what the Lions head coach had to say. Really emphasizing that they've got the material to work with. And he is right. Coordinator positions are important. How popular was Ben Johnson in Detroit? He's the most beloved offensive coordinator I can ever remember. I can't remember not taking very many, if any, calls about play calling. That's one. Two is he got away with a dreadfully bad call, and I don't remember there being a huge stink about the reverse pass that J-Mo should never have thrown in the playoff game against Washington that got intercepted. He built up so much credibility in this town. That was a Ben Johnson call. That was the last trick play he called in Detroit. And I don't know if it essentially ended their playoff hopes and ended their season, but it was pretty close.
That play kind of did, yeah.
Yeah, and what are people aren't they're mad he's gone. They miss him
because he's not the guy that chose to throw it.
No, of course not. But anytime
he calls the play,
yeah.
and the play is. But then once the play is called, if you have that trick aspect of it, it's incumbent on the guy who's
of course
make that decision.
But he gets credit for all the trick plays that work. When one backfires disastrously, and he's look, you're gonna fail at some of those. But he gets almost like it doesn't show up on his resume in Detroit at all. But that's how beloved he was. So I get why people are uncomfortable. 248-539-9797. All right, what about the O-line? What did Dan Campbell have to say at his press conference yesterday about the offensive line, specifically the interior of the offensive line? How's he feeling about it? Here's what he had to say. He really likes Ratledge. Mahogany did some really good things for him last year. I mean, if he's a typical young player, does he just go from year one to year two and get better?
Let's hope. Obviously last year thrust into some starting duties with injuries late in the season, but missed the entire training camp because of mono. We talked to him a few weeks ago. He seems ready to go. Very confident. Not cocky, but confident. And I think that there's a big difference there. I'm excited to see what this offensive line can do. I think in some ways I don't know if they're ever going to be better than what we saw because Frank Ragnow was one of the best in the game to ever play, and let alone what we've seen here with the Lions over the last 10 years. But as an overall unit, might they at some point be at least equal to what we saw? Maybe. But Ratledge is going to be a huge part of that. Glasgow's competency at center is going to be a huge part of that, and so will Mahogany. It all comes down to the middle three guys.
248-539-9797. All right, one more from Dan Campbell. Look, you think about the last couple of years. They opened with Kansas City. Remember that? They opened with the Rams. Big marquee games. Lions won them both. How important is it to win games like this to get you on your way for a good season? Here's what Dan Campbell said. Well, this one's probably more important than the last two because it's a division game, an in-division game. And it feels like it carries a lot of weight, given that the Packers just went and added Micah Parsons. And if I was doing the show in Green Bay, I'd be like, okay, he just got here. Might not make the biggest impact right away, but...
Lower the expectations? Oh.
Well, I mean, I think that people will expect him to be Superman right away if in Green Bay. If only we had a player here locally that people expected him to be Superman right away that we could compare this to. All right, we'll get to your phone calls and feedback. Gator, coming up. I'm going to empty the bucket for the first time this year.
My.
Today at 12:50. It's the stuff I never had a chance to get to on the air on Saturday night. But I was hoping to, but it never came up. And so I save it and use it on the air here.
All right.
12:50. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1, The Ticket.
Hey, is your garage door making some strange noises, or maybe it's just not going up and down as quickly as you'd like, or the lights flickering, or whatever the case is? If you got a problem with the garage door, call people that know how to fix it. Precision Garage Door Service. These guys are great. I called them years ago when I was having problems with my garage door. They came out and diagnosed the problem really quickly. And best of all, they were able to fix it right there on the spot. Why? Because they're expert technicians in the field, and they've got trucks that have all the equipment they're going to need and the right tools in place to make sure that they can fix any problem that comes their way. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR or schedule an appointment online at a time that works for you. That's right. You can schedule it at your convenience at precisiondoormi.com. Either call them, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or again, schedule that appointment online at precisiondoormi.com.
So Sawyer Gibson Long, huh?
Yeah. Remember him?
Yep. It's weird. Best record in the American League. Kind of been there for a while. Still seeking major answers.
Well, here's something that's good for the Tigers. The bullpen in August had an ERA of 2.98, which was second in all of major leagues.
Okay.
Not in the American League, in all the major leagues. So maybe it's a good sign that the bullpen's coming around.
Mm-hmm.
Chuck Money was not good last night.
Nope.
Almost got out of it, but alas, he hung a curveball that went way over the wall for a grand slam. It was unfortunate. And the Tigers, you score 8 runs, you got a pretty good chance of winning that game. It is the third time this year that the Tigers have scored 8 runs or more and lost. And they've done it 25 times. I think they played 25 games. They've scored 8 runs or more. So it literally is right around 9 out of 10 times you should win the game. That was one you didn't do, and it sucks. So go back at it tonight. Sawyer Gibson Long taking on some pitcher, last name McClain, who's been really, really good in limited duty this year, 20 in the third innings, but ERA is below 1. The whip is below 1. He hasn't given up many hits, like 10 hits in 20 innings.
248-539-9797. Let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Jay next on 97.1. Hello, Jay.
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey, Jay.
Hey, Jay.
Yeah, listen, I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller.
Okay.
Now, check this out. The reason why I'm saying what I'm saying is because with the Detroit Lions and with Ben Johnson going to Chicago, right? So with Ben Johnson, with his offensive mind, he's a genius at that. So with the Lions, they got my man, the new guy, the new offense coordinator, and what I hear is that he's going to open that offense up, man. He's going to open that boy up to the point where J-Mo, St. Brown, all his offensive weapons, Jamar Gibbs coming out the backfield, he's going to open that boy up as far as their skill set. Passing, the Jared Goff going to be passing to them guys. And so with that, what I'm saying is that Jared Goff is going to be, he's going to have a field day with Ben Johnson's defense, because Ben Johnson, when he was with the Detroit, he kind of limited them guys. He held back. He held J-Mo back. He had all those skills.
Wait.
You think he held back the Lions offense that had the second most passing yards in football last year?
No. Listen, what I'm saying is that with the new coordinator, he's going to give them guys a better opportunity to be successful. You know what I'm saying? As far as their skill set, ability to catch the ball, going downfield. Because you really look at it, they didn't really go downfield that much.
Okay, Jay, can I ask you, you said something at the beginning of this call. You said, what you're hearing, is this, do you have a source telling you this, that they're about to open it up?
No, I'm just going by what the new offense coordinator has said early on.
I'll say
That's
this.
what he said.
I'll say this, Jay. I think that Jamison Williams is poised to have a monster year. I don't know if he's being opened up more. I think he's deserving of the opportunities because he's had to earn that. He's had to earn the trust of the team by being able to run better routes, catch the football. And by all accounts, he's done all that work. And what we've seen at practices are, they're throwing deep to J-Mo in practice, and he's making the plays. If that's what it means by opening this thing up, sure, I'll go hook him. Fine. But they threw the ball all over the place last year. The only team that threw the ball for more yards was Cincinnati. They ran the ball extraordinarily well this last year. There were only 5 teams in football that ran the ball for more yards per game than the Detroit Lions did.
Points per game?
Yards per game.
What about points per game, though?
Points per game, the Detroit Lions led the National Football League last year with 33.2 points per game.
Yeah, I'm not sure that there's a need of any dramatic opening up.
I think you might see, but to this point, I think you might see more plays of 50-plus yards because Jamison Williams is more ingrained in this offense than he was last year.
So there was a play last year. Maybe it was, I can't remember if it was last year or 2 years ago. J-Mo's going deep, and he turns and looks over his right shoulder on a deep ball, and the ball lands to his left. And I was looking at that, and I looked at it a couple times, and I saw a replay, and it made me wonder if that was an example of him looking over the wrong shoulder. And when people say that they don't throw it deep or they don't have a deep, there's a lot that goes into having an effective deep passing game. One is offensive line has to protect longer. Two is the receiver has to win the route. Three is quarterback has to deliver the ball. And a lot of times those are reading what the defense is. Like the route tree concept, when you ball snapped, hey, you go deep if this is the coverage, right?
Yeah.
They got 3 high safeties. You might not want to go deep. So, there's a lot that goes into them successfully throwing deep, and it depends on how teams defend you too.
Yeah, I think it's a maturation of the player in Jamison Williams. I think that there were a bunch of examples you could have pointed to in his first couple of years in the league where he wasn't looking where he was supposed to look, or he just the route wasn't the right route, and it's fine because he's grown and he become better. He got better every game last year and became a real threat for this team. Whereas to the point this year, now he looks like he's, like I say, I think he's going to have a monster season.
And what's happened with Jared Goff in his time in Detroit, he built a strong relationship with Amon-Ra St. Brown. It shows on the field. It shows in practice. There's clearly extra work put in. And J-Mo has been catching up, and it feels like, now he's at the point where, we'll talk to Goff about it next week, about how much, where he is now with J-Mo as opposed to Amon-Ra, because you don't just show up, I've got this skill set, and immediately everybody's on the same page, right?
Yeah. But as far as opening up the offense more, I don't know. The Lions averaged the second most yards per game last year in the NFL, behind only Baltimore. And they scored more points than anybody else did last year.
248-539-9797. All right, Gator, in the eyes of Vegas, who in college football moved the needle the most with their win on Saturday? And who was hurt the most? This is as measured by making the playoff.
I think, the easy one is to say Ohio State. So it's either Ohio State or LSU.
Okay. And who do you think hurt their chances the most?
Alabama.
Of making the playoffs. Okay, I'm just looking for one more number here that I'm not seeing. That is, okay, got it. Team that helped themselves most in terms of percent chance of making the playoffs with that win. According to Vegas, Ohio State is now they're minus 1,000 to make the playoffs, a playoff change of plus 14.54%. LSU is now minus 175. They are 21.97% better chance to make the playoff because of their win over Clemson. Team that was hurt the most was Alabama. Their chances of making the playoff dropped 24.64% with that loss. I'm a little surprised. Florida State moved up, but only 10.49%. Two teams remained unchanged. Clemson with their loss, Michigan with their win. Also Florida with their win remained unchanged. The odds didn't move at all. So kind of interesting. But Ohio State got the biggest bump. Alabama took the biggest hit. I'm sorry, not Ohio State. LSU got the biggest bump. Alabama took the biggest hit of teams in their playoff chances. According to Vegas. Speaking of college football, I'm going to empty the bucket today at 12:50.
Here we go.
Yeah, we will do that when we continue here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, just a reminder that we're getting ready to kick off another season, and you won't want to miss it with FanDuel. New customers can bet just $5 to get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet, bet $5, and if you win, you unlock $300 in bonus bets. Okay, this isn't rocket science, right? You just have to win a $5 bet. So go find yourself a heavy favorite and play them on the money line. And if they win the game, guess what you get? $300 in bonus bets. So I wouldn't mess around with a parlay or an underdog or anything like that. Just go bet your $5, take your winnings, your $300, and then you can mess around with that. NFL season's finally here. The only question is, are you ready to play? Visit FanDuel.com/Doug to download the FanDuel app today and get started. Must be 21 years or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager, only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Spartans look solid on Friday. Michigan did some good things on Saturday, but there are things to work on. Gator, what did you like the most about Michigan State's performance, and what is the number one thing you'd like to see them shore up this week?
Really like the defensive effort. The defense pitched a shutout against Western Michigan. The only points were scored on a pick six from the backup quarterback throwing an ill-advised pass. But the defense showed up. They had 12 tackles for loss, 4 quarterback sacks, 3 forced fumbles, an interception, a safety, damn near had a second safety, if not for some, lying on your back, push over your shoulder throw from the quarterback to avoid it. They just did a great job. They an excellent job against the run. I think there were 24 carries for 29 yards rushing from Western Michigan. Overall, the defense was outstanding, showing off some depth as well in the second half with guys to maintain that shutout from the defensive side. So that was great. I'd like to see them work on is the consistency offensively. In the first half, they were great. They had 3 touchdowns. They were running the football well. Mekhi Frazier, the running back, had over 100 yards rushing. Tullis, the backup, he added another 50 yards. Each had a touchdown. It's good to see Aiden Childs was on time with his throws. He looked poised, wasn't getting happy feet. He looked good. Second half, they did some different things with the offensive line. They moved some guys from the right side to the left side. They brought in some of the depth guys as well, and it did not look the same. They gave up a pass rush. Aiden Childs did have some happy feet, made some iffy throws. I questioned his footwork on a couple of plays because I just didn't think the ball was delivered the way it should have been. So that's the stuff that I think they have to work on. But I expect that the offensive line we're going to see during the course of the season in meaningful games like what we're going to see on Saturday night, not that Western wasn't, but Western was going to be a tune-up type thing. Michigan State was going to outclass them in terms of the play. But the offense we saw in the first half, that's the line I expect to see protecting the quarterback and opening holes for the running game. They've got a new center. They've got 3 new starters that are transfers. And these guys look pretty good. I thought they were vastly different than what we saw last year, but they're gonna have to show that improvement.
As far as Michigan's concerned, look, the big runs from Justice Haynes were great. The play of Bryce Underwood was fascinating on a variety of fronts. One is they really put him on the move a lot, which I liked. It looked like he's adept at throwing on the move. And with some issues here and there, but first start to be expected. I think, talking about his performance throughout the game, there were times where he needed to go, as Jason Avant, our sideline reporter, put it, less fastball, more free throw. And then he had a great example of that in the third quarter when he hit coming out of the shadows of his own end zone on the south end, right side on your TV screen, lobbed a little ball down the near sideline to Marlon Klein just as he came open. That was an example, as Jason put it, of the free throw, where he just kind of put some touch on it. And, and whether or not that was always there, it was just a matter of execution or learning from his, as the game went on, whatever, he showed he could do it. And I thought there was a telling sequence at the end of the first half. New Mexico had started to put some pressure on Michigan. They had made it a 17-10 game, and Michigan had the 2-minute offense out there, and they'd gone backwards. It was 3rd and 14, and New Mexico was calling timeouts to try and get the ball back. And rather than just run it and make them drain their timeouts and work the clock and punt on 3rd and 14, they called a pass play, a slant, where Underwood hit Channing Goodwin on a slant for 38 yards, I think it was, into New Mexico territory.
2 for 2.
And to me, thank you, to me, it was as much that they had faith in him to call that play. And maybe that's a little bit, let's take the new ride out for a spin and see what we got. But they had faith in him to even call that play when I think the handoff, take the timeout is almost what I expected. Now, as far as things to work on, they gave the starters, when the starters were in there were 2 long scoring drives that accounted for almost 2/3 of New Mexico's yards. And in those drives, they couldn't get off the field. I mean, one of them was with the pass interference in the end zone on 3rd down. They ended up getting 6 cracks from within inside the 5 and eventually got it in for a touchdown. But, and they, I don't know if it was by design or whatever, but the quick hitters, the passes underneath, were something that they either seemed to be willing to give up or weren't quite sure how to defend, or maybe they caught them off guard. I don't know if Oklahoma will look at that and say, that's what we're going to do all day. I haven't really done the deep dive on Oklahoma yet. I'm going to get into that today a little bit. But I think those 2 drives for Michigan defensively were rather concerning. 248-539-9797. Love to hear from Wolverine and Spartan fans. What did you like the most? And what would you like to see get shored up? All right, Gator, you ready for Empty the Bucket?
I am.
For the first time this year. We Okay, we will start with this one. Do you know who the New Mexico Lobos athletic director is?
I do not.
The Lobos athletic director is Fernando Lovo.
I'm sorry, Fernando Lovo?
Lovo is the athletic director for the Lobos. When he came in for his interview, you got to hire the guy, right?
I mean, it's tough not to.
So
AD Lovo said, Lobo's AD Lovo.
Yeah, it never came up, so there was really no point in doing it. But Lovo is the athletic director for the Lobos.
It'd be fun to try to just try to force it. Like,
yeah,
I saw the targeting call against Barham did really look rough. I got to tell you, if the shoe were on the other foot, if this happened to New Mexico, I got to believe their AD Lovo would want to appeal this
on the behalf of the Lobos.
Yeah,
Lovo is the athletic director for
All
Lobos. Two is there was some minor confusion earlier this year when EA Sports allows now there to be coaches on the sidelines for the college football game, but the coaches had to sign a waiver that their image could be used. And a handful of coaches did not. Bill Belichick didn't, Deion Sanders didn't, Mario Cristobal didn't, Kirk Ferentz didn't, Bronco Mendenhall didn't. Why they did or didn't, I don't know. Jason Eck, the head coach, wanted to, but they submitted the wrong paperwork. And so when the game came out, they had a fictional coach on the sideline, not Jason Eck, but it was a black guy named, let me see if I can find it here. Wyatt Emmett was the coach of New Mexico. The New Mexico people were like, what the hell is this? We've submitted the paperwork. They contacted EA Sports. EA Sports said, no, we never got it. They filled it out. And they then got approval. They made the change, and Jason Eck was updated. But for fun, New Mexico tweeted out that they had fired Wyatt Emmett as their head coach. People thought they'd already fired Jason Eck, who had just gotten hired. So they had to clarify that, no, we're just talking about the video game coach. In the meantime, a Reddit page for Colorado State, they released a press release saying that Colorado State was hiring former New Mexico head coach Wyatt Emmett to be their new defensive coordinator.
I like it.
All for EA Sports. A little bit of fun.
Kang, if you were designing for EA Sports and you had to come up with a generic football coach to put on the sidelines, what would the generic football coach look like?
What do you mean? Just like his facial features and everything
Everything,
like that?
body type, I mean everything. Like, would you give him pants or shorts? Would you give him a hat, visor, nothing, headset, fat, skinny, jacked? I mean, what would this guy look like? Is he just your generic coach?
I'd probably make him look a lot like Dan Campbell, to be honest with you. Like a former player,
Jacked.
Big, strong dude, chiseled jaw, right? Now, my offensive coordinator would be quirky. He'd wear a visor and he'd have like spiky hair, like a young guy. Okay, and then the defensive coordinator looked like he was about to die.
Yeah, total slob.
Yeah. Like he calls plays with his gut, like moving, literally.
All right, final thing from the bucket that I didn't get to use. New Mexico has a player that played his first couple years at St. Francis University in Pennsylvania, and he was playing football there, but they didn't have his major. He wanted to major in chemical engineering. And so he chose his next stop based solely on that. He wants to be a chemical engineer.
Sure.
Turned out that he thought it was a good fit to go to the University of New Mexico. And so he ended up there and is playing football for them. The player in question, his name is Mercury Swaim.
Swaim?
Yes. Mercury Swaim is transferred to New Mexico because he wanted to major in chemical engineering.
Right. I just want to understand. So chemical engineering, is that like making drugs?
I don't know.
Kind of, in a way that could be. New Mexico, is that where Breaking Bad takes place?
Yeah. In Albuquerque, where the University of New Mexico. That's right. But Mercury wants to be a chemical engineer, so Mercury.
I thought you were tell me his name was Walter White or something.
No, it's Mercury.
Would be even better. Yeah. But Mercury's a great name.
Didn't get a chance to use that either.
Mercury Swain.
There it is. The bucket is emptied. That's the more interesting. There's a lot in there, but none of it is probably anywhere close to that. I thought that was it. Thank you. I feel like every time we do this, you're mocking me. 248-539-9797. We fill it back up for Saturday night at Oklahoma. And by the way,
not every time.
I had a really bad sore throat Saturday. That sucked.
That's no good.
It was no good. In fact, it was so bad Sunday, I was like, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to work next week, knowing I have Monday off.
Did you just drink bourbon during the broadcast?
Yes, that's what I did. So I was a little bit, I was fighting a sore throat, and that sucked because the weather was great. But I think
A little chilly, but
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't cold. It wasn't terribly cold, but it dropped down like 50.
It was
Yeah.
a little chilly. But
You get their hoodie ready.
anyway, all good. Back at it again this week. Let's get to your phone calls and feedback next. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, is today, generally speaking, is today the first day of school for a lot of kids?
It is for a lot of kids, yes.
Let me just.
Oh, you're going to look at your Facebook feed?
I'll check.
Gator is very fond of first day of school Facebook posts.
They're the best. Love it.
Over under on, I'm going to bring it down a little bit because you're getting older, so I don't think people do it as much. I'm going to go over under 18 and a half.
Yeah, I got to tell you, I've been scrolling for a little bit here, and there's the first one. High school and middle school. Here they come.
Yeah.
Good luck, kids. I mean, but that's rare. That's the one so far that I've seen.
You're usually in the 20s.
Yeah, well, like you said, I think it plays a big role that as I'm getting older, my friends are getting older, and their kids
They're
have
aging
already
out.
moved on. Yeah. Oh, there's another one. Hi, kids. The McAllister twins.
Well, if you missed it, I had opened the show. Yesterday was the day we dropped our youngest off at school in Connecticut, and I mean, every parent has to do it. We're not the first to do it. We won't be the last. It is stunningly difficult. It is heartbreaking.
What was your third one?
Yep.
So
the other two, we just drove down the road.
Right.
Went to the dorm, said, see you Tuesday or whatever. 'Cause they were in Michigan, and this one we're in Connecticut, and a little bit more of a commitment. But anyway,
he's going to have a good time.
I think so. Took a minute, but
Hopefully he develops some good habits.
That's in theory. Yes.
Maybe I'll send him a text. Give him my one word of advice.
Yeah, which would be, what's your one word of advice?
Go to class.
So it's not one word.
You
failed that, Gator.
My one piece of advice. Sorry.
Man of many words.
Yeah.
Hey.
Would be, but I think it's a good solid piece of advice.
I agree.
Go to class.
I agree. 248-539-9797. Let's get back to your phone calls. Josh is in Birmingham, and he's on 97.1. Hi, Josh.
How we doing, fellas?
All right.
Good. Thanks for taking my call. I think from the Michigan perspective, two things that really stood out to me. One, it was nice having some play calling with actual sequence and flow. I know the bar was probably pretty low last year, but I think a lot of what we saw was just super chunky and just didn't really make much sense. So it was nice to see some sequencing there. And then as far as Underwood, I mean, we all know the physical traits, but I was really impressed by his poise and his ability to not really be fazed by the moment. He seemed to be, to me, it seemed like I was watching an upperclassman. I know it's New Mexico State, but his poise was really what stood out to me.
I mean, look, there's no question that it was impressive for a true freshman who just turned 18 years old. He's got the physical tools. It was actually New Mexico, not New Mexico State. Not that it really matters all that much. They've got I mean, look, Saturday's a whole different animal. This is a veteran coach who made a name as a great defensive coach in Brent Venables, who, interesting, hasn't had elite defenses at Oklahoma, but they're going to throw the kitchen sink. I mean, schematically, this kid is going to see absolutely everything on Saturday night, as one would imagine. I mean, we could sit here and talk about Matt Patricia, but I think Matt Patricia probably made life difficult on Arch Manning. And given that is also a very talented defense. Had to replace a lot of guys, and it looks like they might have just done that. But, Josh, it was an encouraging start. I think there were a number of plays made in the passing game that weren't made last year, and it was twofold. It was the quarterback delivering and the receivers getting open and making plays. Many of the same guys are out there running routes. And
for sure. And I'll be in Norman this weekend, so I'm really excited to see that poise and just kind of in person. So very excited to see where it goes.
Josh, thanks for the phone call.
Yeah, I was impressed. I thought he didn't look like a kid making his first start in front of 100,000 people under the lights. Regardless of who you're playing, I don't care. He looked poised. I thought that was a good word for it. The other thing is, I think it's just scratching the surface because he's got so much more to offer, but they were going to pull it back. They don't need to have him take off and run all the time. They want to get him used to things out there. And I thought it helped them tremendously that you got a transfer running back from Alabama, who I'm pretty sure Alabama's pissed that they don't have. Mm-hmm. Justice Haynes, who runs for 150-something yards and 3 touchdowns. Even if you take away the long touchdown run, he still had 15 carries for 100 yards. I mean, that's how good he was. And then the quarterback's best friend, as I always say, is the tight end. And Marlon Klein's one of the best that you'll see. So utilizing him, wise. Running game, great. And then you've got a quarterback who's just kind of learning, getting his feet wet. He acclimated himself very well. Michigan fans should be thrilled about the future because it's 3 years he's going to be there. 3 years. You would expect that he's going to stay there based on the rumors of the contract, if you will. But he's going to be great. I think he's going to be great.
This isn't your Monday football overreact, Tuesday football overreaction.
No, because I'm not saying he's going to be great this year. You've got 3 years to see it. I think that Michigan's in really good hands over the next 3 years. If that's his start, look, he's going to have some clunkers for sure, and he might run into some big problems against Oklahoma. But you can see with your eyes the talent that is there, clearly that it's there.
Yeah, I mean, look, he made a throw where he was rolling out left and threw back, like they rolled him out left, and he's right-handed, and he delivered a pass on time. And there's some plays that they called with him that I thought were telling in that they had faith in him to even call these plays.
Yeah, it's going to be a big test for both Michigan and Michigan State this weekend because they're playing much better opponents. And for Michigan, obviously the talent level is going to be different than you see from Oklahoma versus what you saw against New Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a bigger talent gap, I think, there than there is between Western and Boston College.
Well, it's going to be fun, and the weeks fly by when you get into football season. Of course, we've got a Lions season that is starting on Sunday. We'll get back to some Lions stuff coming up. Love to take your calls, Wolverine and Spartan fans. What you like the most and what needs the most work.
So you're going to be out there on Friday for the show, right?
Yes, and I'm hoping to be streaming video live via Twitch or YouTube.
You're going to get the Boz on?
Dude, I would
Billy
love
Sims,
to. I find that
Sam Bradford.
When I hear Bosworth talk now, it's weird. I feel like I'm listening to a wise old man. When he was the biggest rockhead ever when he was a player. I mean, I'm sure he was a smart player. And smart.
He was a great player.
Yeah. But now I feel like this dude's dropping knowledge. I would love to get Boz on. Do you remember we had the Twitch setup from Houston?
Yes.
So I had the field in the background. I'm kind of hoping to be able to get the Twitch and YouTube feed, the video feed set up that way. But we'll see if we can get a guest on. I have to bring another headset. The thing about Friday's show is going to be our annual Lions prediction show.
Oh, yeah.
So there's a lot of caller traffic that day, but we'll preview that game certainly. And I'll be my first trip there. Have you ever been to Oklahoma?
I've never been to the state of Oklahoma.
No.
There's a lot that I have not been to. A lot of it resides in the middle of this country.
Yeah.
Oklahoma, Nebraska, the Dakotas, Montana, Idaho,
Have
Iowa.
Have you been out to Boston College? Michigan State obviously playing at home, but
I've only been to Boston for a minute. It was there like to change planes, basically. I'd like to get out because Boston looks like it's a really cool city to check out.
I just love road trips to opposing stadiums and just see what the vibe's like, what the culture's like. You know, Boston College, it's an interesting stadium tucked in the middle of campus there, and it's very 90-degree squared off kind of deal. Oklahoma, I'm fired up to see the Sooner Schooner.
Yeah, sure.
I think that's a really cool deal. So, should be fun. Should be really, really fun. We'll do our best to get a sense for it on Friday's show.
Get Barry Switzer on.
Dude, I'd love to get Barry Switzer on. I'd love to get Barry Switzer on. I love reminiscing with those guys. But anyway, all right, straight ahead. Something happened with an NFL player. I wonder how many people it has also happened to. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97 won the ticket. From an unnamed texter, my college football overreaction, Bryce Underwood wins a Heisman next year, if not this year.
Oh, that might be a little ambitious this year.
We're talking the overreactions. We are defining them this way.
But it's an overreaction.
You know it's not. It's probably not true, but you think it just might be. So we're licensing you to give your overreactions. My overreaction is that big schools will go back to scheduling cupcakes week 1 and put their big battles in week 2 or 3, if at all. I hope not. That's why I don't want to absolutely annihilate all those guys, the Arch Mannings, the Kalen DeBoers, the people that really took the gas pipe this weekend.
Oh.
I don't want to like crush them, given that they at least scheduled the games. I mean, I've done that on 2 fronts today already, and I shouldn't.
Still think about this. If these were 3 playoff games that we saw, the 3 top 10 matches we saw in week 1, if this happens in December, I think people are saying what a great weekend.
Yeah, they're saying they were exciting games. All right, we'll play a soundbite from an NFL player. I wonder how many people this has happened to. We'll get to that today at 118 on 97 won the ticket. Michigan Auto Law, auto accident attorneys. They specialize only in auto and truck accidents. Many law firms don't specialize but focus on many different areas of the law. You You wouldn't go to a doctor who specializes in all sorts of medicine. Why would you do that with your lawyer? Specialization, it matters. Educated consumers will choose Michigan Auto Law. Do your research and learn more at autolaw.com. Once they take your case, they'll communicate with you. They are the best in customer service and satisfaction. Michigan Auto Law, the law firm that puts people over everything. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797. Okay. So did you hear what happened with Hunter Renfrow, wide receiver?
I did not.
So he got released by Carolina. Carolina then traded Adam Thielen and had to put a wide receiver on injured reserve. So I believe they called his agent and said, hey, we want to bring him back. And his agent said, great, let me get a hold of Hunter. And he called him. I got sent a voicemail. Called him again. Got sent a voicemail. Called him again. I kept calling him and it kept getting sent a voicemail. Eventually got through. Hunter Renfrow signs, goes back to Carolina. When asked about how it went down, here's what he had to say. He gave his daughter his phone, and she was watching Bluey on his phone, and the calls were coming in, and his daughter kept declining them because she was watching Bluey.
Well, world stops when Bluey's on. Am I right, King?
Oh, yeah. It stops for the one watching Bluey, at least.
Yeah. You're not allowed to interrupt Bluey.
The funny thing about this is, as a parent, I remember my wife and I strictly saying, we are not going to have screens babysit our kids. That's not happening under our watch.
Not up in here.
And after a while, they start to beat you down. And the screens, you probably start to allow a little bit more than you did originally. What always cracks me up, though, is that one of the first things that the kids learn when they're watching on a phone is how to decline a call. I don't know how old his daughter is, Kang. Do we know how old his daughter is?
She's 4.
She's 4.
Mm-hmm.
Would your daughters know how to decline a call on a phone?
Yep. and we don't use a lot of screen time at all. We're like, I would say, well below the national average. We just don't bring them with us. You know, they don't have their own iPads or anything like that. But have we used them before? Of course, every parent has now. It's 2025. I get it.
Yep. So
my 6-year-old and 4-year-old, the crazy thing is, before even declining a call, Doug, I think they learn how to skip videos. Like if you're listening right now, you have a kid, right, that's under 10 or whatever, they know when they're watching YouTube, and then eventually it goes to a commercial, no matter what you're watching, because that's YouTube, right?
Yep.
The little thing in the bottom corner, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You can skip. They know exactly what to press. They don't even know how to read yet. And they know how to skip video, like skip the commercial into the next, hey, get me back to my video. Get me back to Bluey or whatever I'm watching. So that's
great.
amazing to watch.
Tired of waiting.
Yeah, it's amazing to watch little kids do this. They don't even know how to talk. They're not even potty trained. And then, of course they're going to decline a call. And now everyone's got notifications on their phones, right?
Yep.
So whether it's a message or Facebook notification or Instagram, they know exactly swipe up, get that out of the way, swipe it out of the way. So, so Hunter Renfrow, career on the line here, right? He's got the Carolina Panthers calling, and his daughter's like, decline. Decline.
Dad, tell your friends to stop calling.
Right?
Bluey. I'm watching Bluey.
So has this ever happened to you where you missed an important call or anything?
Oh, yeah. Like sometimes if you're not looking, my kids are like super sneaky. They'll grab my phone. They know the password somehow now, right? And my wife would try to call me on the way home from work, and I'm like, I've missed every call because they're sitting in the corner hiding away watching videos.
Yep. No, I get it. The phones in kids' hands can be dangerous. I mean, there's stories of, I get my kid the phone, and the next thing you know, we'd ordered a case of 25,000 pencils off Amazon, right? Where a lot of pencils. Yeah, they can end up doing things with it. But declining phone calls when dad's trying to get a job probably is one of the funnier ones.
Hey, sweetheart, what's going on over there?
What would be the show right now for your kids? Is it that K-pop?
Oh, that's
Warriors?
the movie on Netflix. The number one movie of all time on Netflix. Yeah, K-pop Demon Hunters.
Yes.
Of all time. But no, they would be watching on YouTube. They'd be watching like Peppa Pig, Bluey, or she's gotten into this wormhole, my older one, about like watching people build stuff with Legos. So she's super into Legos right now because of that.
That's great.
And they built some incredible stuff, man.
Legos ain't cheap.
Oh my God, no,
Legos
they are not cheap.
And is this becoming a priority in your household now? You got to get Legos?
No, I told you, I just have them take pictures with Legos.
It still works, huh?
It still works
This
now.
is the greatest young parenting trick I've heard. I'm so fired up for you that you came up with this. I wish you could patent this and make millions because it works and it keeps working.
Yeah, eventually then Christmas comes around and it's time to pay the piper maybe.
So you take pictures of the stuff that the kids want. Like, oh, they take a picture of this so I can remember for Christmas.
Yeah, it gets them off your back while you're at the store. Because, I mean, kids, they go to the toy aisle, of course, and they want everything. And they won't stop asking you unless you do something about it. My something about it is, let's just take a picture with it. Maybe you'll get it later. Okay.
We get it for Christmas. Now,
birthday, whatever.
For
So
Santa
smart.
or for your birthday.
Yeah.
And your kids enthusiastically get fired up to do this.
Oh, yeah. It's like a photo session.
And then walk away without the toy.
They put the toy right back in the shelf.
Which is an unbelievable trick. Now, you're right. You may have hell to pay come Christmas. Especially if the kids have access to your phone and they log into your archives and can access all the pictures. Say I took, 25 pictures this year and I got 3 things. What the hell, Santa? But anyway, I don't know if this ever happened to anybody where they were waiting on a call or something and your kid was able to decline said call. Because kids do learn.
Well, back in the day, remember when it would be the call waiting?
Yeah.
And you had to press it, and it would be, if it were somebody for your parents, I'll have them call you back. And if your parents heard that, they were in earshot. Hold on. Who is it? All right, hang on. I got to get rid of the other caller. Hang on. Was it a deference to your parents?
Yeah, that was such a big deal when that came in, but you could just ignore it too. I mean, that was the mod. Like if a call came in on the other line and you just ignored it, that's the modern day declining of a call.
Never heard it. I don't know.
Same thing. 248-539-9797. If this ever happened to you with your young kids, or you ever did it to your parents, now you've grown up a little bit. So anyway, Hunter eventually got the call, and he is now back with the Carolina Panthers.
He's the starting slot receiver. He went from not having seriously, because they traded Adam Thielen. They put the rookie, I think who was supposed to start in a slot on IR, and so he went from updating his LinkedIn, I'm sure, or something, and then to being the starting slot receiver now, week 1.
Hunter's one of those guys that looks like he's 45 years old, and he played with Trevor Lawrence, so he's in his late 20s, right?
But he's 29.
But he's got that hair that even when he was in college, I'm like, we sure this isn't an old man?
Oh, yeah. He was looking like he was playing for a mortgage. Yeah.
Well, kind of was.
Good receiver.
He was.
Hang on to the football.
And the daughter kept declining the call. So if this ever happened to you, 248-539-9797.
Never happened to me, Doug.
No. Okay. Feedback coming in. When my kid was just 2, he was swiping away messages and ending calls that I would get. These kids are way beyond their time. That's from Alan Dearborn. Swiping away messages and ending calls. So you would get messages and he was deleting them before you'd get them? Wow.
That's a boss.
Grandpa was watching my son and was letting him watch a show on his iPad when he was 4. Somehow my son switched tabs on the internet and purchased a timeshare in Florida.
Nice.
Trying to tell Grandpa something.
Right. Yeah, or maybe just this. Maybe Grandpa blamed it on the kid.
Oh, with me.
Grandpa's like, I like Florida.
Oh, that's
I could use a little
hysterical.
break.
Oh, they got good golf?
A little timeshare, huh? All right.
I had. This isn't really the same thing, but it kind of is. When we were kids, they would run commercials. Who's going to win the big game on Saturday? Call 1-900.
Right.
Bet wins. And you'd call these 900 numbers, and your parents would get charged 75 cents for your phone call. And it would just be some guy out there telling you in Vegas that, Michigan's going to beat Texas A&M is probably what I was calling about, or something like that.
Wasn't there something sports phone or something like that would give you scores?
That was different. I think Jeff Lesson did sports phone back in the day.
Wow.
But that was just giving you scores. Anyway, I called this number once, and they start calling back.
Oh, no.
And my dad answered the phone once, and they were trying to tell him for, just $20 he could get all the betting. And my dad just said, I'm a member of the clergy. Don't call this number ever again, and hung up. So that was pretty cool.
I used to work back then.
Yep.
That doesn't work today.
No, it really doesn't.
Just get you more calls.
248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Hey, are you in a need for new garage doors? Like your garage door right now just doesn't function at all, or maybe it just doesn't fit the decor of the house that you're looking for an upgrade of some kind. Here's what you do. Call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service. They're going to come out. They're going to walk you through the entire process. It's what they did with me a couple years ago when I needed new garage doors. I was happy to talk to these guys because they walked through all the options that I had. And believe me, there's a ton of options to have. In fact, in some cases, you can get a brand new garage door installed in less than 24 hours because they've got a warehouse full of garage doors. Have them come out to your house, talk to you. You're going to be happy you did. Give them a call today at 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or you can visit them online at precisiondoormi.com and schedule an appointment at a time that works for you. That's 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule online at precisiondoormi.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, back to some of your phone calls and feedback in a moment. Just a reminder, you can stream the show with the Odyssey app. Get it for your mobile device today, AUDACY. And then you can listen anywhere in the United States, streaming a little bit over the weekend. Station here. I was driving around the eastern seaboard. Also, the streaming with video, twitch.tv and youtube.com. And yeah, I'm planning on streaming the show from Oklahoma on Friday. We're getting you set for a big weekend of college football and NFL football with the Lions debuting. Talking about the Hunter Renfrow story a little bit here. He was released by Carolina. They then traded Adam Thielen. They put a receiver on injured reserve, and the next thing you know, they were calling him back. Except his daughter was watching Bluey on his phone and kept declining the call. His agent was wondering why he kept getting sent straight to voicemail. Well, his daughter was watching Bluey. 248-539-9797. Has anything like this ever happened to you? What have your kids done, your small kids? This is a 4-year-old daughter, by the way, with a phone or a device in their hand. We go to Jeff. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Jeff.
Hey, how's it going?
Good, thank you.
When my kids were younger, I used to, when they had my phone or TV and wanted them to go to bed, I used to change the language to Spanish. And when they said they couldn't understand it, I said that's because they're too tired and it's time for bed. And it rubbed off on my older one because every time I did it with the younger one, she would come. She was like, "It's time for bed." You know,
my
you
God.
can't understand it. We can't understand.
So whenever they heard Spanish, they thought it was
Once they heard
time for
Spanish,
bed.
It's bedtime. You know, we can't understand anymore. Can't watch.
How old did this work? How old were they when they figured out that this
6
was
and 4, and then my oldest one's 7 now. She kind of got the drift now because they're cousins and stuff. But
okay?
it still works with the younger one, 5.
That's pretty clever. Well played.
That's great.
Until they book a timeshare in Cancun.
Everybody wins.
My son was 6 and was searching big booty girls on his grandparents' tablet. That's from Joe at work.
Oh, Grandpa blaming the kid, huh? Again.
Wow, this happens
Wow.
all the time.
Okay, Grandpa.
That's not fair to the kids.
No.
My kid literally taught himself how to read with the iPad by associating buttons with what they did. Okay, that's cool. Sign on a bedsheet Saturday in Ann Arbor. Walter White could have cooked up a better offense. It's kind of funny.
Did you see that, Doug?
I did not.
You might have got that reference because didn't you watch like a couple episodes?
I watched about a
Or
season and a half
yeah.
of. I feel bad that I just gave up on Breaking Bad.
So did I.
Did you?
Yeah.
How far did you make it?
20 minutes into episode 2.
That was it, huh?
That was it. I'm not saying it's a bad show. I'm just saying I didn't have the attention span for it. I feel a little guilty. Everybody says it's the best. I know. I got it. Sure enough. But I don't know if I'll ever go back and watch it.
I have to go back and see how deep I made it. I might have made it into season 3. It just felt like it was the same stuff with Pinkman getting in trouble and spinning their wheels, and I don't know. You finished it, right?
It's one of the greatest TV shows I've ever watched in my life.
And why didn't it resonate? I don't know.
For you, Doug, I think you're a different cat anyways. Like you kind of bounce in and out of shows and stuff. I think the only show you really committed to was Walking Dead, right? Like a real long-term commitment.
I mean, I've Walking Dead. I've got Ted Lasso on the resume and Severance.
Oh, you love... Well, Severance is still early, though, man. What? How many seasons?
2.
All right, 2.
But I'm counting the days till season 3 comes out.
Gator's the one who we would expect to commit to a show more than you.
Yeah, and he's good at it. But let's see, another one here. I was watching my 3-year-old daughter and took my cell phone away from her and gave her the landline to play with for about 15 minutes. There were fire engines and police cars at our house. My wife said, I think the neighbor's house is on fire, and they were going through our backyard. My daughter had dialed 911 multiple times.
That's going to get you in trouble.
Yeah, not good at all.
No. They don't appreciate that.
Nope.
That's a case where 911 is not a joke.
No. From Wrigley's mom. Okay, it was Public Enemy reference from Gator. Well done.
Thank you.
Sorry, I should give you credit for that.
I need it.
Did Gator ever go back and watch Squid Game season 2?
No. Not yet. No. I guess. I mean, it's in the queue. I started watching that first episode, and I'm not sure I can get into it. That's going to be a hard one for me to do. I'm going to have to forcibly watch the whole first episode and probably the second one, and then does it get me? Does it get me or not? Because Squid Game sure got me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I ended up watching that series in the first one in 2 days, 3 days, I think maybe.
Dang, you finished it, right?
I did. It's definitely not as good as season 1, and I'm not going to be like, you need to watch it, Gator, you need to watch it, Doug, but it's hard because with the beginning of season 2, Gator and Doug, you have to get over the fact that we all don't think there should even be a season 2. Yep. So that's a big hurdle to get over already, you know? And once you finally get over that initial hurdle, you can kind of continue to watch it, but I totally get it.
Mm-hmm.
I Googled to see if there was going to be another season of Ozark. and there is not.
I did finish Ozark.
Ozark, I enjoyed.
I was pretty proud of that one.
And
I got more on my resume. Yellowstone. I got Yellowstone.
Yeah, just finishing up another marathon of Yellowstone.
You don't say.
Yeah. But with Ozark, I was really hoping they were going to come out with another season of it, not necessarily with Jason Bateman and his character and his wife's character, but the son. I thought for sure that that it's set up beautifully to have Jonah take on a new chapter.
Mm-hmm.
It's a really good show.
It was really good.
I thought it fizzled at the end, but spinoffs, man, they can be hit or miss, you know?
It can totally be hit or miss.
But you wanted a spinoff.
I wanted a spinoff with that kid because that kid was an interesting character to me.
Did you ever get into Better Call Saul?
Yeah, I did. I did not finish it, though. That was really good, too. That's when I started having kids, guys. That's when it happened.
Everything changed.
I get it.
Yeah. Doug, I can't believe I made fun of you.
Oh, yeah. You made a lot of fun of me. And now you'll stop going to movies.
Yep.
Stop getting movie references. Meanwhile, with the news yesterday, I'm ready to go see some movies. Drop a kid off, the youngest guy dropped off at school.
What are you going to do with all your free time, man?
I don't know. I did notice a bunch of texts from people that have already dropped all their kids off, and they said, now you got to get used to how quiet it is at home. We do have a little bit of a reprieve in that our oldest is between living situations, so he moved back home for a couple months, but is going to be moving out in the fall at some point, so.
Who knows? Maybe. I mean, is he?
He wants to get out, believe me.
Actually, I can believe that. 100%.
Yes. Yep. He doesn't want to be at home as much as he is.
Is he recognizing that he's saving a ton of money though?
Oh, he's recognizing that, and he also is watching the interaction between us and the younger ones, and actually finds himself on Team Mom and Dad more than he ever was before.
You know why? Because he doesn't want them to get away with stuff either. He's like, if I didn't get away with it, then these kids sure aren't going to get away with it.
No, and I also think now that he's like doing things like paying bills, and having to follow up on, the check engine light's on or whatever, whatever you can't just blow off and put in Mom and Dad's lap anymore. Like there's been some stuff that happened in the house. I'm like, did that just come out of his mouth? I kind of like it. It's like having a third parent around. Don't let them know that, though.
They grow up right before your eyes.
They really do.
Right before your eyes. Who knew?
But he'll be moving out soon, and then it'll really be quiet.
Well, but then the daughter will probably come every weekend anyway.
Not every weekend, but we'll see her enough. Maybe I'll come hang out with you again.
Hey,
Remember that?
The rare occasions.
Right around the corner. All right, so it is game week for the Lions. By the way, just a heads up. Tomorrow morning on the morning show, they have Dan Campbell.
Really?
It makes his first weekly appearance with the morning show crew.
And we have golf next week.
Yep.
Not this week.
Also tomorrow, they have AJ Hinch.
Oh, wow.
So there's going to be a lot of reason to tune in tomorrow morning to Jim and John. Because there's those guys both talk, and when they talk, usually topics come out of it.
What, J.B. Bickerstaff? Is he going to come on?
In spite of the fact that the USA Today post-Labor Day power rankings were released, no. All right, Gator, the Athletic came out with a player poll, or not a player poll. They talked to executives, coaches, GMs around the league.
Okay.
Asked them a bunch of questions. The results are interesting. Our Lions get mentioned. And we got to tell you what our Twitter poll finishes at. How are you feeling about this team's chances to win the Super Bowl going into this game week compared to a year ago? Is it better? Is it worse? Or is it the same? We'll get to all that at 1:46 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, it is game week, and you won't want to miss a near chance from FanDuel to bet just $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. That's right. Pick a bet. Bet $5, and if that bet wins, you unlock $300 in bonus bets to use all across the app. So this isn't complicated. Just take your $5, make that deposit, go out there and find a heavy favorite and bet them on the money line. And then if that heavy favorite just wins the game, you get $300 in bonus bucks. Then you can do with that whatever you want. You You can bet all the parlays and futures or player props you want after you get this $300. I'm almost begging. I'm not begging you, but $5 gets you $300. It's a good deal. Then you can close your account if you want. FanDuel.com/Doug to download the FanDuel app today. You have to bet the $300, by the way. You can't just get the $300 and cash out. I'm just saying. NFL season's finally here. FanDuel.com/Doug to download the FanDuel app today and get started. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. So there's 3 minutes left to vote. Feel better, worse, or the same about Lions' chances to win the Super Bowl going into this year as opposed to a year ago. So we'll give it 3 minutes here to get your votes in. All right, so The Athletic does this thing. A lot of people do it, where they talk to people, their annual poll of coaches and executives around the NFL to get their thoughts on the upcoming season. We ask them to predict which teams are on the upswing, which are on the downturn, along with which players are in line to snag some hardware at the end of it all. 31 voters on the panel, okay? And so you could just be quoted on this, but not unattributed quotes. Unattributed quotes can do some damage in the real world. But when it comes to kind of fun stuff like this, kind of takes the shackles off. You don't get coach speak, right? You kind of find out how people really think. One of the questions, Gator, was which team is most likely to fail to live up to expectations this year?
Okay. Which team failed to live up to expectations? Kansas City.
Kansas City got 2 votes. There were 23 responses. I guess you could vote for more than one. You can vote for 3 teams. Any more guesses, or why don't I just tell you? It's up to you.
Washington.
Number 2 with 9 votes.
And I will say Philadelphia.
Philadelphia. I don't know if they got any votes.
All right.
Oh, no, they got 2 votes. My apologies. They got 2 votes. The number 1 team with 16 votes was the Detroit Lions. And they got some of the reasoning.
I'd like to hear it.
Yep. Let me make sure I scroll here for a second. Okay, you were able to name 3 teams. Sorry, the reason it was 3 votes. Name 3 teams that will fall short of expectations. The Lions had 16 votes. The Commanders 9. Broncos, Bears, and Dolphins 5. 49ers and Vikings 4. Texans, Cowboys, Falcons 3 each. Here's what they write. This was a jarring result as the Lions drew more votes than any other team has for this question. There's usually so much parity in the results of this question because of its subjective nature. But the Lions lost OC Ben Johnson, DC Garen Glenn to head coaching jobs. A general manager said, quote, "It's hard to lose 2 coordinators." Another executive wanted to balance out the thought. They'll still be good even with all the turnover. They'll still have all the same identity as the head coach, and they'll continue to play good defense. Continue to play good defense. Interesting. They were the kind of the runaway answer here.
Well, I guess I'd have to ask the first question is, what are the expectations? I mean, if Vegas sets the over-under at 10.5, I certainly don't think they'll fall below that. I'm not sure how much higher than that. I think it's a great over-under total.
I think I'd have to go back and look. I wonder what team's expectations the Vegas total is the most under how many games they won last year. Like the Lions are 4.5 games below what they won last year.
Right.
That has to be amongst the highest in the league.
I would think it is. You look back and think, wow, they won 15 games last year. How did they do that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, because they scored 33 points a game. And they limited quarterbacks that they faced. They limited them. They did a great job. The quarterback rating against was like 82, number 1 in the league. They did a great job against the pass.
So if I were to vote for 3 teams on this question, which 3 teams are most likely to fail to live up to expectations? I would look at, I guess, which 3 teams are most likely to not live up to expectations. I would look at the Bears, because I feel like the Bears win every offseason and then the season's the same. Even though they changed their coach, I think it's tough for a first-year head coach. I would look at the Dolphins.
Well, because you can't stand Tua, so yeah.
I'm not a fan of Tua. And I would look
we
at,
saw them.
And we did see them, and they got, the Lions got the better of them pretty clearly.
Both sides of the football.
And the Commanders. I think the Jaden Daniels story was, from the NFL standpoint, it made them the hot team because of what they did last year in the postseason. But I'm not sure that they're ready to make a big jump forward. I feel like they're a hot pick.
I feel like the hot pick right now, one of the hot picks around the league right now are the Rams, and I'm not sure why. Like the Rams have a good defensive line, young, and they get after you. Stafford's really good, but hang another year on him. The guy's got back and neck issues. Not sure how effective he's going to be and for how long.
Yep.
King, what do you think?
No, I hear you, man. Hang up another year on Stafford's a real thing, I think. He hasn't really participated at all offseason, preseason. They're hoping to just get him ready for week 1. Did you guys know that every year since the year, I think it's 2000, that 4 teams from the previous year that did not make the playoffs make the playoffs. At least 4 teams.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a big number.
That's
big
a huge
number.
number. Yeah.
Big number.
So, I mean, there's going to be changement with teams, you know. Some teams are not going to live up to expectations, and other teams are going to exceed them, and we didn't even see it coming.
You know what this sounds like?
What?
A little foreshadowing into maybe what we get on Thursday when we do NFL questions. You know, which team?
But pick which 4.
Yeah.
All right,
one in each conference.
Voting's gone final here. Compared to a year ago, do you feel better about the Lions' chances to win the Super Bowl, about the same, or worse? I'll start with this. A solid 64% of you feel better or the same. The final totals are in. It is 20.2% feel better, 43.8% feel the same, 36.1% feel worse. I guess that's no surprise. You and I both felt the same. So, you know, I think that for every negative storyline you can bring up, there's an equal positive. And I don't think the needle moves one way or another. I think the Lions are in that pool of about 7 teams that really can win it all. Now, they are no longer the hot pick. They are now more of the hunted.
Yeah, they got a target.
Things have changed, you know.
Schedule's difficult, particularly the road schedule.
But yeah, and so the one guy said the fun Lions are over. It's the expectation Lions, and I kind of get where he's coming from. And
right.
I love it, but it's the reality. When you've been around and you've made a few runs, you kind of get to the point where this is going to sound terrible because nothing's a given. But the regular season becomes a march towards the postseason. And, you know, we feel strong about their chances, but in the NFL, crazy things happen. There's no guarantees you're going to make the postseason. So we always talk about the pendulum of good luck. They really are owed some good luck on the injury front.
They are. They've suffered some awful injuries over the last couple of years with some really good football teams. You know, one team waited all the way to the NFC Championship game, and yeah, that team had injuries. The team last year was devastated by injuries. Let's hope that they can get through, at least get to the playoffs anyway, with a healthy team. I expect there's going to be plenty of injuries during the course of the season. Hopefully they're not like season ending, like no ACLs, no torn this or torn that, whether it's a bicep, pectoral muscle, groin, Achilles. Hopefully they can avoid all that stuff. And what they end up dealing with is something you have to deal with every season. Hey, someone's in concussion protocol, or somebody rolled an ankle, something like that. That might keep them out for a couple weeks.
This just came into Twitch from Thug Aim says, I am loving this negativity around the Lions. Dan lives off the doubt, and it should help the Lions fly under the radar despite having a top 5 roster. I got to tell you, he was asked yesterday about Green Bay now being the favorite. Vegas has now made Green Bay the favorite. And he's like, huh? Now, what did Vegas say? It was almost like he was playing dumb. You heard that, Kang? Did you hear that today when you were cutting it up?
Yeah, and then you know he's great at coach speak too. That hey, you know every year they got to earn it, and so nothing's going to be easy. But yeah, for what it's worth, he definitely sounded like he didn't know what they were talking about, the Vegas line and the favorites being switched.
I thought he was playing dumb.
You think so?
Yeah.
Like a Jared Goff type thing?
Yeah.
Like, no, what? Tell me what.
Mm-hmm. Rico Beard has made his way in studio and joins us now. Hello, Rico.
Gentlemen, how you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
I am, man. You know, I want to say on the record that I think John Morton's going to really open this offense up. Ben Johnson, I mean, Jesus, man. They could barely get a first down last year.
Thought that was interesting way to. I thought it was an interesting way to look at it.
But if you go from a standpoint, I think what he really just meant was that he thinks he's going to stretch the field a little bit more and take advantage of Jameson Williams more, which I can see that happening.
Anybody driving past me just saw a blank stare as I'm staring at the radio like, what did this guy just say? Kudos to you, too, for keeping it together.
Oh, I mean, no, I was kind of thinking.
I think my radio partner would have just walked out the studio or hung up on him.
Well, you know, people execute the talk radio business in different ways.
You know.
What do you guys got planned coming up next?
Review of week 1. You know, are you satisfied? Are you longing for more? Whether you're Michigan State fan, you know, we'll have a rousing episode of can we say that where I kind of talk about all the different things that happened? So, yeah, we got some things out there.
Enjoy.
And then I'll give a breakdown of some of the new things at Spartan Stadium, what I liked, what I didn't like.
Okay. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
All right, let's get it rolling on a Tuesday. What's going on? Just go ahead. Talk to me.
No, Mike, you know what? I looked over at the board, and I got to give credit to Thug Aim. Did you know when Bryce Underwood was born, the doctor said to his parents, congratulations, it's a man.
That's right. That's right. It's a god. When Bryce Underwood does push-ups, he doesn't push himself up. He pushes the earth down. Now, listen, we're going to attempt to have some fun today. We will get to the Lions because I think there's a horseshoe alert or rabbit's foot, and it's up your wazoo. We may have, Lions may catch a big break here to open the season.
You really think so?
Buddy, there are two types of people that have epidurals.
Right.
Those who are having babies or pass rushers whose back is effed. Which one is Micah Parsons?
I'm just wondering, is it smoke screen or not? You're
okay,
right.
We're going to talk about it. That's at 3 o'clock. College football. This is your world. This was your kickoff. You were Dick Clark on New Year's Eve. This was your deal.
Ryan Seacrest. I think Dick Clark's dead. But, yeah.
Okay, fair. I'd like to retract. Well, actually, I'm Dick Clark with my love for the sport. I'm dead.
Really?
But now, I want to hear from the people and you because I don't want to be Mr. Party Pooper. I want to hear what their week one takeaways are. Now, I want to keep this open-ended. On the odd chance somebody doesn't want to bore me and brings up something other than Michigan State. Because do I have thoughts from the world of college football? You're damn right I do. But for Michigan and Michigan State, I don't know that my thoughts will be acceptable for people. So I want to step back for a moment.
No, I think your thoughts will be acceptable for people. I think especially for State fans. For State fans, what you saw was a tale of two halves. What you saw was, well, first of all,
he's going for it, David. He is not coming out with a little inside zone. Rico's throwing the bomb to start the show. He just wants to get
right.
Power right into things
I'm going
today.
Straight Kenneth Walker.
Okay.
Yeah, and Charles let me down too. I'm sorry, guys. He didn't score the touchdown for you. So sorry.
Quite
about
all right.
that.
It was low on my list of disappointments.
No, first of all, Mike, I like some of the things that Jay Batt did pregame and during the game with little fireworks set up when they score a touchdown. Go ahead, say it.
No, I'm not saying
Okay, I thought you were going to say, well, they never scored a touchdown.
Nope. I'm saying nothing.
No, but they had the flyover, the concession stands. I'll get to that a little bit later. But when I'm watching the game, at least for State, it looked good. Offensively, they had a running game. They got the wide receivers. It looked as if they actually did some changes and they actually wanted to come out and play football. But then in the second half, it was like, oh, remember what we used to do last year? Let's just run that script back. And the second half was just painful to watch. I felt like I went back in time.
You want my takeaway? Here's my takeaway. He can win Saturday night against Boston College or get the F out. Period. That was disgusting on Saturday night. And here's the other thing. Let's play trivia, okay? Let's do a little trivia, shall we? We're going to have some fun. Right. F you, Trebek. So here's the trivia. Name the last second half Jonathan Smith outscored his opponent.
I'm going to go with Prairie View.
Nailed it. One problem. That was last September. The shuffling, the pass pro was terrible in the second half. They made number 11 look like Micah Parsons. So here's what we're going to do.
You've been listening to the 5-star zone?
Yes.
All right.
Get in the zone. 5-star zone. All right. Here's the deal. Next Saturday night's a referendum. Program game. No. Win, we'll keep you around. Lose, he's going to lose half this fan base. End. That's my takeaway.
No.
I can't do anything with the Western Michigan game.
No, I think it's absolutely, Mike. And I think that most Spartan fans would totally agree with you because he's just not bringing anything. He is like rice cakes dipped in water. There's no personality. There's nothing there. Like, at least with Michigan, I see that they're going to do this tough guy thing. That's Sharon Moore. They want to be tough guys. It's something. I got nothing. It's just like, guys.
They play hard, man. They play through the whistle.
Right.
I mean, I don't mind it because that was MSU under Narduzzi.
And that's what I said.
You're not going to hear me whine like a bitch.
No. That wasn't a knock. That's personality.
Yeah.
I like seeing that. It's an edge.
Note to Barham, you can't ear hole the quarterback face to face. You had a clean shot What are we doing here, son?
Yeah,
that was brutal. Now you're not playing in the first half this week.
I don't even understand how people got upset because they tried to appeal it and it was denied. I'm like,
well, because they're cultists.
That can't be denied. Like, he literally looked like he was trying to tongue kiss the man. They were face to face. Are you serious?
Let's get to the Michigan game. So, again, guys, here's the overall read. When you play neighborhood teams, I'm not going to take a lot out of it. But, okay, you want the Bryce Underwood report? Here it is. He made 2 really nice throws. I liked it was the 3rd and 14, little deep post, guys open, but you had to thread it over to linebacker Lely, threw a rocket. Beautiful ball. I don't know if it was a wheel route exactly, but it was the tight end coming out of the end zone. He put a lot of air, a little bit of touch. The kid was able to run underneath it, and he made a very nice catch. It's not an easy throw.
No.
But everything other than that, high school could make those throws. And it's New Mexico. I don't think Bryce made any mistakes. I don't think he did anything egregious. It's a passing grade. But here's what I'm going to do. See, remember I said referendum for state?
Right.
No referendum for Michigan. Because
what, with the New Mexico or coming up with Oklahoma?
If they go to Oklahoma and lose, you know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to rip Bryce Underwood. I'm not going to do that crap. He's a kid. If he's good, totally different convo. Alice to the moon. My point is, Michigan has everything to gain and nothing to lose Saturday. State's got everything to lose and nothing to gain.
Because they're not favored to win. Michigan.
Right. Okay. And it's a freshman quarterback road game SEC. Full stop. But I can't take much out of what they did Saturday night. That New Mexico team has 70 new players.
No, Mike, and I understand, and what you're saying is coming from logic, and it's well thought out, and I applaud you.
Uh-oh, here comes the but.
No.
This is where he's going to barham me.
No, it's not. But when you listen to everybody else talk about this kid, it's just like, what do you mean?
Yeah, but I don't because now.
And that's why I said, Mike, what you're saying is well thought out.
Right,
I'm giving you
not
a
hype
compliment
man
right now.
Right, but really, Rico, watch the broadcast. They brought a kid who was a true freshman, this Marshall D lineman. Todd Blackledge is over here with his own Gatorade bottle in his hand, talking about how he's going to be a first-round pick. The kid hasn't taken a snap.
I watched Bryce Underwood, and of all the things that I found questionable for Michigan, he was low on the list.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sitting
totally fine.
My biggest thing is, hey, Bryce, learn how to go down. Don't try to fight off 5 defenders. It's New Mexico, but you get the right person tackling you, and you're out for a few weeks with a sprained ankle.
Tell you one
when
thing.
they got you wrapped up, just go down, live for another day. I know you want to be that blocking guy. Don't lean with your shoulder. Not your throwing shoulder. That's a bad thing.
I do not need that at all.
No. So that's what I'm saying. These are just talking points. Like, dude, what you're doing is good. Just learn. There's more games than just that one. You don't have to, go down when you're being tackled. Like, at the end of the game, he shouldn't even been in that game. But you ran a quarterback sneak, which I'm thinking this has nothing but be disastrous.
Well, at least he didn't look like a prepubescent teen like Arch Manning. Nice tush push. He looked like he got hit by a sniper. Set, hike, dead. He may as well have put Zoolander under center. What was that?
Yeah, I don't think he's squatting weights the way Jalen Hurts does. Let's just put it like that.
We'll get to some of that. But look, I've got plenty of week 1 takeaways. Give me what you thought of your teams. Yeah. Michigan State. For Rico and I think it's same page. For State, I don't want to hear it. People didn't pay to see 1 quarter. And this second half thing is a thing. Fix it.
Yeah.
Beat Boston College or pack your stuff. For Michigan, it wasn't a great performance. It was good enough. You won. Bryce didn't make any bad errors. I'm fine with it. It was a passing kind of hors d'oeuvre. But Saturday night, if you lose, you lose.
Yeah.
It's not a big deal to me. And if Bryce plays amazing, then we get to have a way different conversation. But give me the takeaways.
Right. For Bryce, just play within yourself. Don't go out there and throw 4 picks. Don't do anything like that.
Tell you one thing. When he wants to put something on that football, whoa, buddy.
Yeah.
He's got a cannon.
But when I look at this, man, both coaches did the mortal sin that you see guys like Lincoln Riley didn't do. They took their foot off the gas way too early in the game. Michigan's up 14-0, and guys just thought, New Mexico State's done. Actually, New Mexico's done. Like, no, actually, they're not. They came back and made that game much more of a game than it should have been. And same with State. We go into the halftime. It's like, were you guys in there drinking mimosas? Like, what was going on? What did you tell them? Because you stunk. Your defense scored 2 points. That's it. Not even a field goal. 2 points.
You can have it. I hated the offensive line play in the second half, but they also kept rotating guys, which is highly annoying to me. When you have a guy playing great at right tackle in Connor Moore, and you had Stanton Ramil playing pretty well, I know one sack gets blamed on him, but the idiot guard came over and basically disengaged the D lineman from Ramil, and it's like, dude, what are you doing? This isn't bumper bowling.
And I guess he was saying, hey, we were trying to figure out, and I understand in a game like that, a blowout game, you just try to get people in to see what you have.
Oh, also, shout out Alex Mufalata for blowing the cover. Thanks a lot, kid.
You mean Alessio?
Mala, Rala, Ramalama, Ding Dong. Pick 6 for no reason. Thanks, kid.
I didn't realize he's thrown 2 passes.
And they're both picks.
They're both picks.
Yeah, he can see himself out. David, your thoughts, your reactions from week 1.
Here's my reaction from week 1 regarding Bryce. I was impressed with, I'm not going to say one drive in particular I was impressed with. And they were down, they were up 14-7 after they gave up a score to New Mexico, and he answered right before halftime. That drive was important to me because as a freshman, things can go bad for you very quickly. The fact that he rallied his team right before halftime, went down there and scored after New Mexico scored was impressive for me. Everything else was exactly what he needed to be. I mean, he's a freshman. He's going to make mistakes. He's going to overthrow balls. He's going to, not reset himself on a scramble. Like it is what it is. He looked good. He looked okay.
But the whole point is when you're playing a nobody, just don't fall on your face.
That's what I'm saying.
Get your feet wet.
I'll
And look,
see what he looks like Saturday.
He had the benefit of this versus, look, God forbid if he had opened up at Oklahoma, that's a whole different ballgame. Now I want to see what he looks like. But Rico's over here. Apparently, some people in Rico's circle say he's a first-round pick already.
We can get to that if you want.
Wow. Rico associating with known idiots. That's a tough look. All right, let's go. Hey, you guys good out there? You sure about that? 248-539-9797. What's up?
Let's give him a hey, is your season outlook changed after what you saw week 1?
Yeah, if that's who MSU is, they're 6-6 at best and knock the stadium down.
248-539-9797. Caller Mike, you're on line 1.
I hate this show. All right, read something, will you please?
Hey, guys. Depending on your goals for your career, one thing is for sure. You need to visit a college campus and attend programs that will provide you with additional information to help you make your decision. And then you'll be prepared to move forward in the next level. And that's what Lawrence Tech can do for you. Go to Lawrence Tech. LTU.edu/admissions/visit. Sign up today and go and visit Lawrence Tech, located right here in the city of Southfield. Lawrence Tech has added a 5th college, and that's a College of Health Science. It has programs like associate's degree in health sciences and bachelor's degree in nursing, a master's degree in physician's assistants, and a doctorate in health science, and it's completely online. There are upcoming viral and on the ground open houses to go to, but you need to go to ltu.edu/admissions/visits to sign up today. Get your career started at Lawrence Tech, located right here in the city of Southfield.
Hi there. All right, listen. Here's the deal. Injury attorney David Feminino, the one guy you've got to call when you get in an accident. Period. Very simple. But what if you didn't have to make that call? That's why he started David's Driving Edge. Keeps you safe. Try to prevent the crash. Go to getdavidgetpaid.com/driver's edge. Driving Edge, excuse me. You'll find real tips and reminders for the road. And yes, if it happens and you get in an accident, David's here. GetDavidGetPaid.com. That's GetDavidGetPaid.com. All right, before we get to the callers and before we get to the ticket text, I do owe David and Kenny real quick. Kenny, week 1 takeaways. Please do not use the word Georgia. Nobody cares. You played Marshall. I'm happy to talk about the things that didn't happen locally because I have major thoughts on those. But go ahead, Kenny. Give me
pillow fight.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. One of my bigger takeaways from the weekend that was the first of all, tremendous amount of glazing of Bryce Underwood on the broadcast. And amongst the fan base as well. You'd act like this guy's football Jesus after week 1 against New Mexico. I mean, by the way, this isn't a critique against Bryce. I think he played just fine. Like, he did what I would say fans expected him to do. He made a couple of nice throws, and he routinely made decent passes. That's fine. And he didn't do anything spectacular. But also, I mean, that's what you expect out of a kid playing New Mexico in his first college start.
Any takeaway with my school, or should I just avoid this?
You're not going to like what I have to say.
No. I want you to say it.
I just want you to play a full game of football instead of a quarter or a half.
Hey, Kenny.
Yeah, bravo. Yeah, no. And look, I think part of this is a theory you launched before the show. The theory is this. People's season starts Thursday because when the Lions are good, let me help you with what happens to college. It's whatever creative fart noise you'd like to make.
Yeah. Takes a back seat.
It's a major back seat, along with the Tigers in a pennant drive. I just, and again, factor it in. State's irrelevant.
Hey, look, while you were barbecuing and smoking brisket yesterday, one of us drew the short straw and had to work. And I did ask the question, hey guys, does football start for you on Thursday?
Yes.
Or were you entertained with the things that you saw this past weekend?
No.
And it was 50-50, Mike. There were people who were like you saying, you know what, it all starts Thursday with me.
Oh, no. Our first Michigan fan crying about targeting hung up. Oh dear.
I really wanted to talk to him.
I'm so bummed out.
But no,
why is it nothing can ever happen to Michigan without crying? Just someone explain it. Guys, it was targeting. You ear-holed a quarterback in the face. Like, but technically it wasn't the crowd of he assassinated him. There's no world in 2025 you're going to be able to do that to a quarterback and get away with it. Right. Well, I don't like the rule. That's great. No one likes taxes.
Right. Nobody likes driving 55, but we all know that's the speed limit.
I don't understand how that became a thing. I walked in today blissfully unaware, and then Rico's like, oh, man, it's warfare out there about this targeting call. I'm like, what targeting call?
Because Sharon Moore appealed the targeting call, and apparently the NCAA said, no, that's targeting. That's targeting. And I guess Petiti agreed with him, and he had to let it be known.
Petiti's a eunuch for the conference. He's got to protect Michigan.
Right. Saying
he's one of the unsullied when it comes to these teams.
This has to be a rule that needs to be changed. He's like, so, Tony, you're anti-player safety? Like, what are we changing this rule for? Like, that was targeting. Like, as soon as the play happened and they're celebrating, I'm like, that's a penalty. That's not a fumble. That's a penalty. And sure enough, yeah, and then they got all upset. I'm like, okay, maybe I saw something different. So then they did the slow-mo. I was like, no, that's a penalty in slow-mo.
Helmet was on backwards.
I mean, if he would have gone lower, hit him in the chest, yes. You're like, you hit him in the face. Well, it was face mask to face mask. Yes, that's not allowed.
Not for a quarterback.
That is frowned upon.
Dear me. All right, David, ticket text. What do you got?
I'm not going to overreact to Bryce. He looked the part mostly. It was just refreshing to see competent forward passing and offensive play call.
Right. You have to view it. Last year, you had a Service Academy passing attack. There's a natural positive regression there where you were going to be more functional. None of that is surprising. None of it.
I feel like MSU always starts off great with their scripted drives, but once they get to the third, fourth drive and get off script, it falls off a cliff.
Well, then
Fix
guess what?
it.
Well, then that coaching staff blows. Okay, fix it. Win Saturday night or move back to Oregon.
And see, that's just it. After the first half, I'm thinking to myself, they're not doing that anymore. Like they were imposing their will. They're running the ball. They got the 2 Texas running backs. It's like, this could be a fun offense to watch. I'm going back to shades of, the year 2021 where they ran the touchdown play a lot. I'm like, okay, Kelly is out there looking like Jaden Reed. I'm like, okay. And then the second half, just molasses. Just, what are we doing? So I agree. You play that way again against Boston College, you're going to take the L, and you're right. You're going to lose the fan base. And at that point, you'll have nobody advocating for you. And yeah.
Oh, by the way, also super weak move giving Jay Batt the game ball. Your defense pitched a shutout and outscored your offense in the second half. How about you give it to the defense? You don't need to kiss your boss's ass, Jonathan.
Right there, Mike. That's suck up 101.
Yeah, well, I didn't like it. It was awkward.
He was there the whole game.
One of the defensive players should have stolen the ball from the AD.
Yeah, someone
That's
says,
not your ball. That's our ball.
They say pure cringe on ticket text for that one.
That was awful.
I didn't know he got the game ball.
Oh, yeah.
I know. Okay. He was in the press conference.
Hey, Jay, do you need a back rub? I mean, that was the only thing lacking from the video. Your defense pitched a shutout. They outscored your bum-ass offense. 2-0. Give them the ball.
Yeah. Van Summeren showed up.
You want to kiss the ass of your AD? Go play golf with him. David, go ahead.
If Jonathan Smith can't beat BC this Saturday, then I'm out on this
Gone.
jaded sport for the rest of
Gone.
the season.
Fired in season.
And I mean,
Gone.
he has to give him the game ball, Mike. That's called job security.
He doesn't have to give him the game ball.
David, look, when you know your job's on the line, you go and buy donuts for the office.
Hey, we won, J-Bat. We won.
Did you see that we won? We outscored them. That's good, right? That's good. You like that? Okay.
Win Saturday night, or I want Morris Watts named interim head coach. I've had enough. We'll get to the calls momentarily. 248-539. I quit. 248-539.
Indiana game.
97-97. What was it? David Harris, the running back from St. Louis.
Yes. Look at you.
Did he get kicked out of school for weed? What was it? There were problems. David Richard.
I was about to say David Richard.
Yes, not the CBS fantasy analyst.
He was, David Richard. And boy, talk about just wasted talent. I thought that kid was going first round.
Uh-oh. We'll get to the people next. You're out of line. 97-1. All right, this football season, elevate your tailgating. Moran Buick GMC. Tailgating starts with the right truck, a 26 Sierra Elevation 4x4 crew cab. Lease it right now at Moran Buick GMC for $199 a month, $999 down. Moran, the prices just get better and better. The 25 Buick Encore, $249 a month, $1499 down. Both are 24-month leases. Inventory in daily. You can check stock at MoranExpress.com and book online. Get the free loaner for any Moran certified service. Quick, simple, and done. It's Moran Buick GMC, where you always get the best price, period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor, or online anytime at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, I'll get to the people. And we do have to talk Lions. I think this Micah Parsons stuff is very interesting. It could be a very nice boost for the Lions. We'll get to it at 3 o'clock. Football today in between. Right now, we go to Jamie, 97.1. Jamie, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going, fellas?
Good, Jamie. What's up?
What's happening?
You know, Mike, I agree with you a little bit with the Bryce. I'm a big-time Michigan fan. I'm not one of the guys that just am cultish. I mean, I'm a big fan, but I'm realistic. One thing people are not talking about, you know, I know it probably doesn't mean a lot, but a lot of the players on that New Mexico team are from the Idaho team that gave Oregon all they wanted last year. And Bryce made 4 throws in that game that really intrigued me. He shows a lot of Joe Milton arm strength, but he has some JJ touch with it, with throwing that ball in the bucket to the tight end.
Yes, I've said as much. I agree.
Yeah. I don't have huge expectations going to Oklahoma. I don't. I expect him to probably turn the ball over once or twice. I'm more worried about our defense in that game than our offense, which is crazy to say, being that our defense has been what we've leaned on for the last 3 years.
Yeah, Jamie, I'm with you. The defense seemed like it was just overly aggressive, and they're going to play, you know, with this tough guy thing. And the thing is, when you play that way and you get called for penalties, you can't get angry about that, because that's the tone that you're setting. But, yeah, it's just not very disciplined and overly aggressive and just not smart at sometimes. Like, guys, what are you doing? Like, you're better than New Mexico. Why are you acting this way?
Yeah. What really startled me and worries me is we didn't get pressure without sending a blitz.
Mm-hmm.
None of our D linemen got pressure on their own. I don't know if we was holding back on the film. I hate to talk like that because I feel like but I get it. Like, you try not to show some stuff on tape for Oklahoma, but we didn't run stunts or anything with the D-line, but they did not get pressure without blitzing the linebackers.
Well, you're going to see a lot next week, and that's where I don't read a ton into it. I mean, James, look, were they impressive overall? No, but it's a dress rehearsal, and at no point did I think New Mexico was going to win the game. It was just too close for comfort. It's the same thing as the State thing. Like, they were never going to lose the game. They just didn't play well either. But it all comes down to Saturday for State. For Michigan, it's different. You're on the road against an SEC team with a freshman QB. There's no downside there. I'm not going to make fun of Bryce. I'm not going to sit here and demean the kid. And if he plays well, it's all upside. Then you're like, okay, hold on. Maybe he's different. But I
agree with Jamie, the caller is the defense, man. They were not able to hit home. They had to be overly aggressive, and I just thought that not against New Mexico. Like, you should just be able to beat them one-on-one.
Well, Todd Blackledge told me that true freshman D lineman's a first-round pick, so I'm sure that'll round right in the form. No, I mean, I'm with Kenny in this regard. It's why I like muting games at this point in my life, because I miss the Vern Lundquist, Brad Nessler, Brad Musburger, Keith Jackson, Mike Tirico. Call the game. Now they've been replaced by essentially nerd white guy Flavor Flav. They're just hype men, minus a digital clock with a chain around their neck. You don't need to sell me the game I'm watching. Let's call the game. Todd, do me a favor. Go back to Taste of the Town, you boner.
Wow. Good call.
Hi, I'm Todd Blackledge, and he's eating 8 cinnamon buns. That's what you're qualified for. Who the hell has the audacity to start pimping a true freshman D lineman no one's ever heard of as a first-round pick? Stop. Just stop and call the game.
I got you.
Good gravy. So, yes, I'm with Kenny in that regard. That was nothing compared to Gus and Joel. I mean, those two. Good thing there's not a camera in the booth. Felt like both their pants were around their ankles.
Didn't go well for Arch.
Dude, piece of crap.
No, I mean,
Arch was awful.
No. But I'm saying, I just know that they had a list of things they wanted to talk about, and they're like, oh, he's not doing what we need him to do. Oh, boy. We did all this research, and I hung out with the Mannings, and we did this, and we had barbecue.
There's his father, Coop.
Right. Yeah, he's definitely Cooper's kid. Ain't no way that's Eli or Peyton's. Because, dude, maybe Grandpa had it right. He may need a little more incubation time.
Sometimes you got to listen to the people who know. He just came out and was like, I don't know why you're rushing him. because he ain't ready. And
Sark's game plan was trash.
And when you look at the family history, Eli, Peyton stayed a long time. They were not rushing to get out of school, and it paid off for both of them.
Sark coached that game like he didn't believe in his own quarterback. And when you look at that game, I
disagree a little
fine.
bit.
You like that one play early, and I go, great. What happened the next 40 minutes?
No. But I'm saying he set him up for a confidence boost on that very first play. A wide open guy, go ahead, throw it to him, and you'll feel good about yourself. Instead, he looked like Orgy out there and just bounced it 5 yards before the receiver. It's like, you'll never get a play that easy in your life. And then you could see second half, all of a sudden, okay, let's condense the playbook a little bit. But Arch was still missing throws.
Yeah, he was garbage. You can just say it. The only guy who was worse this week, well, there were a couple, but Cade Klubnik did the Quantum Leap Scott Bakula Award because he went back in time to his freshman year.
Thank you.
Klubnik was trash. The only one worse was Drones for VTech. 1 for 13 in opponent territory with 2 picks.
Yeah.
At that point, put sunglasses on him, wheel a piano out, and have him yell Georgia in the air because you've got Ray Charles.
I mean, because this is where you have to say, okay, we're wearing orange jerseys. Somebody go get me some oranges. See this? This is the color of our jersey.
These are the good guys.
Throw to the oranges.
David Tickets next.
I was at Spartan Stadium. The concession lines were terribly long and inefficiently run. What are we doing here?
That is true.
I got a similar review from a friend of mine who was at the game. I'm also not the person to wait in concession lines. Like, what were you doing during tailgate? Didn't you eat your fill?
I don't know if they were happy because there was new menu items, but yeah, the lines were very long, and it's like
the good part is if you got up during the second half, you missed nothing.
Yeah, how were the new pretzels?
David, I don't know, but apparently they must have been tasty because it was a long line for them. But yeah, it's like I'm hoping that was a soft opening, and they're gonna realize their mistakes. I got to feel Jay Batt's email is probably full because
but he got a game ball.
He did.
I like the coach.
The lines, the concessions lines were long. I do like the little firework thing. I was like, that's a nice little touch.
Okay.
Mike,
I'm not saying
Hold
anything.
on. Fireworks is exciting. This is not new.
I'm not saying
No,
anything.
I said it's a nice. I didn't say David.
This is like at Michigan Stadium. The lights going out.
Michigan,
Oh my gosh.
No.
It's happened before.
Michigan State did not invent fireworks.
Okay.
Michigan did.
Hey, that is game ball worthy, all right? I don't know if you
Michigan
guys are aware
invented
of this.
fireworks. State didn't, but just it was an added touch. Like, oh, okay, that's pretty nice. Okay. They still don't know what to do with the lights.
But there's no fireworks on the field.
It was in the first half. It was. It was great.
The best thing they could do with the
And then
lights
they
is
ran
turn
out.
them off.
Jake in Livonia says, Kenny cannot use the term pillow fight anymore. The SEC is on equal ground now that every other conference can pay players.
Okay. And LSU went into Death Valley and bodied Clemson. Come on, man. Really?
Is that from Costa? Did he just text you directly?
Is this what we're doing? Okay.
Hey.
Watch the Big Ten and then watch the SEC. They're not even the same sport.
Shout out to my family.
He needed that win bad. He needed that win desperately. I loved what I saw from LSU. Not that anyone cares. It's just defensive line. LSU, they haven't had a real D line in a decade. They haven't sent a first round pick as a D lineman since Glenn Dorsey.
Are you serious?
Man, I ain't here to play around. I'm here for you. Wow. A true D lineman. I think the last non-Glenn Dorsey guy was that stand-up linebacker Barcavius Mingo.
Mingo.
I was going to say Booger McFarland.
Honestly, I'm at a point now you could put Booger in the crane and have him coach Michigan State. I don't care anymore. I'm disgusted. Yes, David.
Well, maybe if you wait long enough, you can have Kalen DeBoer.
Boy, I hope I get a chance to talk about that later on. Wow.
I just don't care about college football like I did 10 years ago.
There you
It's
go.
just not the same sport. It's largely a joke. That said, I still watch every state game, but I'm not excited about it. Think we go 6-6.
Yeah, that's fine. Fire everybody, bulldoze the stadium, and just become an ag school and be done with it.
Here's the thing, and I can't believe I'm helping your cause.
Yeah, please do.
Out, but
help
no.
me. Do something nice for somebody for once. Come on. Hey, wait a second.
Here's the thing. Yes, you lose to Boston College, and it goes to that worst case scenario that we had. I don't know if you win your 50-50 games. Their schedule is filled with 50-50 opponents. You can't win this game at home under the lights, all the hype. Then you got problems. And it's going to be a very, very long year for Jonathan Smith. And, yeah, we may be looking at a new coach come next season.
But if they win Saturday night, it changes everything. That's the whole point. For State, referendum game. For Michigan, I'm removing any pressure. If they win, it launches you into the stratosphere. If they lose, who cares?
Sharon going back home, man, to where it all started.
Nobody knows he even played there. They act like he was an Outland Award winner, like he was Orlando Pace. Sharon Moore could be walking the tailgates with a thing that says, "Hello, my name is Sharon and I played here." No one would know who he is. Most overplayed storyline in the world.
Hey, look at the team photo. Now, where are you?
Yeah. Who?
What was your number? Guess
I
my
was
number.
number 62.
Guess my number, and I'll give you front row seats.
Yeah, I'll let you call a play. FanDuel's getting ready for kickoff with an offer you don't want to miss. Bet 5, get 300 in bonus bets if you win. That's bet 5, you get 300, and you can use them all across the app. Whether it's parlays, props, NFL kickoff, whatever it is, FanDuel's got you covered. FanDuel.com/ticket. You can download the FanDuel app today and get started. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only, $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. All right, let's get a little football today. The music is our guide. David. I love this. I'm so glad this is back. This I like.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right, Michael.
Yes.
Let's start off Friday night. No, not in East Lansing, but Deion Sanders in Colorado. Can we say that Deion may have misrepresented the truth?
Deion gaslit the media. Here, start with this. He's a moron. Deion had the worst clock management of the weekend. You have the ball with 1 minute and 8 seconds left, 2 timeouts, chance to go down the field, tie or win, right? Mm-hmm. Run the first play at 1:08, second play 45 seconds to go. You got your third snap with 18 seconds. He didn't use timeouts. Post game, he goes out there and gaslights a writer. Oh, I'm pretty sure we got out of bounds a couple of times. No, you didn't. Well, we got a first down on one of those. Also not true. Well, we wanted to use our timeouts when absolutely necessary. You know what? Here's an idea. You have a gold headset and nothing else. Clown. That was and again, Cookie showed me this. There are people who have put the game juxtaposed with his comments. That it's one thing to be terrible at your gig. It's another to openly lie and try to gaslight the media. Coaching malpractice Friday night in Boulder. Oh, but he has a gold headset.
They're like cell phone minutes. They roll over.
Yeah, he's got 5 to open the half next week.
Can we say
yes
that Arch Manning may have been a little overhyped?
100%. And while I'm not giving up on him, that was an embarrassment. He was terrible. And I didn't like Sark's game plan, but guess what? Whether it's wide open tight end, whether it was the crossing route on third down as they're driving the field, he wasn't anything special. Never felt like he was any good. And by the way, you can't run QB sneaks with him. What was that?
No big difference between him and Jalen Hurts. One can squat and he can't.
He was terrible. I thought he was absolutely terrible. And that interception, by the way, that ball was late and underthrown by 7 to 10 yards. It's not acceptable.
Yeah, look, I'm no one to talk, but has he ever squatted at all to get some strength in his legs at all?
No, because David doesn't, we'll just do the tush push and we'll get. No, you need a little bit more than that. That's why it works for Philly and not a lot of other teams. It's a guaranteed thing because your quarterback has to be strong. Can we say that LSU is the best team in the country?
I'm okay if you say it. I think Ohio State will have something to say about that, but if we're just, hey, can you discuss it? Yes. Went on the road against the team with an established QB, one of the hardest places to play, doubled them up. Dominated them. Clemson couldn't get an inch on the ground. Nussmeier, he's back. He's in that Heisman conversation. And Brian Kelly, despite malpractice, Brian, what were you doing before halftime? 15 seconds left, no timeouts, 4th and 2. Why are we going for it? Even if you get it, your best case scenario is to run to the line of scrimmage, clock it, and kick the same field goal you could have kicked with 15 seconds. What is wrong with these people?
They always try to outsmart themselves, Michael.
But yes, LSU. It's LSU and OSU. Those are your top two.
From the SEC, Paul?
Yes.
Paul Cott?
I think it's a conversation worth having. I don't disagree with anything Mike had to say about it. It seems like they could be right on that precipice of becoming the best team in the country. I just need more of a sample size, but that was a hell of a week one.
Can we say, stat line, 18 for 23, 213 yards. He threw for 3 touchdowns. Can we say that maybe Dante Moore will be a good fit for Oregon?
No. They played the Montana Ranchers Club. I mean, that's fine. But, Rico, they played Montana. Like, what am I supposed to do with that?
He didn't. I mean, basically, He went out there, followed the script, didn't do anything. Like, Oregon is kind of almost quarterback proof. Like, you just go out there, run the plays.
Well, and look, with Will Stein there, he's kind of the wonder kid. I think he's like 33 years old, the OC. You're right. Can I see it against opponents with legs?
No, I'm not. Montana State's not a
I think this was Montana.
Yeah,
I'm
Montana State. I'm looking
Oh,
at it.
I'm sorry. You know what? Combine the two. You still don't have a good
Pretty
football
much,
team.
yes, you're right.
Yeah, I'm not Jake Butt saying he's going to be a first-round quarterback.
Oh, boy.
But maybe he found a good fit there. Can we say Bill Belichick really regrets his decision to unretire?
The game is 10-7. Cutscene 41-7.
The game is 7-0.
Also, somebody needed to get into the press room and take the balloons down. It looked ridiculous as Bill lost 48-14 and has balloons all around him. He looked like Sister Jean. Yeah. Rico, here's the problem. He's 73. This was never a good fit. It doesn't make any sense. And to get bodied by a TCU team that might be a 7-5 unit, good luck, man. I hope the $10 million's worth it. That looked horrific.
I mean, I knew it was over with first play of the second half, 75 yards and touchdown. I thought the score was 20-7. Like, how did it get to 27? Oh, let me rewind. Oh, there it is. Okay.
It's just this. Look, he's a 73-year-old guy who's thinking with the wrong head. What do you want me to tell you? Okay. Good decisions are in short supply for him.
All right, I'm going to need Paul Cott back for this one.
Would it be like Cotbaum or Feinecott? Or what would we do here?
Feinecott, that looks pretty good.
All right, Paul Feinecott. All right.
Kenny, shave you. You got to shave your head, will you please?
David, I'm going to need you to bleep that out so it sounds funny, please. Thank you. All right, next question.
Well done.
Can we say that Alabama is in trouble?
You just hate, and I mean hate to see that. Oh, no. Poor Alabama. Yes, they're in trouble, and DeBoer should be on the hot seat. We talked about this preseason. A bad start for him is going to be real tough shakes out in Alabama.
I got plenty of stuff wrong this weekend. Nothing more egregious than Alabama. I mean, I thought they were really going to put it together. That's supposed to be a top 5 O-line. Trash. The defense, I've never seen a Bama defense care less, play less physical. That was just absolute soft garbage. And the best part, what did you do all summer? You think Castellanos was going to come in and grow to be 6'5" and start slinging the ball all over the place? You know what they are. They completed 9 passes on you.
Nothing better than calling your shot and winning.
Oh, my God.
He did. Good ear. Let's go.
No, I know. And, Kenny, you're right. I'd like to apologize for the Alabama-Georgia conversation. Every red flag you could have on a team, Bama has it.
No, you're right, because that Bama team is the same Bama team I saw lose to Michigan on New Year's Day.
Just disinterested.
It's like, guys, we talk about Michigan State in the second half, like Alabama. What did you do over the summer? Did you just go camping? I'm with you. Can we say
no?
This is a combo meal.
Okay.
That Florida State and Miami are back.
No to Florida State. No, I'm not doing that yet. The Miami thing is more credible. The opponent tried. And Carson Beck, I will admit.
You could say Florida State had a better victory.
I can't.
Okay.
Bama looks like, Kalen DeBoer has lost 5 games as a double-digit favorite in his last 15. Nick Saban lost 4 in his career. I can't. And that confused look, deer in headlights thing, give me Miami. The Carson Beck slander went too far. How about that? He looked good. I like the way he played. And Miami's D-line with Bain, dominant, really stood up. Where's Caller Rob? I told you not to disappoint me, Rob. You and your stupid little team.
Just you wait on Carson Beck, though.
By the way, I got to do this too. The whole Sister Jean thing the media does. Can we stop with CJ's mom and let the woman enjoy the game, please? We do not need a CJ Carr mom cam. Let the woman enjoy watching her son play. For God's sakes.
You mean the media doing something to overhype a non-player?
I'm going, this poor woman. I mean, technically you could say, wow, it's fair play. She's at the game.
No, Mike, they're just warming up for the whole Taylor Swift stuff. Did you see the engagement
Just
ring?
leave her alone and let her enjoy her.
I'm with you.
Son playing.
Right, because if she gets angry and drops an F-bomb, now she's going to have to come out there and apologize because,
What if she went Justice Haynes and flipped the crowd off with a Bible verse on? I don't know.
I've been trying to find out what verse that was.
It's on his eye black. I was looking for you guys to tell me. You're the Bibleologists.
No, I just said that thou shalt flip off your opponent.
Thou shalt use the double bird after the game.
David, I mean, where is that? Ezekiel?
Joshua, maybe.
Habakkuk, there we go. Nobody ever reads that one. All right, can we say...
Wow.
Nico Iamaleava will be a bust at UCLA.
But I thought in practice, he was doing something that they had never seen before.
Man, it's my favorite. Oh, I love when portaling goes wrong. Oh, I love it. You idiot. You left a playoff caliber team making millions to go play in front of 20 nerds in Westwood and get your cheeks clapped by Devin Dampier and the Utes. The Utes are back, baby. Woo!
Here's the thing.
Oh, I love it. It's my favorite game of the weekend.
It's 1 week, but it looks like Tennessee won the trade of the quarterbacks.
Devin Dampier was out there with the back scratcher like my grandma Carmela, and he was just hitting Nico. Misbehavior. Woo! Woo!
All right.
What was it, 45-10?
Yeah. David, give me one more here.
Hey, Nico, does it look like Neyland Stadium?
No.
Woo-wee!
But it's the Rose Bowl, Mike.
Oh, nice decision, son.
Speaking of bad decisions, the flip side.
What?
Can we say Matt Patricia was a good hire for Ohio State?
Yeah, you can. Okay, yes. Yes.
Wow. He
I want to
doesn't
talk
really
about
want
it.
to say that.
But he's right, and I'm honest with people. Patricia did a nice job there. Ugh. Him and that stupid pencil.
With a laminated card.
He did a great job. He was really changing the picture post-snap for Arch, and Arch bleeped himself. So, yeah, there you go. Congrats. I still hate the guy, but congratulations.
Okay. Well, that's... Can we say that?
Hi,
week
Nico.
97.
brought to you by MyMichiganRoof.com. The Lions were back on the practice field today. Rookie receiver Isaac Tesla was absent for an unknown reason. Yesterday, the team named their 6 captains for the season. That includes Aiden Hutchinson. Dan Campbell addressed today how he's improved. In other NFL news, new Packer Micah Parsons' first choice was to remain a Cowboy, his agent told First Take today. Michigan football dropped a spot in the latest AP College football poll to number 15. The top 5 in order include Ohio State, Penn State, LSU, Georgia, and Miami. The coaches poll had the Wolverines up a spot to 13, however. The Tigers will look to shake off their back-and-forth loss to the Mets last night with a 6:40 tilt tonight. Right here on the ticket, Sawyer Gibson-Long has been called up to face rookie Nolan McLean. McLean, baseball's 37th best prospect, and has looked comfortable in his 3 games since getting his first call-up, logging a sub-1 ERA. Chase Lee has been sent down to Toledo as that corresponding move. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
3 o'clock, good to have you with us. We talked a little college football to open, but let's get to what everybody really cares about. It's Lions game week, and I think the Lions might be getting a little bit of a gift. Maybe it's karma for all the injuries you endured last year and for all the consternation about the Micah Parsons thing. These headlines with Micah Parsons, you know, Jeremy Otto, who's an epidural expert, being that he gets his wife pregnant every 6 minutes, it's the idea of there are only 2 people getting epidurals. Women birthing babies, God help you. Or if your back is incredibly screwed up. A headline, Micah Parsons may need epidural injection to make Packers debut Sunday. Packers, Micah Parsons has facet joint sprain. May be able to play Sunday. I think that's a massive boost for your Detroit Lions. And I wanted to talk about it a little bit. Because the idea is, look, I had doubts Parsons would play 50 snaps. He's been there for 7 days. Mm-hmm. But now you factor this in. I'm sorry. There's immense pressure for them to trot this guy out there. I also, by the way, I think it's hilarious. You can't take a bunch of things, but hey, shoot him up with an epidural pregame. That'll take care of it.
Right. Yeah.
Am I wrong to
right,
think?
You can't get smelling salt.
Exactly.
But an epidural.
Don't you dare celebrate.
Right.
I wanted your take on this because if I'm a Lion fan, I'm looking at this and wondering, does Micah Parsons play 15 snaps? And what version of Parsons are you getting? It's a nice thing to not have to deal with in a road divisional game.
And I guess, Mike, I didn't take this that seriously because, and maybe silly me, I thought that Green Bay did their homework and you're going to go ahead and examine this guy and make sure that he's completely healthy and not possibly going to be out for an extended period of time this season. You see him practicing or running around doing drills, and then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, you got to take this shot for a back injury. It's like, back injury? I thought that was just a ruse when he was laying on the massage table. But now I'm wondering, okay, is this just, I don't know where this is coming from, or is this serious? But I guess I thought Green Bay did their homework before you end up paying a man $184 million. That you want to know he's not damaged goods coming from Dallas. And you know, is this going to be one where Dallas actually knew what they were doing, getting rid of him? Because a back injury is one of those things that really never goes away. So you're right. The Lions may have been given a little bit of, I'm not going to say a free square, but
just a break. Just something like, hey,
you don't have to worry about one of the most dominant pass rushers.
Now, again, could they pull a Lawrence Taylor in any given Sunday? And, you know, he's out there with Dr. Feelgood. It's possible. I just think it's something we need to really pay attention to as the week goes along. These headlines on a Tuesday for a player who got traded last week.
Yeah.
Maybe it just gives you a little bit of a reprieve. And Green Bay is still a really good defense, and it's still a really good football team. But I would like to know what Lions fans make of all of it. I'm not preparing for him to not play, but I'm prepared to lessen what I think he's going to be able to give.
Yeah, if that is the case, then yeah, if you're a Lions fan, you should be very happy over this. Not that you're happy over an injury, but that's less pressure that's coming on Jared Goff with a brand new not a brand new, but a new offensive line. Like I said, I just assumed that Green Bay knew what they were doing and they tested him out and he was going to be ready to play from day one. And then when I saw him out there in the practice footage, I was like, okay, he's wearing number 1. He looks pretty good. And then these reports come out. It's like, oh, okay. It's weird because it's, a lot of, well, he may miss this. He may need this, but it's nothing definitive saying, yes, he's going to be out. So that's why I'm like, is this a smoke screen or what? Like, are we really doing this right now? I'm so confused when it comes to Micah Parsons. I am, because I'm going to pay you $184 million, man. I want to know everything about you. I want to know, have you paid your taxes? Are you paying your rent? Are you healthy? I'm not going to pay you this money for some damaged goods. I'm just not doing that.
Okay. David, what do you make of it? I mean, look, it's going to be a tough game regardless, but am I wrong in looking at this and starting to have real doubts that he's going to be any version of Micah Parsons? He didn't play. He sat out. A lot of people in Dallas said he was faking an injury. Now it comes out he may need an epidural to play, which makes those reports look absolutely ridiculous. What do you make of it?
If he's not able to play, that's a huge advantage for the Detroit Lions. I mean, yes, you should be ecstatic, Lions fans, if he can't play. But I am a little bit sort of like Rico because the line hasn't moved at all on this game. So if Micah Parsons isn't playing, then why hasn't the line moved towards the Lions in this?
David for the win. That's a great
that's
call.
Where I'm confused by everything. It's like, does he really have this injury, or are you, like Rico says, are they doing a smoke screen here? Because it is very confusing that you can have this sort of injury, epidural. I can't imagine that you could play football with that. You can't play football with epidural. You can't move when you have an epidural.
David, if that's the case, if I'm Green Bay, I don't know if I'm making this trade. I don't know. No, let that be somebody else's problem. We're not going to invest that much in him now because if your back goes, it never is the same.
Don't look at me. Hey, you're future casting. I'm just talking about Sunday. And if the Lions can get off to a 1-0 start, that takes a ton of pressure away.
Yes, it does.
It's a divisional game. It's a divisional road game. And if their $188 million man ain't there or is limited, hey, benefit Lions. That's not our problem. Lions dealt with plenty of injuries last year. So I want to see them go and win. Anything that benefits winning. I mean, I understand it's like PC society. Oh, my God, you can't root for injuries. No, I don't want people to die. And okay, I'm sorry if the guy's hurt, but am I really sorry?
No.
Not really.
Dude, if you're playing against the Philadelphia Eagles and Saquon has an injured ankle,
you hate to see it.
Right. That's
not.
It's life in the big city, man. Just like I'm quite sure if Green Bay would love to hear, well, Jahmyr Gibbs is questionable. Okay, well, we got a bonus.
Lions fans were happy, and they still say it to this day. Oh, Jordan Love wasn't healthy last year, and you enjoyed that as a Lions fan.
You did.
No. That doesn't count.
No.
That doesn't count.
Jordan Love, he's a horrible quarterback, and
there
he
you
sucks.
Go. That a baby.
He can barely.
I forgot.
He can barely compete at pass, and he can't even spell his last name.
Injuries matter. When the Lions win, injuries don't matter. You got to understand how this game is played now, David. Stick to the rules.
Right. The Rams' offensive line not being there doesn't matter.
The point is the Lions had a lot of injuries late in the year. Maybe it's a little karma. I don't know. We'll see. Hey, maybe the guy goes to Dr. Feelgood and he's 100% Sunday, and it's all just media fodder as we head into kickoff. But when you read the report of Micah Parsons potentially needing an epidural just to get on the field, hey, you're not going to see me cry. 248-539-9797. All right, elevate your tailgating this coming football season. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Game day start in 26 with the Silverado LT Crew Cab. You can lease one at Moran. $265 a month, 24 months. Or check out the 26 Equinox LT, $295 a month, 36 months. You thinking about going electric? You want to do a little Doug Karsh edition Equinox EV? $209 a month. Whatever it is, they have got you covered. 15 Mile in Clinton Township, Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. All right, David, couple of ticket texts. We'll go to the phones. Micah Parsons injury update to kind of begin Lions game week. Could be something to monitor. You just don't read guy might need an epidural to get in a game Sunday. If you don't have to face Parsons twice, that's a win. Go ahead.
Didn't Micah Parsons have to pass a physical at Green Bay before they traded for him? I just don't get this part of it. That's Marty in Grosse Point. Someone else says, Schefter is making this story out more than it's supposed to be. I guarantee you there will be a handful of guys on Sunday getting the same shot and playing.
Okay, fine. Do you believe those players will be at 100%? Some of you really just miss the main thing. It's like you want to argue in the margins. The idea is might not be 100%. It's not that he's the only guy this weekend, but he's the only guy I care about because the Lions play him. Swear to God, some of these people didn't graduate third grade.
From Richard, he says, not only Parsons might not play or be limited, but also Clark They traded him. Who stops the run for them?
Well,
This is concerning.
All right, it's a comprehensive thing. These narratives, I swear to God, I feel like I'm on Fox News or CNN. The Pack were top 10 in every metric in stopping the run last year in a year that Kenny Clark did not have a good year. 2, they kept 6 defensive tackles in the preparation to trade the soon-to-be 30-year-old Kenny Clark. The idea that Kenny Clark is gone and now they will simply be UTEP versus TCU and LaDainian Tomlinson ran for 350 yards. Fine. You know what? Fine.
Let me help you with this, Mike. You're asking a lot of Lions fans. They hate the Packers. So they'll never see anything good about the Packers. And now that Parsons is the Packer, it's like, well, of course, he's no good and the Packers aren't any good. And you can't be biased. So that's why I think you're getting a lot of these text messages.
Look, I hate lots of things. I just try to be even about it.
I understand.
Did I say anything out of turn with U of M?
No.
I hate their guts.
No, but
then that's my standard.
Because it was like, oh, well, he's no good anyway. And okay, he is good. He's one of the best players in the NFL. Let's not do this.
I'm a Green Bay fan living in the Detroit area. I don't want Parsons to play this week. Give him the week off. Learn the defense, get healthy. It's just for the future, not about 1 week.
Yeah, it's a smart long-term move, but in the same sense, it is a divisional game and a divisional home game for you. It is a very important game.
Parsons will probably play limited snaps, and yes, that will help my team.
That's it. That's the whole point. All right, we'll go to the people. Go to Nate, 97.1. What's up, Nate?
Hey, how y'all fellas doing, man?
Hey, Nate.
All right. Hey, I had a question and a comment. The first comment is I'm a Cowboy fan, but I'm not crying that Michael Parsons is gone because he's a really good player in the regular season, but in the playoffs, he ain't that guy. And I think probably when they play the Lions this first time, he might be effective if he plays. But I think the cold weather of Green Bay, the snow and ice is going to kind of nullify his production in Green Bay a little bit. And the next thing I want to ask you fellas is, the last 10 Super Bowl teams, I did a little research, they didn't have a pass rusher as good as Michael Parsons. The last, the defenses, but they had really good defensive tackle, elite defensive tackle play. I wanted to ask y'all fellas what y'all thought about the differences in elite pass rushers and defensive tackle play. That's what I want to ask you.
The tackles elevate good players and make them great players. Right. So if you want to use the Kansas City example with Chris Jones, he elevates the play of a Karlaftis. And also, too, they run a different scheme, Nate. Right. Spagnuolo blitzes and blitzes and blitzes. The Philadelphia Eagles, yeah, they have really good defensive tackle play, including a guy who does rush the passer in Jalen Carter.
Right.
But that elevates the Josh Sweats of the world. That elevates the people around you.
And to sit there and say that Micah Parsons is no good in the playoffs, Nate, no offense, your entire team's no good in the playoffs. So I don't know what to say. You haven't done anything in 30 years.
There's one other player who's had at least 12 and a half sacks his first 4 years in football. His name's Reggie White. Like, that's what Micah Parsons is doing. We don't need to demean it. It doesn't mean the Lions aren't going to win. It doesn't mean the Lions won't go out and win a Super Bowl. Can we please? I don't know what's happening in this town. I feel like there's been a lobotomy.
I think that was a little bit of he left us, so he's no good. And it's like,
yeah, well, guess what? When did I ask to hear from a Cowboy fan?
I'm just laughing.
Hey, Cowboy fan, sit and spin.
I
don't care what happens to you.
He's no good in the playoffs. Like,
here, how stupid am I? I'm thrilled he's out of my division. I'm thrilled. The guy terrorizes the Giants. He's not there anymore.
He's not that good. He's overrated.
Oh, the cold's going to kill him. Cutscene. He played at Penn State. Okay. Let's go to...
you know what?
Why is the knee-jerk reaction in this town to make stuff up now? Like, I don't get when this started or how this started, but whether it's Michigan fan or whether it's Lions fan or whichever fan base you want to talk about, it feels like we're just making stuff up as we go. These are the rules now because this is the reality that I want to live in.
What is copium for 300, Alex?
Because you have a loss of truth tellers. You have a loss of a media that just calls it like it sees it. And instead, everyone is just singing for their supper. It's all narratives. If you say this made things harder, you'll upset Lion fans. So don't say it. Write some puff piece about how it's all going to be okay and the guy's a bum, and you'll get likes and thumbs up and doodly-doos.
I hate the fact that you're correct. because it didn't used to be this way.
Correct.
But you're right. You'd rather be liked than give out real information. That's
And
the
it
sad
doesn't
reality.
help that, frankly, I mean, look, the Lions are a really good football team. And what happens in the NFL? The really good teams get their asses kissed and continue. Just look at the Kansas City Chiefs. Nobody wants to call out the obvious. They were the luckiest team in football last year. I got a million things I could cite. No, they just chalk it up to greatness. Not greatness. They had a horseshoe up there.
Bro,
Hey, get out of here.
Once again, when you have a new rule of now, let's get rid of the chain gang because it was kind of bad last year in that Buffalo game. Like, a new rule was started because of you and the things that were going on. That kind of tells you.
See, but you're right about the copium, because the caller also said that Micah Parsons is going to struggle in the cold. Well, I'm sorry, he grew up in Pennsylvania.
He played
at Penn State.
What do you mean? He's not from Curacao?
So, I mean,
I'm sorry. How many domed arenas are there in the Big Ten?
None.
So no matter where you played in November, last time I checked, pretty cold.
Dude, it's the same, and I'll get back to the callers. It's the same thing. I just got a text from a buddy of mine. Big MSU guy. All been out of shape. How could you say it's win or pack your stuff this weekend? Easy. Go ahead and lose the BC game. You know what's on tap after that? At USC, at Nebraska. If you don't win this game, you'll struggle to get to 6. It's a must win. You're at home. You're a coach who's done nothing. Go win the game.
Well, I mean, I guess he'll feel good about Youngstown State, but yes.
I think I've actually arrived at a point I don't even like Spartan fans anymore.
No, here's the thing. No, let me stop you. Your buddy, minority. You would like Spartan fans, Mike. I know you've been separated a little bit. You've been doing your NFL thing, big time highfalutin type of stuff. But us little Spartan fans over on the side, we agree with what you're saying.
Okay.
That this isn't, it appears to be just a disconnect with this football team and the fan base. And yeah, you want to see more. You should have walked away with that game 35 points or 37 points and let your fans go home happy instead of sounding like Amon Ra. What the heck is this?
I love how losing at home Saturday night will be okay for some people. Like, what?
No.
Get out of here. Go to Richard, 97.1. Richard, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Maybe it's a good thing that Parsons didn't come because there was a lot of talk. I listened to, radio around the United States and in Dallas. They're saying the players are so glad he's gone. And I'm just wondering if he's really the kind of guy we'd want in. I know he's great as a player, but his attitude, I wonder if that would hurt.
Haven't heard it. Don't know what to tell you, Richard. I look, Richard, it's no disrespect to you. I'm going to be very nice about this, but I can't take anymore. I can't do this.
The attitude. We're talking about the attitude. No.
You know what? He once jaywalked.
Here's the thing.
He actually gave a dirty look to a teacher in the 3rd grade. Okay? I can't do this. It was a very basic thing where I said, geez, might be a nice break for the Lions. Now, Micah Parsons, Lieutenant Dan. Okay. I'm not doing this.
His attitude.
He's not going to like the cold anyways.
Or maybe, hear me out. He just was trying to get paid, and he played the game, and he won. It's not an attitude problem. Because when an owner wins, we kiss the owner's behind and we do whatever. And then the owner turn around and say, I need some taxpayer money for a new stadium. And we kiss their behind. But when a player does something and wins, he's got an attitude problem. Okay.
Nope, he's a bum. He stinks.
Kenny wins.
You know what? He's not even good enough to wear the number 11. That's why he's half the man. He wears number 1.
Do you remember all the things you were saying about Bryce Underwood on Friday? That's the opposite for him. He cannot pick oranges from an apple tree.
No. I'm waiting for somebody to call up and say he can't tie his shoe or something ridiculous.
He needs somebody to cut up his water.
Maybe it's just we need the games to start. I just thought this was a very basic conversation. Guy might need epidural, might not play. How big of a benefit to the Lions? Next thing you know, I'm hearing about attitude. He doesn't like the cold weather. Wasn't worried about him anyways. What are we doing here?
Big test
Saturday night. 248-539-9797. Here's Rico.
All right. Matrix Basements, as you guys know, they are finishing my unfinished basements. Matter of fact, these guys were working over the weekend. There was no days off. That's what it sounded like as they put up the drywall. And now, you know what? Tomorrow I'll be picking out the countertops. This thing is going to be up and ready by the time the Lions play their first home game in the NFL. By the way, Matrix Basement is a proud sponsor of the Detroit Lions. If you're ready to turn your basement, it's unfinished, or you want to add a room or a bar, or you want to add something down to your basement, Matrix Basements is the place for you. Check out matrixbasements.com for tons of great ideas, great before and after photos, including some of the basement that they are putting together for myself. You're going to love it. Free consultation. They'll get back to you with some great ideas. You want your basement done right? Contact Matrix Basements and turn your basement dreams into reality.
Brought to you by Weingarts. The Tigers have lost 6 of their last 8 and will look to turn it around against the Mets tonight at Comerica Park. They're tasked with facing rookie righty Nolan McLean, who in his 3 big league starts has given up just 2 runs. Pitcher Chase Lee has been sent down as Sawyer Gibson-Long comes up for the Tigers' start today. Bailey O'Horan also has a locker, but no corresponding move has been announced quite yet. Hear that 6:40 first pitch right here on 97.1 The Ticket. Rookie receiver Isaac Tesla is absent from Lions practice. No word on why quite yet on that either. Michigan football dropped a spot in the latest AP poll. They now sit at number 15, 1 spot down from last week. The coaches poll had the Wolverines up a spot to 13, however. At the Corwell Sports Desk, that was Mike hitting me in the break. At the Corwell Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Lions game week, Micah Parsons injury news, and just warming the engines for Lions Pack. It's one of the 2-3 best games of the week, and it is a very important game. And if Parsons is going to not be 100% or, according to reports, may need an epidural to play, that could give the Lions a huge boost. Or you could be one of the flock who says Micah Parsons hates puppies and all his sacks are fake. You can do whatever you like.
Puts ketchup on hot dogs.
Exactly. We'll go to Chuck, 97.1. Chuck, how you doing, buddy?
Mike, how are you, my friend?
Good, Chuck. What's the good word?
Speaking from personal experiences, I've had 2 spinal fusion surgeries. So I've had pre- and post-op epidurals in my spine. Never worked. It probably took 2 weeks for it to really take effect, but it lasted a few days. So what you have here is you got a guy with a bad back. He's damaged goods because he either has a bulging disc, not an orthopedist, but that's the reason.
It said he has a facet sprain is what it is.
It's, first of all, they do it under x-ray. They got to hit it right in the spine. And from going through all the therapy that I went pre and post-op again, 9 out of 10 people that I got friendly with at physical therapy said that the epidural did not work for them. And the last one I had, I damn near jumped off the table because he hit the wrong spot. And I said, never again. I'll never have one again.
Now, Chuck, here's all I'll say. And look, I appreciate the perspective, Chuck. I hope to never have to have an epidural. I just want to offer this one thing. You're Chuck. He's Micah Parsons. So there's a bit of a departure there between a 25-year-old who is in the 0.00001% of athletes and, with respect, Chuck.
Truly in the best shape of his life.
I'm so glad you said that because I was listening at my computer and I'm like, that's me comparing my broken leg to Aiden. Yeah, I didn't rehab it correctly and I'm not going to play on a football field. But that guy did.
Evan, I'm struggling in here. I'm trying.
Their injuries are completely different than you and me, period. The training staff around them,
I'd hate
doctors.
to break it to people, the care they get is too.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, it just is. You pay a guy $188 million, I got news for you. They're not going to miss with the epidural.
Well, that's what I was going to say. And their rehab is completely different than what Joe Blow does on the street.
Bro, you got round-the-clock rehab. You probably have people coming over to your house. I don't know, Mike. You
Evan, let me ask you a question, just for fun. Because you've been listening, right?
Yeah.
I know you're editing and doing a bunch of different things. Do you agree with what has happened in this town? I don't understand what I'm enduring currently.
This is my opinion and only my opinion. But the last 2 years were so successful that people don't want to believe anything that's happened before it or to think that the other shoe could drop, that teams could even up with you.
But hold on. No. If I say Parsons being injured benefits you, why is the reaction, he stinks, he's mean, he's a cripple, I wasn't worried about him anyways?
I'm not trying to be mean, but I'm going to say majority of people didn't watch Micah Parsons game in and game out to understand the talent that he really is. And especially here, you should know, because he did play in Big Ten country and your team faced him every year.
Evan, I'm going to add to what you're saying. I think a lot of this, Mike, is Sunday, 7 o'clock, can't get here fast enough for the game is over so that you can get the taste of last year out of your mouth. that Lions fans are still so distraught and still so angry that they can't see things correctly.
So what happens if they lose?
Well, it was just game one and give them time and
No,
it's a
no.
dress rehearsal. But I think the Mike and Rico that are sitting there in Green Bay are sitting talking about Micah Parsons coming over your two new guards that are playing for you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's so it's every city is going to look at it the way that they want to, whether it's blue colored glasses here in Detroit or green in Green Bay.
Bro, I'm with that. And if they lose, the show is just 248-539-9797. Half empty, half full.
Yeah,
what is this
go
team?
look at the last 2 years they lost in week 2.
Yeah, look, all I need is a split to start the first 2 weeks. If I could be 3-3 after 6 weeks, I'm good. I think the schedule softens up. They'll be able to do what they need to do, get healthy. Hope Aleem comes back in November.
And I think a lot of people are trying to erase the bad taste that was left in their mouth last year, and they're still just trying to jump on the train that was 15-2 and not that playoff team.
Yeah, they're trying to justify things, and, they weren't that great anyway. And
Which is fine. I mean, love your team, but at the same time, you should be able to look at it realistically and say, okay, one of the best defensive players on the planet is on the opposing team. Maybe you should take a second guess and think that you're going to win by 21 points.
I just had to ask. Thank you for your service.
You're welcome. You think this Micah slander something? Oh, no, Evan. Guys, wait till week 2 when Ben Johnson comes to town. That's when the real slander will kick in. That's when this guy was an idiot and he couldn't do anything. And this offense was nothing. And it's so much better now. Oh, trust me. Caleb Williams can't throw. Oh, trust me.
You're really hyping this up. Thanks. It's really uplifting. Let's go to Doug, 97.
How are the horses this weekend?
Doug, Saratoga was lovely. Doug, what's going on, buddy?
How you doing, Mike? I long time no call. It's happy back to school week, but I just wanted to let you know that I don't agree with any of this Twilight Tuesday nonsense that these people are slaying for you. And I just wanted to kind of bring you back down to earth. He is one of the best pass rushers in this league. And when I first heard that he went to Green Bay, I was terrified. And then last night I read, he has a bad back. Hey, that's a break for us. We get that game out of the way at Lambeau. It is a break, and I think that was the point you were trying to make.
Yeah, somehow, Doug, it turned into something else, and I don't know where I am.
Like I heard that. I heard he's a bad player in Dallas. Who gives a crap if he's a bad player? He's still one of the best, highly talented defensive pass rushers in this league, and he's going to be a problem this year when he goes to play. But hopefully we get out of Lambeau with a win, and he won't play as much, and that's one divisional road game out of 3 that we don't have to worry about. And that's what realistic Detroit fans need to know, is it is terrifying. We are not the same team from last year. And, you do want to wash that bad taste out, but, God, be realistic, Detroit. This is a caliber player. We have to be realistic. We are not winning 15 games this year, dang it. We're not. Let's be realistic. I'm right there with you guys. My head was exploding driving home here in that crowd.
Well, first of all, Doug, thank you for calling. It is nice to hear from you. Happy back to school, by the way. And yes,
thank you, sir.
My head explodes on a daily basis. I can't. I don't know what world I'm in anymore, Doug.
You should have seen the pre-show meetings.
Because you were needling me left and right. You may as well have been an acupuncturist. My one friend said this, and diddly-do, and they're complaining about the targeting. And I'm like, what complaining? What are you talking about?
I hadn't talked to you all weekend, man.
It was a blessing.
I left you alone so you could watch the ponies.
I watched football and closing weekend at Saratoga.
Right.
Any thoughts on the hopeful? It was a hell of a performance.
I said, I left you alone. I'm like, you know what?
You're fine.
I was so happy to see you. I just wanted to catch up.
Yes. Hey, Mike, here's 6 things that'll anger you. Ready to talk show? 248-539. Yes, David, go ahead.
I've missed you, buddy.
Yeah.
Now let's annoy you.
Yeah, here's a laundry list of things that'll anger you.
I told you about a great show on Netflix to watch, and you told
That
me
was good.
about one.
Yeah, but then you also you admitted you associate with morons and you have lowbrow arguments with them.
Wait, because I told Costa and Rieger?
No. You got people barking at you about Bryce, a first-round pick because of the New Mexico game?
Yeah, we just made a bet. Yeah, he said, in 3, one game was enough, and he's going to be a first-round selection in 3 years. I'm like, what?
Do you remember when Carson Beck was the number 1 overall pick before last season? Yeah, he had to go back to school. He was so bad. Like, dude, you can't say things like that.
I remember JT Barrett's first game at Spartan Stadium.
Don't.
300 yards.
It was
3
27
touchdowns.
degrees at kickoff.
85 yards rushing, 2 touchdowns. Like, he accounted for 5 touchdowns. You couldn't have told me. He's going to be the number 1 selection. Cutscene. Not in the. He's a coach in the NFL. Grad assistant or something.
Okay.
So,
all right.
I'm with you.
Well, then, that's all.
But I'm just happy to see you, man.
Okay. All right, let's get dinner on the table for people. Hungry Howie's Pizza. They got a great deal for a Tuesday night. And if you're one of the parents that is in the vortex of youth sports right now, little Bobby's got to practice at 6:15 and Jennifer's got practice at 7. Well, listen, get dinner on the table in 20 minutes because Mommy and Daddy ain't got time to cook. It's Hungry Howie's 73 Classic for $9.99. 73 pepperonis. Probably the same amount of days you're going to vaporize following your kids' sports teams. No, they're not making the pros. But hey, if you enjoy it, God bless. 73 Classic, Sorry, Rico. $9.99 for that large pizza. Hope you enjoyed Jennifer's volleyball practice. Get dinner on the table. HungryHowies.com. All right, David, ticket text. We'll get to the people. We got a football today to do, top of the hour. Lions, Packers. Look, it's a very interesting story to follow here on a Tuesday, this Micah Parsons injury update, where he may need an epidural to play Sunday. That is not common, and I already thought he was going to be limited in week 1 based on being there for 10 minutes. I just think it's a nice break for the Lions. That devolved into some kind of weird assassination of Parsons, which I don't understand, but I'll move on from it. Yes, we talked college football. That is available, Odyssey.com Rewind. David, take a text, and I'll go right back to the phones.
I'm hearing reports that Micah Parsons isn't a big fan of cheese. Maybe an advantage for the Lions. Someone else says, I had back pain once, so that means Micah's a corpse. It's over now.
God, that's what I just said to Evan. I go, yeah, well, that's what I said to Chuck. He's Micah Parsons, and you're Chuck.
Take a breath.
Oh, God.
Micah Parsons will play. I believe this is coming out of Cowboys camp, in my opinion. Not worried about it at all.
See, I'm with that person because it just seems so weird. And I maybe I just think more of Green Bay, that you wouldn't make this big of a purchase without really kicking the tires.
Breaking news, Micah Parsons puts ketchup on steak.
Okay, we're just going to, you know what? I'm going to Gina. Thank you, David. Gina, how you doing? No, Gina's not prepared. We're going to go to Jordan, 97.1. Jordan, how you doing, buddy?
How's it going? Big fan of the show, guys.
Thanks,
Hey,
Jordan.
thanks.
What's on your mind, pal?
So if he doesn't play, that's a huge break for Detroit because he's an elite level player, and we have a quarterback that can extend the play, isn't very mobile. He's going to depend on getting to his second or third read, and you don't really have that privilege against a guy like Micah Parsons because he will get home to the quarterback. So we're going to have to see if Goff can get the ball out quickly and effectively, and that's really what it comes down to.
Well, and Jordan, here's the thing, and it's another thing that really irks me, is he's not a static pass rusher. He moves all over the formation, not just with stunts or twists or loops. He can be lined up anywhere. That includes right over your center. So, yeah, Jordan, taking away this player I have to identify, and then I have to pray to God he's still there when I snap the ball, that would be a major advantage.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think a lot of the same people who were saying that we landed him, we were going to the Super Bowl, and now he's all of a sudden no good, that's insanity to me. But at the same time, all you can really do is there's going to be a football game at Lambeau Field on Sunday. You know, they say that he can't play in the cold, he can't play in the playoffs, but we have a regular season game at 70 degrees on Sunday. So we're going to see what's going on.
Yeah, and it's an important game. And I know Lion fans don't want to say it, Jordan, but it is important. Like, it's very important. This isn't a vanity thing like when you played the Chiefs. You're opening up with a divisional opponent on the road. If you steal an in-division game against a perceived division rival, a team that's nearly as good as you.
The team that's a favorite, according to Vegas, to win the division.
Yeah, it's a massive game. So I'll look for any advantage I can get.
Yeah.
Go to Art, 97.1. Art, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, Mike, did you know Micah Parsons can't lace up his own shoes?
Exactly. Art, he colors outside the lines of a coloring book. Bad guy.
Oh, my goodness. Let's stop drinking the blue Kool-Aid first. This guy is actually pretty good. Look at this actual Vegas lines of the Packers winning the division before they had him and after they got him. They may know something. Second is you have to look at other things they have on that Green Bay line. You got Rashawn Gary, who's not really a slouch, and you put Micah Parsons over there over two guards that are, I don't know, kind of inexperienced. That's kind of crazy to me. So he's a great player, and if he's on a snap count, that's a win, and I'll take that all day. But if he's not, that's going to be a long day for that offensive line, especially one that's been kind of rebuilt in the offseason.
Look, I think the benefit is, Art, at least you're playing them now where Parsons doesn't know the whole defense. And I would be shocked if he played unlimited snaps. That's all a benefit to the Lions. Mm-hmm. But if he's anything other than 100% or doesn't play, yeah, it's a gift. Take advantage of it. Go to Lambeau and win the damn game.
Yeah.
Now, again, do you have to watch the point spread and all that? Yeah, sure. I mean, if he gets ruled out, maybe instead of the Pack being favored by 2.5, it's 1.5. Like, people always overreact to what players' value to a point spread is. Oh, my God, that's a touchdown difference.
Well, you mean the Lions won't be favored by 7?
No. Like, even if Mahomes dies and Chad Henne played, I think it was like a 3.5 point value. It just doesn't change the spread the way people think it does. David, couple of ticket texts and we'll move along.
What makes us think we are going to steamroll Green Bay on the road? Before Parsons, they were
because we did it twice last year. Sorry, that's a reflex.
Did you
I
not
apologize.
see the game when he threw the interception?
Before Parsons, they
Kirby
were
Joseph.
They were contending for the North. Now they are a serious threat. Yes, I'm worried about Parsons. It helps if he's not there.
No. Read it.
No, I'm not going to read that.
I want you to read it.
Tesla's hurt.
Read it. I want you to read it. The look on your face demands that you put this into the public discourse.
I heard Parsons is white. I'm not worried about him at all. Corey from Northfield. What are we doing, man?
Okie dokie.
You know, he profiles like Jared Allen.
Oh, my. Tesla is hurt. He didn't practice today. Obviously, as a Lion Slappy, that is way bigger of a deal than Micah Parsons'
We don't
injury.
know why he missed practice today. Just relax.
From David in the beer truck, he says, this is the same scenario when Travis Kelce missed the first game of the season. The Lions need to take advantage of this if this ends up being the outcome.
Yeah, Chris Jones didn't play that night either.
No, yeah, he was under contract.
He was sitting in a suite trying to get his deal.
Yeah, because he hadn't signed yet. And then right after they lost, he signed.
But take advantage of it. I mean, look, these showdown games are blessings and curses. You know, would you like I heard John talking about this, and I understood what he was saying. I don't think it's realistic. But it was the idea in college, you're like, yeah, you're amped up that it's OSU in Texas, and then you watch the product and you're like, ugh. And if you're Texas, you clearly wished you had opened up against UTSA or something.
North Texas.
Like if you're the Lions, would it help for you to open with the Bears versus opening with the Pack? Yeah, maybe. Maybe you'd like a little bit more of a slow roll.
I think they would love to open up against the Browns and just go out there. No, seriously.
The ultimate free square.
Right. If you could swap the Browns and the Packers game, they would do that in a heartbeat and play the Browns week 1 and play the Packers week 3.
You see the spread of the Bengals and Browns?
No. Mm-hmm. Is it the NFL double digits?
Nope. You know what it is.
5.5.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yep.
It's that week 1 curse for the Bengals.
The
I think
Bengals
it
play
is.
awful in week 1.
They do.
They just lob that 5.5 out there, and you're like, wait a minute. You really want me to take 50-year-old Joe Flacco? Is this happening again? Wow. The NFL's terrifying. 248-539-9797. Okay. Football today. Touch the table on that. We'll get back to a little college football as well. 97.1.
Oh, wow. Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Lions continue their prep week for Green Bay. A notable absence on the practice field was receiver Isaac Tesla. Dan Campbell spoke about Marcus Davenport before they began as well. The Tigers and Mets clash once again tonight in Game 2 of the series. Sawyer Gipson-Long has been called up for the start in his first big league return from injury a couple weeks ago. He threw 2 innings, allowing just a single hit and 2 strikeouts in that one. Tonight he'll face one of baseball's best pitching prospects, Nolan McLean. Here it goes right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 6:40. Here's how A.J. Hinch will roll out with his lineup. Colt Keith, Gleyber Torres, Kerry Carpenter at the top, Riley Green, Spencer Torkelson, Wenzel Perez in the middle, Zach McKinstry, Dylan Dingler, Trey Sweeney at the bottom here today. The Michigan High School Athletic Association is going to a streaming-only medium for coverage of their football and basketball championships. It'll mark the first time since the 80s they will not be televised on linear TV. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, David, hit the button. Let's do some football. It's week 1 in the NFL, David.
It is. Let's get to some bold scenarios for this season, guys. We are a couple days away from the opener against the Dallas Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yes.
So, first up, Atlanta Falcons. Michael Penix Jr. exceeds 30 touchdown passes.
No. Have you seen Bijan run? There is still a dedication to the ground game there and an offensive line that was one of the best in run blocking. He'll have a very nice year, but 30 is a big number. But I leave it to Rico.
No.
Rico wears the same hat that Michael Penix does. So please tell us.
No, I think he not only will Bijan run touchdowns in, he may be scrambling some touchdowns in. So throwing 30, no.
Teteroa McMillan for the Panthers will finish with over 1,000 yards receiving in his rookie year.
Yes, may have 100 catches as well. There's no wideout one there. Bryce Young's improved. He's the prototypical outside receiver at 6'4", 220. Plus, he's got a cool name. Yes.
He is the leading guy to be this year's Malik Neighbors, to kind of come from nowhere and just be the man on a bad team.
Next up, everyone saw what Jahmyr Gibbs did in Ben Johnson's offense. So in Chicago, DeAndre Swift tops 1,500 yards from scrimmage.
Hard to do when you're in the hospital. No. He never stays healthy.
No, that's fair.
Go ahead. What? I didn't think it was that provocative.
I wasn't ready for that comment. But yes, David, I don't think that he's going to hit those numbers. He has to stay healthy, and that's just not his forte.
Mike, you mentioned the Bengals and their line against the Browns for week 1.
Woof, to that offensive line.
Well, then that leads me to this for the Bengals. Chase Brown leads the AFC in yards from scrimmage. Tough with the offensive line, right?
But I'll buy that because of his receiving ability.
Okay.
And he's explosive, elite Raz. Yeah, he's playmaker, man. He's a rare 3-down back. I'll buy that. Rico was first on Chase Brown. I hate all things Illinois, so I was late to the party. I give Rico credit on that one.
Well, I'm just saying, man, he went out there and he made plays for a bad team at the time, but he was good with his twin brother, Sidney.
So I mentioned Teteroa McMillan getting over 1,000 yards receiving. Well, this one says for the Green Bay Packers, Matthew Golden wins Offensive Rookie of the Year. So if he gets over 1,000 with the Panthers, how many yards does Matthew Golden have to get Rookie of the Year?
I'm going to say no to it. I still think there's a lot of mouths to feed in Green Bay. They do spread the ball around. They are going to run the football a lot. I'm going to say no to Golden. Plus, Golden disappeared for long stretches in college. I'm biased towards that.
I may say yes to Golden, David, only because the Green Bay wide receivers just fall off. Every week it's just like who's healthy, who's playing. If he can stay healthy.
I heard Jaden Reed had his foot replaced with a Lego piece.
Maybe.
Just a big yellow club.
Christian Watson,
he's dead. That's not a real person.
Right. He's not going to play to week 7. So.
And then he'll be hurt by week 8.
Right. So it's possible, David, that he goes out there, and if he gives you 1,200 yards and 8 touchdowns, that may be enough.
I would watch out for Tucker Kraft. That's the guy on that team that I think is going to get a ton of targets. He really came on last year. Young tight end, security blanket. Yeah. But who cares? Nobody asked me. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I like it. Houston Texans. They have revamped their offensive line. They brought in rookie receiver Jaden Higgins. So the bold scenario here is C.J. Stroud reinserts himself into the MVP conversation.
No. Who's running the football?
That's a great question.
Joe Mixon's
right now. It's
I was
Chubb.
about to say, Mixon's out for first 4 weeks.
Mixon's in a coffin. Chubb is the walking dead. The reports out of camp have been he's not fast, athletic, and basically has no juice. I'm so.
But can he keep him afloat until Mixon gets back?
Nah, that guy's leg is on backwards every 3 days.
He can't.
He's done. I'm not buying. I got to see that offensive line perform before I do that. I can't.
Maybe he gets into the MVP race if all of a sudden Houston just goes full 7-on-7.
The boldest thing you could say is here. Nico Collins is 1,500 yards receiving.
Right, that's what I'm saying. We're going to line up. We're going 4 and 5 wides, and you know what? Good luck. You can't cover everybody.
Hey, Tank Dell's back in 10 days, right, David?
Yeah, I hear he'll be ready by week 1.
Comeback player of the year.
First guy ever to win comeback player of the year with a baseball bat as a right leg.
Bold scenario.
The guy got his leg snapped in 8 places, and David's like, "No, man, he's going to be back in like 2 weeks.
He'll get surgery. He'll be back for the playoffs. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? His kneecap was coming out of his calf.
MCL, PCL, MLQ,
MLK.
Right.
Bold scenario for the Jags. Travis Hunter finishes in the top 5 in both offensive and defensive rookie of the year.
Duval. Yes. He's Odell Beckham Jr. Yes. I'm buying.
I don't. I think they're going to end up placing him either on one side of the ball, and that's where he's going to make his living.
Black on black crime.
I'm just saying
unbelievable.
He said for both offense and defense, no.
Why can't you dream? He's special.
Because you're going to wear that kid out. This is not college. It's the NFL. It's not. There's a reason why people don't do it. It was a reason why, like the certain players would play, spot duty on offense.
75% offense, 25% defense.
He may not have to do that much to be a defensive rookie of the year top 5 candidate.
Just dream.
Okay, sure.
Duval.
Okay.
Say it. Just say it. You'll feel better about yourself. Just say it.
Duval.
No, a little more.
How did that coach say it? Duval.
Yeah, you gotta really just Duval. It's kind of like open-ended.
Well, here it goes.
Duval?
Here comes the black on black love.
Question mark.
For the Raiders, Geno Smith is a top 10 quarterback.
I'm walking away. This is Rico's guy.
Black love.
Geno Smith is a top 10 quarterback. You know what, David? I'm going to say yes, only because there's a sense of urgency with the Raiders. Because Pete Carroll has to get this thing turned around in the next year or two. So they're going to do everything they can to set him up to succeed. Top 10 just means he only has to be number 10 to be top 10.
Man, you love some Geno Smith.
Come close to number 10.
He loves some Geno Smith.
You asked the question, David.
Okay.
Respect my answer.
I sure did.
Ooh, he just admonished you.
Next one here. For the Chargers, Omarion Hampton finishes top 5 in the league in rushing.
Stud. Perfect system. Harbaugh, Greg Roman. I love Omarion Hampton. Yes. All
top
in.
5 in the league, though?
More black on black crime. Unbelievable.
Back to it.
No. I'm just trying to think of the running back. You got Gibbs. You got Saquon.
Hey, you're the one who just said, well, Geno's only got to be 10th to be top 10. Hampton's only got to be.
I'm just trying to count the 5 running backs. That's all. Sure. Why not?
It's a bold take segment. It's okay to take some chances.
I sure, Geno Smith. I don't know about Omarion Hampton. I don't know, man.
It's a rookie, man.
Come on.
It's a rookie. Geno's done it before.
All right, you're going to believe in this one. I know you will.
Hey,
I don't know about mine.
Why? What is this,
We've
a white
seen
guy?
Geno put up big numbers here in Detroit.
Jackson Dart starts by week 5.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, David, week 3.
That's going to be hard to do when the Giants are 2-0.
Week 3. Jackson Dart. I'm here for it.
Listen. They can
goo.
I that's what I'll be saying if he starts by week 3. I'm saying no to that. By the way, Jackson Dart listed as Russell Wilson's backup.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. Because famous Jameis, no, he doesn't need backup, dude. He just walked in the game and wins.
All right, last two
That's
here.
all he does. DJ Khaled.
The Saints end up with the number 1 pick, but here's the thing within it. They win just 3 games to do it.
It's possible. I don't have a damn nice thing to say about him.
I mean, Spencer Rattler coming out as QB1. And, yeah.
And that's, exactly.
I mean, this is one where, honestly, they just have to make sure they don't tick off their fan base and win a meaningless game in like week 16 or 17 and knock themselves out of the number 1 pick.
Last one here. Brock Purdy at 30-1 currently wins the MVP.
Yeah, of course.
I'll quit the show.
Really?
No, there's no way.
All right. Rico, Jazzy Cat, and the Cone.
I'm the hell with them too. just the show's name is Rico Afternoons. We'd all walk out. It would be insufferable if he wins MVP.
Yes, it would. Insufferable? Yes, it would.
How?
Come on.
What?
Brock Purdy win it? No, it can't happen.
That means he's a rat, and they gave the MVP to a rat. That's with him.
Not far off.
You would say.
It's actually pretty good.
That is in football today.
America's favorite place to watch football is Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino, all the biggest games. Great viewing experience, and it's built for you, the fans. 6 pools, 3 levels, perfect view of the big screen. Circa Resort and Casino, downtown Vegas on Fremont Street. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Okay, couple of programming notes, and then I have just been handed a piece of information that I think warrants a little discussion. One, as we always say, there's no show that puts more football content into the ether than us. Rico with the 5-Star Zone, Cash the Ticket with me and Cookies, and because I'm a masochist, Kickoff with Boomer Esiason, and also now Sunday night, since Football Night in America is a god-awful program.
Mikey Sunday night.
Jim and I, as an extension of Cash the Ticket, will go live Sunday nights at 7:30. It's called The Football Show. Why? Because I didn't like any of the other stupid suggestions the company offered. It's called The Football Show. It's just Cash the Ticket, except me and Jim, full review of the day in football.
It's like Washington and the football team.
Yeah, I mean, it was like, oh, we'll call it the Super Duper Football Hammer. The hell we will. It's The Football Show. And it's going to be, it's basically NFL primetime. The old days.
The around the horn, we got all the juice.
Yeah, no, we're not doing that. Football Thunder. No, it's the Football Show. It's on every platform, including ones I can't name. But basically, review all the games, big takeaways, and then, a preview of Sunday Night Football. Or if the Lions have played already, full review of the Lions game. If the Lions are going to play on Sunday or Monday night, full preview. Here's the best part. It's free. So whatever. You like it, God bless. You don't, screw you. So we'll go live 7:30 Sunday nights. We'll take you right into Sunday Night Football. It's free.
Okay.
Whee! Now, you've got some explaining.
Football bring the pain.
Mike
Valeni
you know
and Jim
what I mean,
Costa.
though. Like the way some of these things get named. I'm like, why does it have to have a name? It's a football show. There.
Sunday night. Not for the faint of hearts.
Center Point with Jim Costa. And I'm like, we're not doing that. Now, listen, David, you have a little bit of explaining. He has a lot. I was just told by a birdie, don't ask me who, that one Rico Lamar Beard is partaking in an activity that he hates, mocks, and has said he is above partaking. And I'm not talking about church. No.
Okay.
I am talking about something else. You're out of order. I was told.
I would come to David for that. He's got enough kids.
I was told you are back into fantasy football. You hate fantasy football. You've mocked my father for playing it.
No, I haven't. You guys play a different type of league that
a man's league.
No, that I actually would enjoy just sitting. I would get a sandwich and just sit there and watch the pain as you drive up prices. You got to do the auction league. Mike, I'm doing this.
When you're man enough, you can join the league. Why don't you get your feet wet in your cute little league here? Now, what the hell is going on? You hate fantasy. Why are you playing this? You hate fantasy football. What is going on?
I'm going to feel bad when I tell you.
I don't feel bad. Just explain it.
Mike, it's a group of fellas. We decided, you know what? Let's start doing some things together again. Because unfortunately, 2 of our guys died last year.
Okay.
So we were like, okay, you know what? Let's get together.
So it took death to bring you back to fantasy football.
No, we did it last year, but it was like I was in Vegas with you.
You were above it.
And the computer picked all my players for me.
Oh, dear God.
So this year, because we were
I hate that type of player. Why are you?
No,
you know what?
no, David.
Never mind.
No, David. You've been to Vegas before, right? So Mike had this dinner planned out. So I'm thinking I can get some reception. I couldn't, and by the time I logged on, the draft was done in 10 minutes because nobody could log on. So the computer picked everybody's team.
Oh, God. Rico drafted awful. Ron Baronis. He's dead.
Right. I'm
3
like,
kickers.
Right. So, thank God for Jordan Mason because I was like, okay, I got nothing. So this year we're going to take the time. We're going to actually do it the correct way. And, so I'm doing fantasy for the.
But do you know what the hell you're doing?
Yes, I know. You draft kickers first, right?
Take it easy. Here's the question I have. Look, I have said this.
Is LaDainian Tomlinson still a thing?
Yes. You should take him first. I only still play this one league because of my father.
Right.
Like, it's just I got him into fantasy football 20 years ago. He likes it way more than me. But it's something we do together, and, like, it's important, so I do it. But it's the one league. Would I still play fantasy football if not for my dad? No, I wouldn't. But my question was this. Now, you're back into it.
Right.
It's a shame it took death to get you back in.
And it's the only
Shame
league
on
that
you.
I'm in.
The point I'm making is, how do you think sports betting has just assassinated fantasy football?
Yeah.
So no one, because here's what I can't figure out. There's still a big market for it. It doesn't, like, no one in my life, like, this one league I play, that's it. But, like, there's still a lot of people who play. Look at all the fantasy, like, the products that are out there. Look at the podcast world.
But see, I think, Mike, people play for the same reason for me or you.
Death?
No, it's just being with a group of guys or people that you like, and it's that one thing that you can kind of set your life apart, and you can go back to reliving your days when you were carefree and family-free, where you could just have fun.
The days before sports betting were much more fun because you didn't know all the lines.
No, but
your fantasy team was your bet for the week. It was exciting.
But, Mike, I don't think fantasy is for that hardcore, I got to win the league. I think fantasy is just more for the stories and just going up against your buddies and for bragging rights. Yes, if you win the title, great. But I think it's more of just the camaraderie of just, okay, I'm playing David this week, so I'm doing everything I can to beat David, and we see what happens.
I also have to win the league. I'm not playing if
So
I'm
you're
not
one of
trying to
those
win
guys.
the league.
Yeah, but you don't play.
I do.
What the hell is going on?
I have a league draft tomorrow.
Man, he's judging us, and he plays.
I drafted
No,
on
I'm
Saturday.
judging you because the two of you hyenas have sat here and told me how above it all you are, and you make fun of the fact I do something nice for my father.
No.
And now I find out the two of you are back in the mix.
See, here's the thing.
Kenny?
No.
Lies.
Big G is a saint, okay? Big G is a saint, and you should do everything you can for that
And
man.
that's why I do it.
Okay?
But when David talks down to people just like he does at church. Oh,
Stop
you in that
it.
stupid fantasy league. I'm like, but
Stop
David, it's for my
it.
dad. Yeah, F your dad. Thanks, David.
Oh, no, dude. The
Thanks.
fact that how you drove Costa to be penniless, but then he got the last
That's
word.
amazing, isn't it?
Because
That's amazing.
Saquon ended up winning the whole
I
thing.
can't help.
for
I
him.
was the only one with the gumption to do what I
And
did
then he
because
took a victory lap. Yeah, how smart was Mikey last year? Like, well, I guess.
Well, first of all,
Scoreboard.
I had a bunch of injuries. Jim drafted a really good team. Jim's a very smart guy. But it's like, yeah, there's a lot of luck to fantasy, and he got very lucky.
Yes, it is. Yes, Christian McCaffrey. I hate him.
Yeah,
Last
okay,
year
then.
he got hurt for me.
Kenny, do you still play, or you don't?
I haven't played in like a decade. I haven't played in a very long time. I used to be in like 3 different leagues at one point in my life, but I haven't played. Most people have moved apart or grown in different places in their adult life that I used to play with. So, no, I haven't played in a long, long time.
Okay, no, I'm asking.
But you're correct. Yes, because why do you think I like Tim Patrick so much? He made me money off anytime touchdowns. That's the perfect thing. Right, but Mike, he's sitting there at like plus 1,100. You know what? Give me a Tim Patrick touchdown and touchdown. Boom.
Let me ask this question. Is fantasy football still a thing for you guys? Like, or has it been, you just grew out of it? I don't know if that's the right term. Or did sports betting take it away? I don't know. I have my one league, and I do it for a very specific reason. I would be out of it. Look, my main thing is this. I got to watch the games anyways. Mm-hmm. And I watch everything because I'm a masochist and I do all these different NFL products. The point is,
I think we're going to install a TV in your tombstone.
And you should.
Just so you don't miss
should. It should play all Giants lowlights right in the center.
Just so you don't miss anything.
Right in the center of the gravestone. It should be all Giants lowlights.
No, hook the satellite dish up right there. There we go.
Oh, look, it's Deshaun Jackson returning a punt for the win. 248-539-9797. Well, do you need help?
I mean,
Just like,
I guess.
When is your draft?
Tonight, right after the show.
Is it at the Founders Club?
No, it is not at the Founders
So this isn't a secret society league?
This isn't a secret society.
Damn it.
This is open.
I was so hoping this was going to be at like some off-brand speakeasy or something. You and your Founders.
You would have to need to know the secret password.
Yeah, your
and then the knock.
sayings, your hand gestures.
Then the knock. Yes.
Ridiculous. David, ticket text?
This is my league's 17th year in fantasy football. We love it. Always a great time, except when the injury bug bites. Got to have those bragging rights. That's Dave from South Lyon.
That's the thing that has wrecked fantasy football because NFL now, Players die every 10 minutes. At least, 15, 20 years ago, you drafted Priest Holmes, you were getting 17 games.
Well, see, that's just it. Like, do you still take a running back first? Because back then it was like you take the best running back, and it was like, yeah.
Yeah, and you pray. That's your strategy now.
Now it seems like I want to take a quarterback or a wide receiver because
number 1 pick overall would probably be Jamar Chase.
Yep, I can see that. Yep.
Right. So that's why I'm like, do you take the quarterback? Do you take the wide?
You're sure it's not a Founders League?
I promise you.
Damn it.
It's not a Founders
All right. Everyone all crested up, drafting their imaginary players, secret handshakes. David, go ahead.
Thursday night football killed fantasy football for me. Just too many days to organize my lineup. Can't do it anymore. Wow.
Noted.
I mean, I used to do this for 20 years. Dan Miller was in the league with me back in the day.
Oh, before you became an elitist.
Well, Dan Miller, all of a sudden, hey, touchdown, Detroit black guy.
I still wish he dropped that during a Lions game. That'd be incredible. 24853.
Dan, what did you just say?
You heard me, Lomas. Congrats to you. Touchdown. All right. Five words nobody wants to hear. You need a new roof. What do you do? Who do you call? How the hell are you paying for it? These are all questions that Victor's Home Solutions can answer. Your new roof will be the easiest, most hassle-free improvement project you can do. Victor's has thousands of 5-star reviews for their customer service and installations, and they offer a 50-year leak-free guarantee on every roof they install. They focus on the little things: communication, showing up on time, and precision craftsmanship. And since no one wants to pay the high interest rates for a limited time, Victor's is offering a 5-year, no-interest financing with minimum monthly payments for qualified buyers. So if you need a new roof, don't stress. Victor's Home Solutions has got your back. It all starts with that 21-point roof inspection. Set up your inspection today, 866-VICTORS. That's 866-VICTORS. Or online anytime at victors.com.
Brought to you by Precision Garage Door Services of Southeast Michigan. The Tigers have called up pitchers Jorge Gibson Long to make the start against the Mets tonight. Chase Lee was optioned. Bailey Horn also has a locker. A.J. Hinch was asked about that, and he said, quote, nothing to report yet, end quote. He did note the trade deadline acquisition Chris Paddock has been moved to the bullpen beginning tonight. In the latest AP poll, Michigan football dropped a spot to 15. The coaches had him up to number 13. Michigan basketball announced today they've scheduled an exhibition with St. John's at Madison Square Garden on October 25th. A ticket pre-sale is open today and will last until 11 a.m. tomorrow. At the Corwell House Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 5 or at 971theticket.com.
All right, so for the first time in a long time, I'm going to be playing fantasy football. Actually have a draft. I played last year, but through a quirk in the computer ended up drafting everybody's team because none of us could get access. So need a little bit of advice, what to do, what not to do. It's been a while since I've done this. Because, yeah, I do the anytime touchdowns. That's throw a couple in a parlay and collect big.
Yeah, listen, I just had to ask the question. It was a breaking news thing. We did college football. We've done the Lions with the Parsons thing. That was breaking news. But no, I think it's something, sadly, that's dying. I think there was an innocence to it. I think it's fun.
Yeah.
It's easy. The sports betting thing, I think, is just railroaded it. But there's still plenty of people who play. But it does seem to be something that's just kind of,
because if you play fantasy football and you won, you had bragging rights. Now with this, if you just did the anytime touchdowns, you could brag upon your 5 touchdown parlay you had last week. And okay, so yeah, fantasy, I got to wait till week 18 to get paid or 17 to get paid. Yeah. I can get paid, putting Jahmyr Gibbs and Montgomery anytime touchdowns. Boom, plus 330.
It's interesting you say that because a text just came through. Daily fantasy got me out of the season thing because of the instant gratification.
Do you know who does that a lot? Cookies.
Casa.
He drafted like 3,000 teams.
He has that league where I don't even know, like, how much does this cost you? Well, I got 552 teams. Oh, okay.
He was making like spreadsheets and stuff. Like he was out of his mind.
How do you follow that many teams? I mean, Kenny, back in the day, I remember I think I was in 3 fantasy leagues, and I was like, I'm never doing this again because you end up playing against yourself.
Correct.
But the daily thing, that's on him.
Sports betting is way more fun than fantasy. I love that all day. Someone says, Mike Rico, I still play in 4 fantasy football leagues and just added sports betting to my plate.
Once again, you end up, I need my quarterback not to do too well because I'm also playing against him. Now, one thing I would love to do one day is just that survivor thing. That just seems fun where you just pick a team and pray to God they win.
That's why I made that joke to you about Bengals and Browns. Every year, a presumed huge favorite gets aced out in week 1, and half the people in that thing die.
I remember it was one year, it was the Niners-Bears, and the Bears won. It was a muddy game, and it was just like, wow. Yeah, and then all of a sudden, cut in half.
Done. David.
I still play in 6 leagues.
Whoa.
It's all about bragging rights and trash talking. Yes, I do. Sports betting too now. That's Kevin from Ann Arbor. 6?
Yeah, hey, man. Back in the day, I used to play in 3 leagues. But for me, it's just the one with my dad, and it's intentional. It's purposeful. Yeah. I've outgrown it where it's not, I don't know, it's just not anything.
It's like MSU football. You do it. No. You do it because of tradition,
Rico,
but you don't really enjoy it.
What did I say to you pre-show? Well, first of all,
You're going to be up there?
No,
Saturday
absolutely not. I'm going to be up
Flipping
there.
The coin?
No, I'll be up there once because I have to do Uncle Mike duties. So I will do that because I like being an uncle. I'll go against my will. But my dad said to me Friday night, because he looked at me, he goes, you really don't love it anymore, do you? I go, nope. I said, I'm happy.
Are you in a strong like?
No.
Like?
No.
Just friends?
No, not even the friend zone. This is an outright pickup line rejection at the bar. Circa 2000.
So like work friends?
No.
Not even that?
No. Wow. I'm in a state of loathe.
Like MSU is basically the guy outside the grocery store holding a sign, asking for money.
I actually like that guy better. Go to Steve, 97.1. Steve, how you doing?
Hey, guys, how you doing?
Good, buddy.
So my wife hates this time of year because beginning of August, she always goes, how many leagues are you in this year? Well, I counted it up. I'm in 8 right now. I'm in 2 dynasties, 1 keeper, and the rest are redrafts. And I'm a co-owner with my father-in-law in 2 leagues. And my league and my buddy's league, we play softball every Thursday in a softball league. So it's with a whole bunch of guys from high school and all that. It's how we stay close. And I don't know, it's bragging rights, I guess, and just like football knowledge, competitiveness. Like, oh, I know more than my buddies.
But you still enjoy it more than sports betting.
Yeah, but I do both. I mean, I guess, yeah, I enjoy it. And then not to promote another sports book or anything, but one of the green sports books is offering a $10 buy-in $1 million Survivor right now.
There you go, Rico. Your Survivor dream. You know what? Rico's going to get in that, and he's going to play the Powerball tonight. It's very exciting.
Well, I'm going to play the Powerball.
What's the Powerball up to?
$1.5 billion.
Plenty enough for me to demolish Spartan Stadium. I'm in. Are we playing this thing?
Yeah. Is that what you're going to do with your money?
I think so.
Just build an erector set? Just
No. I would just demolish the stadium.
And then where are they going to play?
Nowhere. I'd cut them a check to not have a program anymore.
He was about to say that.
Okay, but here's the funny thing, David. You know what it's going to say a week later? We don't even have a football team. We're a poverty program. Mike, you destroyed the team.
You blew up the stadium. And? Well, that's what you get for not scoring in the second half against Western.
You had Jonathan Smith's head mounted on your wall. There it is right there.
Yes. Let's go to Julie in 97.1. Jules, what's going on, buddy?
Gentlemen, bottom of the afternoon to you. Thanks for having me on the show.
Yes, sir.
So, Mike, it's interesting because I feel like I've yo-yoed with sports betting and fantasy in the sense that I've been a commissioner now for I don't know how long of a single league, and that's pretty time-consuming. So I've only ever played one league in fantasy for as long as I can remember. And with sports betting, I mean, you know, you guys could do sports betting segments every day, all day, and I'd listen and call in every time because I love doing it. But I've noticed lately, not that I've soured on sports betting, but there's just so much of it. It's so in your face.
Yep.
I find that I do less of it. I very much still love to do NFL sports betting. I got into hockey a little bit and then soured on that. I got into baseball, soured on that. So now, for the first time ever this year, I'm in a second fantasy league. I probably do the least amount of sports betting that I've ever done since it was legalized. And I'm actually enjoying fantasy more now than I have in the past, just by being in multiple leagues and having, you know, more moves to make, more people to chirp, so to speak. So, yeah, I don't know if it's almost like an inverse effect of too much sports betting has pushed me more or back into fantasy more than I've been in the past.
No. It's a natural evolution. I mean, Julian, listen, it's just you get burnt out on minus 115, minus 120. There's no juice to it where you just bet a game and you what? Like, I mean, Jules, like my favorite is still playing the horses. I mean, is it a hard game? Yes. I'm not going to sit here and tell you can make a living at it. But when you hit, you're really going to hit. And that's great. And it doesn't require hitting 17 things in a row like sports betting. So, Jules, no, I think you've sampled. Yeah. You've kind of soured on it. It's okay to say it. And the fantasy thing is just a more enjoyable way to play.
Yeah, until Vegas caught up on the whole Gibbs, Montgomery, each to score a touchdown, parlay that together. It was big numbers to start off, but then they caught up to it.
Well, what they've done, and it's all sports books, they hurt you when things are correlated. So if you want Lions to win and cover, plus a Gibbs touchdown, plus something else, you're not getting the real odds for that. Yeah. You're not. And I mean, like I always say this, the other thing too is a lot of the way it's priced out, the average guy is finding out in a hurry how hard it is to even stay alive. If the book is asking you for minus 125 and you're going, wait a second, it should be minus 110. So I get why someone like Julian has said, you know what, I'm actually enjoying over here more because it's been around for what, 6 years now? 5 years?
No, I get it. Like I said, Gibbs, nobody knew who he was the beginning of the year, so he was like plus 500 to score a touchdown.
Yeah, that's gone.
At the end of the year.
But see, that's a you and Cookies thing. Cookies loves that crap. And that's fine. It's a different way to play. You're good at it. Don't look at me. I'm still waiting for Aiden Childs to score the first touchdown.
I never promised.
Son of a.
I never
All
promised
right,
that.
listen.
You know what? You didn't believe hard enough.
If you want to sample sports betting, FanDuel's got you with $5. You get 300 in bonus bets if you win. You'll probably need those. Pick a bet, $5. It wins. You unlock 300. You can use it any way you want, whether it's the NFL season opener, Rico's touchdown fiestas, or any of the endless ways to do this stuff. FanDuel.com/ticket. Download the FanDuel app today and get started. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions do apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. It's week 1 in the NFL, David.
It is. Let's get to some bold scenarios for this season, guys. We are a couple days away from the opener against the Dallas Cowboys and the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yes.
So, first up, Atlanta Falcons. Michael Penix Jr. exceeds 30 touchdown passes.
No. Have you seen Bijan run? There is still a dedication to the ground game there and an offensive line that was one of the best in run blocking. He'll have a very nice year, but 30 is a big number. But I leave it to Rico.
No.
Rico wears the same hat that Michael Penix does. So please tell us.
No, I think he not only will Bijan run touchdowns in, he may be scrambling some touchdowns in. So throwing 30, no.
Teteroa McMillan for the Panthers will finish with over 1,000 yards receiving in his rookie year.
Yes, may have 100 catches as well. There's no wideout one there. Bryce Young's improved. He's the prototypical outside receiver at 6'4", 220. Plus, he's got a cool name. Yes.
He is the leading guy to be this year's Malik Neighbors, to kind of come from nowhere and just be the man on a bad team.
Next up, everyone saw what Jahmyr Gibbs did in Ben Johnson's offense. So in Chicago, DeAndre Swift topped 1,500 yards from scrimmage.
Hard to do when you're in the hospital. No. He never stays healthy.
No, that's fair.
Go ahead. What? I didn't think it was that provocative of a remark.
I wasn't ready for that comment. But yes, David, I don't think that he's going to hit those numbers. He has to stay healthy, and that's just not his forte.
Mike, you mentioned the Bengals and their line against the Browns for week 1.
Woof to that offensive line.
Well, then that leads me to this for the Bengals. Chase Brown leads the AFC in yards from scrimmage. Tough with the offensive line, right?
But I'll buy that because of his receiving ability.
Okay.
And he's explosive, elite Raz. Yeah, he's a playmaker, man. He's a rare 3-down back. I'll buy that. Rico was first on Chase Brown. I hate all things Illinois, so I was late to the party. I give Rico credit on that one.
Well, I'm just saying, man, he went out there and he made plays for a bad team at the time, but he was good with his twin brother, Sidney.
So I mentioned Teteroa McMillan getting over 1,000 yards receiving. Well, this one says for the Green Bay Packers, Matthew Golden wins Offensive Rookie of the Year. So if he gets over 1,000 with the Panthers, how many yards does Matthew Golden have to get Rookie of the Year?
I'm going to say no to it. I still think there's a lot of mouths to feed in Green Bay. They do spread the ball around. They are going to run the football a lot. I'm going to say no to Golden. Plus, Golden disappeared for long stretches in college. I'm biased towards that.
I may say yes to Golden, David, only because the Green Bay wide receivers just fall off. Every week it's just like who's healthy, who's playing. If he can stay healthy.
I heard Jaden Reed had his foot replaced with a Lego piece.
Maybe.
Just a big yellow club.
Christian Watson,
he's dead. That's not a real person.
Right. He's not going to play to week 7. So.
And then he'll be hurt by week 8.
Right. So it's possible, David, that he goes out there and if he gives you 1,200 yards and 8 touchdowns, that may be enough.
I would watch out for Tucker Kraft. That's the guy on that team that I think is going to get a ton of targets. He really came on last year. Young tight end, security blanket. Yeah. But who cares? Nobody asked me. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I like it. Houston Texans. They have revamped their offensive line. They brought in rookie receiver Jaden Higgins. So the bold scenario here is C.J. Stroud reinserts himself into the MVP conversation.
No. Who's running the football?
That's a great question.
Joe Mixon's
now it's
I was
Chubb.
about to say, Mixon's out for first 4 weeks.
Mixon's in a coffin. Chubb is the walking dead. The reports out of camp have been he's not fast, athletic, and basically has no juice.
Can he keep him afloat until Mixon gets back?
Nah, that guy's leg is on backwards every 3 days.
He can't.
He's done. I'm not buying. I got to see that offensive line perform before I do that. I can't.
Maybe he gets into the MVP race if all of a sudden Houston just goes full 7-on-7.
The boldest thing you could say is here. Nico Collins is 1,500 yards receiving.
Right, that's what I'm saying. We're going to line up. We're going 4 and 5 wides, and you know what? Good luck. You can't cover everybody.
Hey, Tank Dell's back in 10 days, right, David?
Yeah, I hear he'll be ready by week 1.
Comeback player of the year.
First guy ever to win comeback player of the year with a baseball bat as a right leg.
Bold scenario.
The guy got his leg snapped in 8 places, and David's like, "No, man, he's gonna be back in like 2 weeks.
Get surgery. He'll be back for the playoffs. What are you talking about?
What are you talking about? His kneecap was coming
ACL,
out of his calf.
MCL, PCL, MLQ,
MLK.
Right.
Bold scenario for the Jags. Travis Hunter finishes in the top 5 in both offensive and defensive rookie of the year.
Duval. Yes. He's Odell Beckham Jr. Yes. I'm buying.
I don't. I think they're going to end up placing him either on one side of the ball, and that's where he's going to make his living.
Black on black crime.
I'm just saying
unbelievable.
No. He said for both offense and defense. No.
Why can't you dream? He's special.
Because you're going to wear that kid out. This is not college. It's the NFL. It's not. There's a reason why people don't do it. It was a reason why like the certain players would play, spot duty on offense.
75% offense, 25% defense.
He may not have to do that much to be a defensive rookie of the year top 5 candidate.
Just dream.
Okay, sure.
Duval.
Okay.
Say it. Just say it. You'll feel better about yourself. Just say it.
Duval.
No, a little more.
How did that coach say it? Duval.
Yeah, you gotta really just Duval. It's kind of like open-ended.
Well, here it goes.
Duval?
Here comes the black on black love.
Question mark.
For the Raiders, Geno Smith is a top 10 quarterback.
I'm walking away. This is Rico's guy.
Black love.
Geno Smith is a top 10 quarterback. You know what, David? I'm going to say yes, only because there's a sense of urgency with the Raiders. Because Pete Carroll has to get this thing turned around in the next year or two. So they're going to do everything they can to set him up to succeed. Top 10 just means he only has to be number 10 to be top 10.
Man, you love some
He
Geno
won't
Smith.
come close to number 10.
He loves some Geno Smith.
You asked the question, David.
Okay.
Respect my answer.
I sure did.
Ooh, he just admonished you.
Next one here. For the Chargers, Omarion Hampton finishes top 5 in the league in rushing.
Stud. Perfect system. Harbaugh, Greg Roman. I love Omarion Hampton. Yes. All
top
in.
5 in the league, though?
More black on black crime. Unbelievable.
Back to it.
No. I'm just trying to think of the running back. You got Gibbs. You got Saquon.
Hey, you're the one who just said, well, Geno's only got to be 10th to be top 10. Hampton's only got to be.
I'm just trying to count the 5 running backs. That's all. Sure. Why not?
It's a bold take segment. It's okay to take some chances.
I
Sure,
did.
Geno Smith. I don't know about Omarion Hampton. I don't know, man.
It's a rookie, man.
Come on.
It's a rookie. Geno's done it before.
All right, you're going to believe in this one. I know you will.
Hey,
I don't know
we've
about
seen
mine.
Geno.
Why? What is this,
We've
a
seen
white
Geno
guy?
put up big numbers here in Detroit.
Jackson Dart starts by week 5.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, David, week 3.
That's going to be hard to do when the Giants are 2-0.
Week 3. Jackson Dart. I'm here for it.
Listen. They can
Goo.
I that's what I'll be saying if he starts by week 3. I'm saying no to that. By the way, Jackson Dart listed as Russell Wilson's backup.
Yes, he is.
Yeah. Because famous Jameis, he doesn't need backup duty. He just walks in the game and wins.
All right, last two
That's
here.
all he does. DJ Khaled.
The Saints end up with the number 1 pick, but here's the thing within it. They win just 3 games to do it.
It's possible. I don't have a damn nice thing to say about him.
I mean, Spencer Rattler coming out as QB1. And, yeah.
And that's, exactly.
I mean, this is one where, honestly, they just have to make sure they don't tick off their fan base and win a meaningless game in like week 16 or 17 and knock themselves out of the number 1 pick.
Last one here. Brock Purdy, at 30-1 currently, wins the MVP.
Yeah, of course.
I'll quit the show.
Really?
No, there's no way.
All right. Rico, Jazzy Cat, and the Cone.
Oh, the hell with them, too. just the show's name is Rico Afternoons. We'd all walk out. It would be insufferable if he wins MVP.
Yes, it
be
would.
insufferable?
Yes, it would.
How?
Come on.
What?
Brock Purdy win it? No, can't happen.
That means he's a rat, and they gave the MVP to a rat. That's with him.
Not far
That's all
off.
you would say.
It's actually pretty good.
That is in football today.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. The Tigers will look to shake off their back-and-forth loss to the Mets last night with a 6:40 tilt tonight right here on the ticket. Manager A.J. Hinch told the media that Chris Paddock will now pitch out of the bullpen. Sawyer Gibson-Long has been called up to face rookie Nolan McLean tonight. McLean is baseball's 37th best prospect in the big league debut season. That's Mets broadcaster Keith Radd. The Athletic listed the Tigers as the 4th best team in baseball in their latest power rankings, and also make a strong case for Tarek Skubal to be named Cy Young despite the recent charge of Hunter Brown and Garrett Crochet. The Lions were back in the practice field today. Rookie receiver Isaac Tesla was absent for an unknown reason, along with running back Sione Vaki. Michigan football dropped a spot in the latest AP college football poll to number 15. The top 5 in order include Ohio State, Penn State, LSU, Georgia, and Miami. The coaches poll had the Wolverines up a spot to 13, however. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We are back. Football is back. Lions game week. We talked about the Micah Parsons injury update. If you want that, Odyssey.com. Rewind. Also, quick programming before we get back into college football. All of your football content needs are served by this show. Rico with the 5-Star Zone. All Big Ten things. Cash the Ticket. All football all the time. Kickoff show on Fridays with Boomer Esiason. That'll be back Friday at 5 or 6, whenever the hell that gets released. And then the Sunday night football show. It's an extension of Cash Ticket, me and Jim Costa. We go live 7:30. Whatever platforms you kids use, it'll be there.
Couldn't go football Sunday night.
I don't know. I don't like letting this company get creative. It usually ends up bad. Just the football show. Leave it alone. So let's get
we talk.
Yeah, sports thing. So you had a question about college football because we had our week 1 takeaways, and I'm happy to do those with Michigan and Michigan State, but I think there's a bigger conversation. You had asked about, did you enjoy the football this weekend, or does football really begin Thursday night? So lay that out for everybody, please.
Yeah, Mike, I mean, because, with the portal and the NIL and the lack of love for college football, because it's so many extra things going on, a lot of people complained all throughout the summer. And then really, to me, week 1 was the beginning of college football. And after this weekend, did you still care about any of that stuff, or were you just enjoying the games? Because it was packed places all over. And when I started watching, I really wasn't caring how much the quarterback or the running back was making. I was just watching the games. Did it get your love back for college football? Or for some of you, that love is gone. You've moved on, and your football begins this Thursday night. NFL, Eagles, Cowboys. That's the beginning of football.
Let me give you what I think the actual split is. It's now, this is bold. I think it's an 80-20 split. I think 80% of people, football starts Thursday night with the NFL.
Oh,
I think
wasn't expecting that 80.
I think 80% of people don't give a damn about college. I think college is still little brother. I think college is a distant second. And as it would pertain to this marketplace, with the Lions being good, I don't even think college football's in the back seat. College football's in the trunk.
See, I think college – I'm not going to go that 80-20,
I know
Mike.
that. No,
because I think – when you look at – both stadiums filled. I think college football is still a pride thing. The Lions is just – they're the best team in football, so that's what we want to root for. But I do think that I would say it's more of a 60-40. I think college football was the beginning. And then for 40% of the people, they've given up. And it's all about the Lions. It's all about the NFL. And your season starts this Thursday night.
It does for me. Look, here's the issue I have with college football. Forget about the myriad of off-field things. The product on the field, to me, is not any good. I mean, quarterback play is woeful. The offensive lines, it's almost like you can't just duct tape 5 players together and have them play offensive line. Ask anyone. You need years. Continuity.
Right.
But see, I thought the play in the red zone this weekend, it was lobotomy central. I'm like, what am I watching?
Yeah, but Mike, see, I think the same is going to be said after week 1 of the NFL. I mean,
how dare you?
You know, you look back to last year, and it took the Lions, 4 weeks before the offense finally kicked in and they started doing anything. Before that, they scored, 26, 17, and 20 points in those first 3 games. So I think the excitement leads up to, this is going to be so much fun. The reality kicks in and you realize teams don't score on every play. It's not a video game.
So let's do this. Where are you at college football now versus pre-COVID? Tell me where your passion for the sport lies now versus just 5-6 years ago. Because in that time frame, everything has changed, including your Detroit Lions not being cannon fodder. I think it all works together to where, look, I'm not asking you to like or not like the game. You do whatever you like, man. But I do think the NFL has only gained in popularity. And as it would say locally, Rico, we're here in the trenches every day. College versus pro. Yeah. Forget about the most popular college stuff was Michigan cheating. Phone lines full, people angry. Actual games?
Yeah, you're correct, because it used to be you just mentioned the word Michigan and you had full phone lines. And it was like, okay, Michigan, let's talk quarterback.
You could say Michigan State, it was popular. Now, listen.
But in all fairness, for some reason this summer you mentioned Detroit Lions, and it was like, I don't want to talk about it.
Well, that's because the fans are acting like bitches. They're all just sensitive about how it all ended last year, and they're afraid to be hurt again. We know what's going on with that. But now it's game week. It's time to go. Now, as far as takeaways, if you guys want to attack these, go ahead. I think they're as fair gets. First of all, I'm not going to have any bold declarations when you play Western Michigan or New Mexico. Sorry. For state, it's simple. I hated just about anything that happened after the first half. Jonathan Smith and that staff have not outscored an opponent in the second half of a game since Prairie View last year. And it's uninspiring. It's not good enough. So I have said this weekend is simple. Win Saturday against Boston College or pack up. Because ultimately, if this team is going to have any trajectory, you got to win your home games. Because you're going to go at USC and going to go at Nebraska. And frankly, if you lose to BC, it means you didn't play well. So it's a referendum on Jonathan Smith. If you don't like that and you'd like to argue, I'm here. For Michigan, everyone wants to talk Bryce Underwood. I understand why. But I don't have a lot to tell you after New Mexico. I love the throw on 3rd and 14. I love the throw out of the end zone where he showed some touch to the tight end. And he didn't make any egregious mistakes. You were also playing a peewee team. So here's where I'm at with Michigan coming up. It's the opposite of Michigan State, where I think it's referendum. I think for Michigan, it's nothing to lose, everything to gain. Because I will not make fun of Bryce Underwood if he plays poorly. He is in a very difficult spot going to Norman. He plays well.
Right.
It's to the moon, Alice.
So question then. So because Bryce Underwood is a freshman, no referendum games for Michigan this year?
No, I think later in the year there are referendums. I don't feel like...
I don't think they got a tough game until after that.
But listen, I think you have tough games when you go on the road in the conference. Like that Nebraska game, that's a tough environment, but he's got this litmus test first. They're going to play in East Lansing. They'll take on the Buckeyes. I just feel like after game 5 or 6, you're not really a freshman anymore. You've taken 300 snaps, right? 400. At a certain point, you just are what you are, and it's time to play.
Right.
But I'm not going to knock the kid if they don't play well this weekend, because I think this is but if he plays really good, Oh, no, that's different. It's flowers. So, look, those are my takeaways. I'm not telling you I'm changing the world with them. But I laugh when people are sitting there and they're just like chafing their beanbag over beating New Mexico or Western. It's like, guys, what planet are we on? This isn't Clemson LSU. This isn't Ohio State, Texas, Miami, Notre Dame. Those are litmus tests.
No, I get it. Now, see, I'm a little bit different, Mike. If he goes out there against Oklahoma, 4 touchdowns, 300 yards, he lights it up, I'm going to sit there and say, you know what? This guy really is him. But on the flip side, you don't get to go out there and throw 4 picks and throw for 115 yards. I'm going to say maybe the moment's too big and you looked a lot more like Arch than you did last week.
Okay, that's very fair. I'm just saying I'm not going to do the neener stuff. Anyone who thinks he's just going to throw for 4,000 yards and go undefeated and win it all, I don't have anything to say to those people. They're not real people. Right. Those are like ChatGPT creations. David, anything you'd like to add? Your week 1 takeaway.
Well, my week 1 takeaway is he looked like a freshman. I was very impressed with the drive he had before halftime. After New Mexico scores and you go down there, settle your offense, and you tell the team, let's go do this. And they went and scored a touchdown. That stops the bleeding from New Mexico. That was the most impressive thing I saw from him. Everything else was exactly what it needed to be. He's going to overthrow some passes. He's going to look weird on some passes there. It just is what it is. He's a freshman. I liked what I saw. Overall, we'll see more. I hope to see more from him against Oklahoma.
Yeah, it's just we live in an instant gratification society. That's all, and you can't fix it. But I just want to see the development in the long term. And this weekend, look, the 10-2 upside is there. We talked about it, but Oklahoma was a loss, and Ohio State's probably a loss. Oh, we don't lose to that. Okay, cool story. The point is, overall, I don't think there's as much on the line for them this weekend as there is for Jonathan Smith at State. Jonathan Smith's got to win this fan base over. I mean, Spartan fans get so angry at me. Too bad. I mean, I don't know where the standards went. I don't know where accountability went. Like this idea that you can go lose a home game on a Saturday night in prime time to Boston College and tell me that things are headed in the right direction, blow it out your ass.
No.
Because the next 2 of the next 3 weeks, where are you going to be, Rico? You're at USC. You're at Nebraska. I don't want to hear it. Yeah. If they have any trajectory beyond going to the condom with a hole in it bowl, then you win this game Saturday.
Well, I'm looking at, can you just give me 60 minutes of football?
No.
Not 35, but 60 minutes. I'm not asking
Hasn't
for too
outscored
much.
an opponent in the second half in a year.
Not even Iowa?
In a year.
Huh. Right, but it's just like, okay, first half, because I hearken back to last year when we were doing the prop bet casino, and I'm like, okay, Michigan State over under 6.5 points in the second half. I'm thinking, okay, those days are over. No, those days are back. I got a feeling that's going to be in the prop bet this Friday. Can you score more than a touchdown in the second half? And that shouldn't even be a question. You should have been rolling up the score. You should have had your second and third team in there. And fans should have left Spartan Stadium feeling good instead of doubt, instead of, I don't know if I want. I mean, I know people were like, yeah, I don't even know if I want to go to this game. I'd rather just give my tickets away. That's Jonathan Smith. That's what he's done to this fan base.
Yeah, and look, it's a referendum. It's year 2 now for coaches is minimum year 3 or 4 in the old days. So I don't want to hear it. Oh, Mark Antonio lost to CMU his third year. That was 20 years ago, you bleep hole.
And for those people who say, well, what do you want? He won the game. They won by 17, the same amount as Michigan.
It was garbage. It was garbage. Garbage.
They won, but it was how they won.
You made number 11 look like Micah Parsons.
Well, it looked like you took a knee for the second half.
All right, good talk. Sorry, I'm over time. I'm getting emotional. Northville Lumber, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time and at the absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder, a do-it-yourselfer, you can count on Northville to have all the decking you need when you need it. Call Northville today. Better yet, stop by, see the showroom, take home some samples. Call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, David, couple of ticket texts. We get to the people giving your review of week 1 in college football, the quality, your passion quotient now compared to pre-COVID, but also Michigan State. If you took something out of those games, feel free. I'm not going to be mad at you unless you call in telling me Bryce is going to win 4 Heisman trophies. Save it and go tell your grandma. Go ahead, David.
The past couple of weeks of college football have just gotten everybody prepared for the real season, which is the NFL season. I don't care about the college.
Yeah, and the NFL just continues to take up more oxygen in the room. It's a monolith.
College is second for me, but no way it's 80-20. Definitely more 50-50, I believe. But college, no way over the NFL. I'm 36, still trying to live like I'm 18, watching college football anytime it's on. I watched a ton of games, but it wasn't the same.
It's not.
Can't wait for Thursday when the NFL kicks off. That's from Tom.
There's something I can't put my finger on, but it's like a lack of passion by the actual players. I know that sounds insane, but hear me on this. Not any one particular school. These guys are at schools. I watched an interview with Lane Kiffin, and I sent this to Rico. And look, you can think Lane's a jerk. You can think he's a bum in big games. He was on with Theo Vaughn. And I know that's a weird pairing, but work with me. He talked about essentially the parents and the players come in. It's nothing about the school. It's nothing about the scheme. It's nothing about what plan do you have for my child. What's your financial offer? And basically, high bidder wins, even if it's the wrong school, the wrong fit, the wrong coaches. The whole point is that player is starting out at a deficit. They're in a place they don't want to be. They're there to get their bag. Then they ask for raises before they've ever done something. Then they go to their next stop. I think the thing that has worn out a lot of people, myself included, is no longer can you just say, yeah, this guy's a junior. No, he's a junior from New Mexico by way of Virginia Tech. Mm-hmm. Like, it's how can you care about what you're playing for and representing and the rivalries if you don't even know where you are?
It's like one of those suitcases with all the different logos
stickers
of where you've been playing school.
They're just a passport stamp.
I understand, and that is the sad reality because, yes, it used to mean something when a player was in year 3 and came out and said, we're going to beat this team. We're going to do that because you follow that guy. For that point, I'll give you and Lane Kiffin all the credit.
It was a good interview, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. That's gone. It's rare, like for MSU, that you have a player like a Jordan Hall who's just been there. And you're like, well, now you're starting to think, well, are you any good, son? Why are you still here? Why haven't you hit the portal a couple times? Why haven't you moved around? It's a rare thing to have your guy that you've seen, because now it's like, okay, hey, Omari Kelly had a couple catches. Where's he from again? Oh, yeah, he's Middle Tennessee. Okay, right. It's not, I remember this kid.
But it has an impact on the actual product. I can't figure it out. I'm telling you.
It has the impact, Mike, because it takes time to gel. That's why I said, because I remember you were like, well, the Big Ten was horrible. I'm like, wait, pump the brakes. Because I think it's not going to be just a Big Ten thing over the weekend. It's going to be a college football across the board. And for most part, you saw a lot of quarterbacks on new teams who didn't look the part. The Carson Becks, they were the rare guys who actually looked like.
Yeah, he played really well.
He belongs because you got, and not to pile on Arch Manning, but he wasn't ready.
No, you get to pile on him. Look at all the hype.
Right, he wasn't ready. Nico Iamaleava, he wasn't ready.
You greedy. You son of a. I'm so happy Nico got dusted.
Justin saying, I don't know how good he is.
Well, it's Julian.
I'm sorry, Julian saying. Julian saying, but I don't know how good he is.
Correct.
So you look like Justin saying.
But it was just like, all right, well, you're CJ Carr, good-ish?
Maybe. Dave, 97.1. Dave, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, not much, fellas. So I agree with everything you guys have been saying about Michigan. I'm a Michigan guy. It pains me to say that I agree with you, but I do.
Okay.
But, Mike, let me help you out.
Yeah.
I was talking about this with a couple of buddies at work. I was talking about this with a couple of buddies at home. what we're seeing right now in college football, to kind of help you out, is I believe we are on the cusp of a college football transfer portal reset. You guys have said it all. There is no continuity. There is no gelling. It's been happening for the past 2 or 3 years. West Virginia has over 80 players that they've received through the transfer portal. That's not going to work. Some of these top teams, 14, 15, 17 kids, all 9 of those transfer portals are all starters. What we're going to see is the transfer portal is going to slow down because you're going to have bottom teams that are now in the middle. You're going to have top teams that are now at the bottom because it's just not working. The model is going to collapse on itself, and we are on the cusp of a college football transfer portal reset, and that's my feeling.
Yeah, I mean,
I watched it.
Dave, Dave, what's interesting is, like, have you done any of the reading on, like, what it costs to get players? Like, have you seen the standardized positional cost? It's wild.
It's insane. I mean, think about it. College football teams now have to have a general manager.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lombo went with Belichick to North Carolina because Belichick doesn't have the time to handle the financial side. This is college.
No, because, Dave, you have to recruit your own players. You got to go out and recruit high school players, and you got to go out and recruit transfer portal players. And it is time. It's very time consuming. And guess what? Yep. Sometimes players just kind of screw themselves over, Mike.
Nico.
No, wasn't even Nico. Yeah. One closer to home.
College.
How about Chuck Brantley?
We're there.
Wait a minute. Hold on one second. Dave, I appreciate it, brother. Hold on. Now, I may be wrong, and I know I can miss things during games, but I watched the entire of that Notre Dame-Miami game. Had a buddy of mine take his wife. She's a Notre Dame grad. Happy birthday. The point is, I don't remember seeing Charles Brantley.
Because he wasn't on the field.
No. He didn't dress?
No, the one guy, the one corner who was like Mr. All That from Miami beat him out for a position. So he was dressed. He was second team. But the game was close, so the lockdown corner never came out the game.
Hey, at least we found a way for him not to get hurt.
Right, but think about this.
I'm sorry. The minute Chuck Brantley played, David, he was injured.
No, but he thought, I'm going to the pros. Well, you ended your chances of going to the pros.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Rico. When I went to the opener last year, I think he got hurt, right?
He did.
Yes, that's what I thought.
David, his best moment was his freshman year, the interception against Michigan. And then he was hurt, and then he was hurt, and then he was hurt. But not only was he hurt, he went into the portal every year. Finally, I'll give Jonathan Smith credit. Said, son, stay there. Don't come back. Go find whatever it is you're looking for because it ain't here.
Awesome. 248-539-9797. No, I appreciate it.
But yeah, sometimes the portal thing, like,
I didn't see him.
He stays at Michigan State, and let's say he stays, he plays, and he's not Marcus Davenport, college version.
Oh, my.
He actually would maybe get a chance to show off, okay, I could go to the NFL. Now you're buried on Miami's depth chart.
We'll get more of the calls in a second. 97.1.
You're us on the radio, and you're like, hey, I want to have fun like that. Well, let Specs at LTU get you started. It can be booming as well. Or you want to go into television, you're a graphics art designer. Let Specs at LTU get you started on your career path. Specs at LTU is located on the campus of Lawrence Tech, and that's right here in the city of Southfield. You're going to be taught by instructors like myself who actually work in the business. So you can go to Specs at LTU, and you'll get a degree in either the broadcast media arts, the digital media arts, or graphics media arts program. You're going to learn from day one what it takes because in the lab, it's a very hands-on approach. It's not about the theory. It's about actually teaching you what it takes to make it in your new field. Here's what you need to do. You need to make an appointment today with an admissions counselor to discuss your next steps. Go to admissions@ltu.edu. That's admissions@ltu.edu or 1-800-CALL-LTU.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks, the Tigers will now pitch Chris Paddock out of the bullpen. Since being traded to Detroit, Paddock has a 5.40 ERA in 30 innings. Sawyer Gibson-Long has been called up to make a start tonight at 6:40 right here on the ticket. A.J. Hinch told MLB Network Radio earlier that he's expected to pitch against the Yankees as well. According to the New York Post, President Donald Trump is expected to be in attendance at Yankee Stadium for the anniversary of the 9/11 on Thursday in that series versus Detroit. Dan Campbell spoke about the improvements that Aiden Hutchinson has made. Michigan football is now the 15th best team in the nation, according to the AP's latest poll. That's one spot down from last week. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. More at 6 or at 971theticket.com.
To the people, if you're looking for the Micah Parsons discussion, there was a major injury update. Could be a nice little bonus for the Lions. Odyssey.com rewind. We go to the people. Connor is up next, 97.1. Connor, what's going on?
Good afternoon, fellas.
How you doing, bud? What's going on?
Well, I know things are down from last year based on how uninterested my boys are in our NCAA 26 dynasty. So something's definitely wrong.
What do you mean?
Like just the passion quotient, like you say. And I got a couple of reasons, and number one, I think, of course, is obviously I have no idea who's on the Spartans.
Take a number.
And the other reason is like all summer, it was just the NFL was still in your face 365 days a year. I can't breathe without someone talking about some stupid storyline they threw out there. And a lot of unconvincing body language I saw this weekend at Bama State, a couple others where people it didn't look, the players themselves didn't look inspired. And how was that supposed to inspire me at all?
Well, you know what it looks like? It looks like guys who have all been paid for doing largely nothing. They already feel like they've made it.
Good call. And you know what? They almost treat it like a job instead
you.
of a passion where you got to get up, you got to go in. And you know what? I'm going to give you exactly what you pay me for, no more, no less.
And I got one more regional region, and I don't know if you guys have touched on this yet. I'm exhausted from the Michigan scandal stuff. Like Harbaugh didn't go to the electric chair, unfortunately for me. So it's time to move on. And that took all of my college football energy out during the summer, and now I got to find that again. Maybe if they power wash the walls and beat Boston College this weekend, maybe I'll be back. But
that's
who knows?
good. I appreciate your use of the power wash line. No, Connor, and again, that's a subjective thing. You know, I have no problem if somebody goes, listen, the whole sport's a joke. You can basically pay $40 million for a title and call it a day. I'm not mad at you if that's your perspective. All I would caution you is that's all sports. Mm-hmm. All sports are a con. Rico, you know this.
No, it is, Mike, and you would know they did not power wash the stadium, but the suites got redone. So very sterile up there now. Doesn't have the same feel.
I just told you. My plan is I'm going to hit the Powerball, and then I'm going to take a wrecking ball to that place.
Then what are you going to do?
Nothing.
What are you going to complain about then?
I'll ride into the sunset.
No, it's like, oh, my program, we're so poverty. You let me buy you out and knock your stadium down.
Good job by you, better job by me. That'll be my answer.
No, if you tear it down, you have to then build the Valenti Coliseum.
That's fine. We'll build a dome.
With a 200-foot Mikey.
No.
Standing over the stadium saying, you suck.
No, we would just have the Spartan Chariot would be back just to anger the grass people. Tear it up. Do donuts. I'd find a couple of barrel horses. Woo!
See, David, imagine a 200-foot Mikey with the little cartoon bubble, you suck.
You're inferior.
I kind of like messing people up with the chariot, just going around messing the
Donuts.
grass up. I like that idea.
Donuts. It'll be like Fast and the Furious.
Oh, no, he's turning. Oh, no.
And David, make sure you feed the horses a lot of hay.
Yes. All the manure. All right.
Did he just slip it? Yes, he did.
Let's go to Mike, 97.1. Mike, what's going on, buddy?
Mikey, Rico, we doing all right this evening? We're doing good?
Yeah. How about yourself, bud?
Happy Lions game week, fellas. I ain't heard nobody say that yet. But I'm with that last caller. I am a Michigan fan through and through. I don't think I can name one wide receiver on the Michigan team, and yet I can probably name every single person on this 53-man roster for the Detroit Lions.
Yes.
I'm so tunnel visioned on the pro football. I honestly didn't realize college started this week until one of my buddies was like, "Hey man, you ready for this Michigan game?" And I was like, "Who are they playing?" You know, it's almost that bad.
No, and again, case in point, New Mexico has 70 new players. 70.
Yeah.
Not to be outdone by Purdue, who has 82.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer that the NIL deals have ruined college football. They don't, like we just stated, they don't go to school or to football practice to practice no more. They treat it as a job. They treat it as I have to be here. It sucks the joy out of it for the players. You know, they are making a bunch of money, but at the same time, at what cost? You know, they do have all this money now, but the mindset just isn't there. But man, fellas, I am excited for this football season.
Lions
Mike,
Packers is as choice as it gets.
You called these Lions fans a dirty word earlier. You called these
because they're soft. Because they're still in their feelings about last year, and they're still.
I'm not soft. I am more of an optimist, Mike. I am a firm believer. 13-4 this year. 15-2 is obviously not as attainable. You can't do that back-to-back years.
No.
But no, we have a revamped defense. I am so excited to see Hutchinson back along. I mean, yes, it's a little bit of a mystery question mark.
Yeah, but it's one of the three best games of the weekend against a divisional rival on the road. Dude, you have every right to be excited. And the Lions have a really good team. But that's the thing. The excitement that lies there. It doesn't lie with college anymore. I have no juice for any.
Not at all.
And
No,
like you said, you can't name these players. How can you be excited about it? Do you know how many times, Rico, I had to look up and I go, what the hell's a Grady Kelly? I don't know who these people are.
Well, that's concerning. You know everything.
Rico.
That's very concerning.
I'm like.
I can't fight you on that, Mike.
I'm like, oh, Ben Roberts is still here. What a blessing.
I can't fight you because, yes, that was one of the things. It was. You would have a player who would come in as a true freshman and you would follow their career. And when it took off, you felt like, yes, we hit the lottery with this. Now it's one of those, okay, yeah, this guy is good. And then next year, it's all new players.
Ben Roberts, DJ at YCD or MSU DT? I don't know. I don't know who these people are. The whole secondary required a Google.
Oh, yeah, you didn't want last year's.
No, apparently the coaching staff didn't. They put them all in a Ziploc bag and threw them off the boat.
You didn't want last year's secondary. 3rd and 18. Don't worry about it, Coach. We can pick it up. That's Michigan State. 20-yard pass. First down.
No, and the Michigan point, like, he's not wrong. It's just hard to keep up with it. Whereas, like the NFL, you know your guys. You know who you're going to war with.
We're sitting here arguing over what is Tesla going to be the 4th or 5th option, and who is he going to take the place of
He's
the
number
Patrick?
one option, and you will watch your mouth.
The number one option is doing commercials for Honey Nut Cheerios. Thank you very much.
Nope, not anymore.
Wow,
Tesla. I'm kidding, dude. I'm kidding. Just relax. It would be a funny story though. You imagine if Tesla got like 136 targets, this town would go insane. Then people would end up hating him because it would cut into J-Mo's target share, and this town's got a love affair with him.
Oh, you must have been listening to the midday show.
What happened?
Oh, some caller said, you know what? This new OC, he's going to be so much better because, Ben Johnson held the offense back.
What?
Yeah, and Kenny heard it. It's like, well, he didn't really use J-Mo that well. And
he had a 1,000-yard season last year.
The offense was, he's going to really open up the offense. It was like he had the second best
Kenny,
offense.
who was the caller? Because you screened for that show.
I'm not sure who it was.
Who
but
was
that's
the
exactly what he
caller?
said.
I want them banned. First caller to be banned ever. Ban them.
That was like,
are you kidding me?
Kenny, am I lying?
You're not lying.
Ben Johnson was the captain of one of the best, most explosive offenses in the last 25 years in the NFL.
You would have thought Ben Johnson was just 3 yards in a cloud of dust.
J-Mo had his best year last
He
year.
had a 1,000-yard season.
You overthrew him all the time.
Okay, then.
He's too fast.
You know what, FanDuel, I quit. $5, get 300 in bonus bets if you win. Pick a bet, $5. If it wins, you unlock 300 in bonus bets. That simple. You can build parlays, props, you name it. Yep, NFL's back. All the anytime touchdown stuff that all the people like. FanDuel.com/ticket. You can download the FanDuel app today to get started. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. I love this. I'm so glad this is back. This I like.
Okay.
Let's go.
All right, Michael.
Yes.
Let's start off Friday night. No, not in East Lansing, but Deion Sanders in Colorado. Can we say that Deion may have misrepresented the truth?
Deion gaslit the media. Here, start with this. He's a moron. Deion had the worst clock management of the weekend. You have the ball with 1 minute and 8 seconds left, 2 timeouts, chance to go down the field, tie or win, right? Mm-hmm. Run the first play at 1:08, second play 45 seconds to go. You got your third snap with 18 seconds. He didn't use timeouts. Post game, he goes out there and gaslights a writer. Oh, I'm pretty sure we got out of bounds a couple of times. No, you didn't. Well, we got a first down on one of those. Also not true. Well, we wanted to use our timeouts when absolutely necessary. You know what? Here's an idea. You have a gold headset and nothing else. Clown. That was and again, Cookie showed me this. There are people who have put the game juxtaposed with his comments. That it's one thing to be terrible at your gig. It's another to openly lie and try to gaslight the media. Coaching malpractice Friday night in Boulder. Oh, but he has a gold headset.
They're like cell phone minutes. They roll over.
Yeah, he's got 5 to open the half next week.
Can we say
yes
that Arch Manning may have been a little overhyped?
100%. And while I'm not giving up on him, that was an embarrassment. He was terrible. And I didn't like Sark's game plan, but guess what? Whether it's wide open tight end, whether it was the crossing route on third down as they're driving the field, he wasn't anything special. Never felt like he was any good. And by the way, you can't run QB sneaks with him. What was that?
No big difference between him and Jalen Hurts. One can squat and he can't.
He was terrible. I thought he was absolutely terrible. And that interception, by the way, that ball was late and underthrown by 7 to 10 yards. It's not acceptable.
Yeah, look, I'm no one to talk, but has he ever squatted at all to get some strength in his legs at all?
No, because David doesn't. Oh, we'll just do the tush push and we'll get. No, you need a little bit more than that. That's why it works for Philly and not a lot of other teams. It's a guaranteed thing because your quarterback has to be strong. Can we say that LSU is the best team in the country?
I'm okay if you say it. I think Ohio State will have something to say about that, but if we're just, hey, can you discuss it? Yes. Went on the road against the team with an established QB, one of the hardest places to play, doubled them up. Dominated them. Clemson couldn't get an inch on the ground. Nussmeier, he's back. He's in that Heisman conversation. And Brian Kelly, despite malpractice, Brian, what were you doing before halftime? 15 seconds left, no timeouts, 4th and 2. Why are we going for it? Even if you get it, your best case scenario is to run to the line of scrimmage, clock it, and kick the same field goal you could have kicked with 15 seconds. What is wrong with these people?
They always try to outsmart themselves, Michael.
But yes, LSU. It's LSU and OSU. Those are your top two.
From the SEC, Paul?
Yes.
Paul Cott?
Yeah, no, I think it's a conversation worth having. I don't disagree with anything Mike had to say about it. It seems like they could be right on that precipice of becoming the best team in the country. I just need more of a sample size, but that was a hell of a week one.
Can we say, stat line, 18 for 23, 213 yards. He threw for 3 touchdowns. Can we say that maybe Dante Moore will be a good fit for Oregon?
No. They played the Montana Ranchers Club. I mean, that's fine. But, Rico, they played Montana's. Like, what am I supposed to do with that?
He didn't. I mean, basically, He went out there, followed the script, didn't do anything. Like, Oregon is kind of almost quarterback proof. Like, you just go out there, run the plays.
Well, and look, with Will Stein there, he's kind of the wonder kid. I think he's like 33 years old, the OC. You're right. Can I see it against opponents with legs?
No, I'm not. Montana State's not a.
I think this was Montana.
Yeah,
I'm
Montana
not,
State. I'm looking
at
it.
Yeah,
It's
you know what?
State,
Combine the two, you still don't have a good
Pretty
football
much,
team.
yes, you're right.
Yeah, I'm not Jake Butt saying he's going to be a first-round quarterback.
Oh, boy.
But maybe he found a good fit there. Can we say Bill Belichick really regrets his decision to unretire?
The game is 10-7. Cutscene 41-7. Look,
the game's 7-0.
Also, somebody needed to get into the press room and take the balloons down. It looked ridiculous as Bill lost 48-14 and has balloons all around him. He looked like Sister Jean. Yeah. Rico, here's the problem. He's 73. This was never a good fit. It doesn't make any sense. And to get bodied by a TCU team that might be a 7-5 unit, good luck, man. I hope the $10 million's worth it. That looked horrific.
I mean, I knew it was over with first play of the second half, 75 yards and touchdown. Like I'm like, I thought the score was 20-7. Like, how did it get to 27? Oh, let me rewind. Oh, there it is. Okay.
It's just this. Look, he's a 73-year-old guy who's thinking with the wrong head. What do you want me to tell you? Okay. Good decisions are in short supply for him.
All right, I'm going to need Paul Cott back for this one.
Would it be like Cottbaum or Feincott? Or like what would we do here?
Feincott, that looks pretty good.
All right, Paul Feincott. All right.
Kenny, shave you. You got to shave your head, will you please?
David, I'm going to need you to bleep that out so it sounds funny, please. Thank you. All right, next question.
Well done.
Can we say that Alabama is in trouble?
You just hate, and I mean hate to see that. Oh, no. Poor Alabama. Yes, they're in trouble, and DeBoer should be on the hot seat. We talked about this preseason. A bad start for him is going to be real tough shakes out in Alabama.
I got plenty of stuff wrong this weekend. Nothing more egregious than Alabama. I mean, I thought they were really going to put it together. That's supposed to be a top 5 O-line. Trash. The defense, I've never seen a Bama defense care less, play less physical. That was just absolute soft garbage. And the best part, what did you do all summer? You think Castellanos was going to come in and grow to be 6'5" and start slinging the ball all over the place?
You know what they are. They completed 9 passes on you.
Nothing better than calling your shot and winning.
Oh, my God.
Say it in my good ear. Let's go.
No, I know. And Kenny, you're right. I'd like to apologize for the Alabama-Georgia conversation. Every red flag you could have on a team, Bama has it.
No, you're right, because that Bama team is the same Bama team I saw lose to Michigan on New Year's Day.
Just disinterested.
It's like, guys, we talk about Michigan State in the second half like Alabama. What did you do over the summer? Did you just go camping? I'm with you. Can we say
no?
This is a combo meal.
Okay.
That Florida State and Miami are back.
No to Florida State. No, I'm not doing that yet. The Miami thing is more credible. The opponent tried. And Carson Beck, I will admit.
You could say Florida State had a better victory.
I can't.
Okay.
Bama looks like, look, Kalen DeBoer has lost 5 games as a double-digit favorite in his last 15. Nick Saban lost 4 in his career. I can't. And that confused look, deer in headlights thing, give me Miami. The Carson Beck slander went too far. How about that? He looked good. I like the way he played. And Miami's D-line with Bain, dominant, really stood up. Where's Caller Rob? I told you not to disappoint me, Rob. You and your stupid little team.
Just you wait on Carson Beck, though.
By the way,